Good morning and welcome to Donington Park for round 2 of Time Attack. So this year it is the 20th anniversary of Time Attack, and what that means is we've got a few changes. So there's a few changes to the rules and regulations and the formats. So Alexia, the commentator, and my colleague is going to be explaining those, and what it also means is we've got this fantastic live stream brought to us by our partner Lucas Oil. And so yeah, here at Donington Park, it's a lovely sunny day. Obviously, we've had an amazing first round at Cadwell, and now we're here to Donington, and it's from the tight and twisty kind of like circuit of Cadwell, and now we're going to Donington, so very fast and flowing, so it's really going to favour those big power cars. And luckily, the sun is out at the moment. Let's hope it stays like that, and hopefully we've got a fantastic day of racing ahead. So let's get started.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome, firstly, to JDM JAM, the gathering of JDM icons, a new show for this year by TimeAttack.org. And of course, welcome to Time Attack via the live stream powered by Lucas Oil. As Susie said, this is the 20th anniversary season of Time Attack, and of course, year on year, things keep getting better and better. And at this JDM JAM show today, we have an absolutely packed timetable. Time Attack, Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship exhibition runs, and of course, the Racing Hondas Championship. First up, though, it is the Time Attack warm-up. Lots of change here for this 20th season. A slightly tweaked format sees most of our sessions now score points for our drivers. And also, we keep the, not the best till last, but the best at the very beginning. The very fastest Time Attack cars in the UK this time go out first. Now, Time Attack is a very broad church. It's all about modifying. It's all about upgrading. And so, unlike a lot of other spec series and other types of motorsport where cars are all quite constrained to a specific set of regulations, Time Attack is actually quite open. And it encourages modifying, and it encourages upgrading, and it encourages developing your build over the season and over the seasons, year on year on year. Now, to keep things somewhat close and fair, cars are classed together based on how modified they are. And so we have the entry-level classes for perhaps your daily drivers, your fast road cars, and so on, all the way up to what's known as the pro classes, which are where things start to get really, really silly. The big, wide bodies, 1,000 horsepower, crazy engine swaps, you name it, that kind of thing is what you'll find in the Time Attack pro classes. Now, the order has been tweaked a little bit, where actually now it's the pro classes that go out first on track. That's Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme. 3 classes there, and these are really the crown jewels of the Time Attack paddock. And then later on we'll progress through the session and we'll see our club cars and our clubman cars. Now, this is only warm-up, so we say this to drivers each morning briefing. Warm-up is warm-up. There's no prize for being the fastest warmer-upper, so keep it on the track, keep things nice and tidy. But this year, there's a change where actually in warm-up, there is 1 point up for grabs for each driver if they can set 3 flying laps. So in the past, what this meant was perhaps drivers who felt they were very confident and didn't really need to do much warming up maybe wouldn't even go onto the track whatsoever. And of course, that meant that the morning's running is kind of slow and not terribly interesting for spectators. So the format's been changed now. So drivers are now incentivized to go out during warm-up, especially in these extremely highly strung, very expensive to run pro-class cars. There's a temptation to minimize running. So what we're doing now is trying to really get drivers on the track every session. And we're also now rewarding reliability as well, because now every single session of the day scores drivers points in one way or another. So instead of taking it easy and then smashing it out in the final session of the day, drivers are now encouraged. So for example, warm-up, okay, there's no points for going fast in warm-up. You just need to get out and turn the wheel. Fine. But then we have new for 2025, new for the 20th anniversary season. We now have Attack 1, Attack 2, and then Super Attack. And all of these sessions are classified, and all of these sessions award drivers to the points to the drivers. So there is an incentive to run and be fast in 3 sessions now for most of the day, which is a new tweak for this season. So we're not looking only for speed, but we're also looking for drivers who can be fast and reliable consistently throughout the day. So that's enough on the changes for this year. If you're new to Time Attack, you might be wondering, what's this all about? Well, Time Attack comes from, as you may know, the history of Time Attack comes from the tuning garages and privateers in Japan in the late 80s and 90s, where ECU tuning, turbocharging, all this stuff is really starting to gain momentum, and different workshops are trying to see who can build the fastest car. And of course, at the time, we've got all these really iconic and legendary models, and the Civics and the Skylines and the Truenos and things like that. And so all of this is happening, and these drivers with nowhere else to compete are bringing their creations onto the streets, onto the mountain roads, the toges, and so on. And of course, that's dangerous and so on. So it moves gradually onto purpose-built circuits. And what really the essence of the competition is to see who has built the fastest car. And how do you measure the fastest car? Well, that's by looking at its course time. We're not necessarily interested in racing wheel to wheel. We're interested in how fast you can complete a lap against the stopwatch. That's what we're looking at here. Now, Maz, who has commentated Time Attack in the past, commentated Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship, and a bit of a mentor of mine, he actually sat in at Brands Hatch last year with us and explained, you know, if we're looking for the fastest driver of the fastest creation, why don't we race them wheel to wheel? And he explained, because Maz experienced some of the early days of Time Attack and is quite closely involved in it in Japan, and it made a lot of sense. If these are privateers who are building really elaborate one-off creations, you don't want them racing wheel to wheel, because then there's a chance there might be contact and, you know, break stuff. And then, you know, we're not necessarily looking at stock body cars, stock engine cars like in maybe spec racing. This is all one-off stuff that people have built, you know, carbon fiber, crazy aero, and so on. So you can't go and put this stuff wheel to wheel because there's no factory that's going to go and make a new wing. And so these creations then are looking to see who has built the fastest car over a flying lap, both in terms of, you know, who's the fastest driver, but also crucially, who has built the fastest car. Anyway, so I think that's enough context for now. Let's perhaps take a look at what's happening on screen. For those of you following from the trackside, I believe there might be a QR code Indeed, for those of you following from the trackside, there is a QR code you can scan in your program, which will open up the live stream on your mobile device. This live stream is back, and it's been made possible by Lucas Oil, so a big thank you to them for making this possible. Now, let's take a look then on our top left of the screen. We have a handy-dandy new list of lap times. So each driver with their lap time separated out by class. So you can see we have 7 drivers in the Club Pro class, 5 drivers in the Pro class. We had 1 Pro Extreme entry for today, which are the fastest, most monstrous time attack cars that we have. But I don't believe our Pro Extreme entry was able to make it today, so we might not see any names popping up in there. Let's take a look at some of the names that we do have on there. Martin Henry jumps out at me, number 63, currently 5th in the Pro class, currently in the pits. Martin Henry in the Astra H VXR used to compete extensively in time attack back in the day when I was active as well, and then stepped away for a few years, but it's great to see him back this year. Also on our new timing readout on the top left of the screen, you can see, if you're wondering what the colored lines are, those are our drivers' sector times, if they're doing a personal best or not, or if they're doing a session best sector time. So you can see the 3 lines there as Eric Holmes sets a 118.3. Well, his current best a 118.3. And you can see the 3 yellow lines next to that, meaning that in none of the 3 sectors here at Donington National did he set a personal best, and so there was no improvement to his lap time. But meanwhile, you can see Richard Goodall setting a personal best Sector 1, no improvement in Sector 2. Eric Holmes setting a personal best Sector 1. Michael Osborne also personal best Sector 1 there from him, 125.9, his current personal best lap time. But if he keeps on setting personal best sectors, then we're going to see an improvement to his lap time. Again, in time attack, we're only interested in lap time. That's what it's all about. These are very bespoke machines with a lot of irreplaceable stuff that some privateer, some person like you or me is probably going to need to sit in a garage and build. In fact, Ilya Krylov in the pits currently in the number 430 Renault Clio, fully DIY composite bodied. And so this isn't really a car that you want to put wheel to wheel with anything else, because Ilya painstakingly makes every single panel himself from various composites at home. His new for 2025 front clamshell weighs 4 kilos, and that replaces, I think, the front bumper and the front fenders, the front wings. I think the bonnet is a separate piece. But the front bumper and front wings are all together as one piece. That whole item weighs 4 kilos, and this is something that Ilya has painstakingly made at home in his workshop. And so lots of that kind of thing here. All kinds of wacky creations, especially in the pro classes where the rule book is quite open. So these classes, Club Pro and Pro, are for the real, the cars that really push the boundaries of what's possible with a road-based chassis. Michael Osborne there sets a personal best of 112.7, putting him in the lead of the Club Pro class. Colin Dorward, meanwhile, leads in the Pro class 109.2. Again, it's only warm-up, so we're not going to look too closely at lap times. Indeed, this is more about just getting some running done. And one of the big motivations for getting out in warm-up, especially, let's say you were testing here yesterday, maybe, or maybe you've driven this loads on the sim, and you think, I know this track pretty well. I'm not going to really focus that much in warm-up. Warm-up is so important to fine-tuning your car for that day. Even if you drove here yesterday, the track conditions might be different, the track temperature might be different, air temperature might be different, the weather might be slightly different, humidity and so on. And so it's so important to actually test your settings on the day to make sure that your setup is correct for the competitive sessions later on. Because when you're setting up the car at home or in the paddock the night before, you are making educated guesses as to how it's going to be on the day. You will do your cold tire pressures. You will set your rebound settings, your anti-roll bar, maybe your map, lots of other things that you can change. And you're doing this based on how you assume it's going to be on the day. And until you're there on the day driving the car's up to temperature, the tires are up to temperature, brakes are up to temperature, all this stuff, you're not going to know whether your setup was right or not. So warm-up is a really important, you know, to crudely put it, R&D session of sorts, just to make sure that you've set your car up correctly. And if you haven't, you know, you go out on track and actually you think, actually this anti-roll bar setting is not quite right for what I need today on this track, then you know you've got that know-how to come and tweak that for later on. Let's take a look at the Club Pro Ford Focus currently on track. That is Martin Cowley's Turbo Technics Ford Focus. And in fact, he just set a personal best, 116.2, and you can see him there just coming past the pits there, which is good enough for second in class so far. Again, not super important in warm-up, and we see drivers stacking it in warm-up, and you think that's quite unnecessary. Warm-up isn't about necessarily going fast. And I believe Susie is somewhere in the paddock with some information for us.
Good morning. We're here in the pit lane, so we're chatting to Mark Reynolds. So good morning, Mark.
Roberts.
Sorry, Roberts.
Yeah, hello. You all right?
So you're in Rocket NA, and you had a fantastic first round at Cadwell, didn't you?
Yeah, finished first. I think we scored maximum points. First in every attack session. Seemed quite well. Wasn't really expecting it, but it worked. It was good. Can't complain.
So you've definitely had a smoother first session than you did last year, right? Yeah. Sorry to remind you.
Yeah. Last year, because we did the track day the Friday before Anglesey, we broke the gearbox. Then we blew engine up round one. My dad brought me a spare engine from Leeds to Anglesey that night. We fitted an engine that night, killed the second engine day two. Then went to Cadwell for round three and killed that engine. So yeah, we're plain sailing at the minute with one engine.
So good run so far, and we'd hopefully keep it that way. Yeah. So car all running right. Everything good at Cadwell?
Yeah. I think biggest issue we had, I lost a bolt on my splitter. Splitter flapped around for half a lap, but yeah, car was faultless at Cadwell. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice for it to work for once.
Yeah, that's definitely a good thing. Yeah. And so enjoying the new tyres as well.
Yeah, new tyres are they're amazing. The grip is next level. I think speaking to some people, the AR1 was quite a knife edge to keep it in that balance point of not overheating it but keeping the heat in. Whereas the 52s, it seems more of a nice sort of roll off of grip. So if that makes sense, so rather than having all the grip and then it's suddenly letting go, they just slowly let go and they slide around nice. The confidence inspiring.
Excellent. And so any changes to the car after Cadwell? Obviously a much different circuit here, right? A big fast and flowing circuit.
No changes at all, to be fair. I welded a hole up in my exhaust and that's about the only change. But yeah, nothing's changed since last year. We dropped 40 kilos over winter and we've done nothing since.
Brilliant. Well, I hope you have a very uneventful but successful day. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Very interesting stuff there. And of course, as Susie mentioned towards the end, this is an extremely different circuit compared to Cadwell. In Cadwell, famously known as the UK's Nürburgring, is so tight and twisty and narrow and up and downhill, and a very unique kind of circuit, so hilly and so uneven that there isn't even a big enough flat bit to have a paddock and a pit lane together. They're split into two different bits because it's all so hilly and uneven. And of course, Donington, very different to that. Very fast, very flowing. And in fact, let's maybe take a look. You saw Luke Senjikovsky's Honda NSX, there we go, just coming into the pits now. Quite a few cars heading into the pits, actually. Interesting. They've done their 3 laps and they got their point for warming up, and perhaps deciding that that's enough for today. It seems like Eric Holmes may still be on the track. As you can see, those of you watching the stream, on the top left, you can see it, the word pit, next to each driver who's currently in the pits. And so that would appear that Eric Holmes is still somewhere out on track. Still have a green flag this session. So perhaps our driver's just thinking that's enough for now. I can see number 56 at the front of the pit lane, I believe. Yep, that's David Lawrence, Fast Dave from Facebook. He is back in Time Attack. Of course, he never really went away. He stepped aside to compete in the Racing Hondas Championship for a little while, which is, of course, also part of the Time Attack organization. But now he is back in Time Attack. And actually, I caught him very briefly this morning, and he explained that it's because he wants to go fast. And the car that he competes in Racing Hondas, I'm not sure if he still owns that car or not, a Honda Civic FN2. Now, Racing Hondas is, similarly to Time Attack, open to all kinds of different builds of Honda. It's not necessarily kept to a strict spec. But some of the drivers like to have a car that they can use to do other stuff and championships and events in, which may be strict on the spec. So David Lawrence's car, from what I understand, is quite a spec car. Standardish engine, standardish body. And when his Cupra, his Time Attack Cupra, is quite built and really quite fast, then when he jumps into the spec Honda FN2, he doesn't quite necessarily get the boosty, surge of torque and the big aero that he's grown to love. So he's back in Time Attack this time. Stepped aside for a few years of fun in the Racing Hondas Championship, which you'll see later on today, and he's stepped back into his Time Attack Cupra, so that he is now back in Time Attack. The checkered flag has been thrown for the Pro Class warm-up, and in just a few moments, our Club Class warm-up will get underway. And our warm-up session now gets underway for our club machinery, club two-wheel drive, club four-wheel drive. As we can see now, that first car heading onto the track. I believe that's Neil Robson's BIB Performance BMW 135i. There goes David Lawrence back in Time Attack in the Cupra. you can see them warming their tires there, weaving left and right. We do have a new control tire for this year, the Yokohama AO52. So the Advan AO52, a road legal track tire. And if you open your event program or go on Google and you look up the Advan AO52, you'll see it has a lot of contact patch and not very much tread. So this is very grippy tire. There's a lot of rubber there, a lot of contact patch, with just some little grooves in there, just enough to tick that box. This is a groove tire. This is a road legal tire. This does displace rain as intended, but it's also very grippy, very nice, very sticky, as Susie's interview previously there explored. Now, previously on the track, we had our pro cars, and next up we have our club cars. And these are the cars that you might call your standard track day machinery. So the pro cars are really almost single-seater-ish pace in some cases, very, very fast indeed. Now, these are the cars that you might call your track car, your track day car, fully stripped, aero, maybe an engine swap or two, that kind of thing. So this is the kind of thing that we might call a track day car. So if you've built one of those, again, Time Attack is very, very open, very flexible, and whatever you've built, there will probably be a class that it will fit into. And so if you have a really pure track day car, perhaps it's not even road legal anymore, you tow it to different events and so on. Although I can actually see some of these cars do have number plates, which is always great to see. But because, of course, ultimately Time Attack at its very roots, at its very core, is about fast road cars, right? It's just things have got a bit out of hand, and we have some very fast machinery now that is no longer road legal. But at its heart, Time Attack is for road cars, so it's good to see some of these cars still have number plates. But these are the cars that you might call your pure track machinery. Club two-wheel drive, very, very popular class, quite a busy one. You can see 17 cars in this class today. Interestingly, I can see Rob Boston, so I bumped into him at the briefing. Rob Boston of Rob Boston Racing is a bit of a Time Attack legend. Oh, someone's fallen off the track. Andrew Kime there in the K-swapped Saxo. Gets back on track and out of the way of the pack. But yeah, Rob Boston is well known for, well, he's a very, very handy driver, very fast driver, but also an incredible builder of cars. And it's interesting to see. He brought an MX-5 here, I believe, today. And perhaps we can discuss that in a few moments. But firstly, I believe Susie has something for us from the paddock. So perhaps we will come back to that. But it looks like, there we go, Andrew Kime then in the number 45 Saxo. So you saw him have a little moment there earlier on. 20 cars on track so far. And you can see now this is the overall a lap time order. So you can see that our drivers are color-coded based on their class. So the fuchsia, the bright pink is Club 2-wheel drive. The red is, sorry, the pink is Club 4-wheel drive. The red is Club 2-wheel drive. I believe we can now cut back to Susie in the paddock.
Good morning, and so I'm here down in the pit lane catching up with Luke Seczakowski in the amazing Tegiwa NSX. So how are you doing this morning, Luke?
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, bit different to be out first, but yeah, it was good fun and car was good.
So Cadwell, I think you were having some issues with shifting. Have you managed to resolve those, or?
Well, I thought I had. We've put a 4-litre air tank in the system because I use a little compressor to do all my gear shifting and all my boost control, and we're just using too much air. So I put in this tank thinking that it was going to solve my problem, and it's kind of just moved my problem because now everything takes so much longer to fill up. So when it does run down, it then takes all session to fill back up again.
And so what happens when that runs out?
Well, it happened to me twice. Where I was out, I had a purple first sector, decent second sector, and then the last sector, got onto the back straight, shifted up to fourth, then it wouldn't shift to fifth or sixth, which then means that at the end of the back straight, I then can't shift down either. So I ended up having to roll down the back straight in fourth, through the chicane onto the start-finish line. So it just means I can't change gear.
So a few tweaks hopefully to be made today then. And then I know at Cadwell also we were seeing some amazing sparks coming from the front of your splitters. So can you tell us for a little bit about what was happening there?
Yeah, so that was porpoising. So basically what's happening is because it was happening at about 130 mile an hour and above, and the air is pushing the front splitter down so hard that it was touching the ground, which was stopping any air going underneath the car. So when it stops the air going underneath the car, it means the downforce reduces, so then it pops back up again. So that was the up, down, up, down. So we fixed it. It didn't do it just then. It might do it later on when I'm going a bit quicker, but we've put what's called packers in the suspension so that it can only go so low. So basically, when we get to 130 mile an hour, it's sat on these packers, so it won't go any lower.
Okay, brilliant. So you got a few little niggles to fix today, but so and we were saying you were first. You got the fastest lap and lap record at Cadwell as well. Yeah. But due to the way the points have changed, you're not first in the championship, right? So
yeah. So Time Attack's had a big shake-up this year, obviously to try and keep every session more exciting. So you get points from every session. Even the very first session, you get points for going out. So yeah, we left Cadwell thinking that we must be leading the championship because we won the final, or the whatever the final's called now. And yeah, we're not. I think we're third in the championship. So it just shows how important every single session is.
Well, I will let you get back to it so you can get back out for the next session. Thanks very much for talking to me.
All right, thank you very much.
Back over to Alexi in commentary.
Thanks, gang. That is, I really love the new interviews this year. Last year we didn't have them. Susie would go around the paddock finding all kinds of interesting bits of information and would then join me in the commentary box to discuss those. But actually seeing the drivers discuss this stuff in front of their cars, they're fresh off the track, they're full of adrenaline and impressions from having just driven. So interesting. And of course, as these are we just saw one of the cars off the track there. That might have been Dean Taylor. But as these are builder drivers in a lot of cases, like Luke there is a real, well, he's the head honcho of Tegiwa and a real legend in the UK Honda tuning scene, so to speak. You know, his technical knowledge is so profound. We've got a red flag just thrown, actually, which means that I think it was that perhaps the car that was off the track there earlier on might be in a dangerous spot where there's a chance something else might clatter into it. So the red flag's been thrown, so our drivers are now going to make their way back into the pits. But I think that technical insight from these drivers, from these builder drivers as well, is so fascinating. And you know, that Honda NSX, the Pro Class Tegiwa NSX, you know, back in the day, once upon a time, that was a car that rolled out of a dealership as a just a NSX that some gentleman or lady might drive on the weekend. And now, you know, he's got problems such as porpoising, the air compressor not compressing enough to be able to do those pneumatic shifts. Amazing stuff. And in fact, Susie has another interview for us, which I'm looking forward to very much.
So I'm just having a bit of a quick catch-up with last year's Club 4-wheel drive winner, but this year, so Mike Osborne, you're back in Club Pro this year, right?
Yeah, back in Club Pro. Done a few changes to the car over the winter, so I thought we'd give Club Pro a go.
So what changes have you made?
So running Delta Motorsport ABS now. Got a bit more weight out of the car, and then hopefully we're running the Yokohama's a bit more time in it as well. So yeah, looking forward to getting out there.
Yeah, and it's going to be a competitive class in there, right, this year?
Yeah, Club Pro's looking quite good, because last year there wasn't many people in it, and Club 4-wheel drive was quite a good group. But yeah, came into Club Pro and there's a good bunch in it, so yeah, looking forward to it.
And is it your first time on the Yokohamas?
Competitively, yeah, because since joining Time Attack we were always on the AR1s, so this is the first time being on a Yokohamas, but no, they seem quite good, so yeah, looking forward to pushing with them.
And we didn't see you at Cadwell, did we? Because you had other important business.
Yeah, number 2 baby arrived a couple of days before Cadwell, so I couldn't really get away for it, but yeah, back now, so looking forward to the season.
Well, congratulations on the baby. It's lovely to see you back, and then, yeah, good luck for this year.
Yep, thanks very much, Susie. Cheers.
Thank you.
What a nice piece of news. How nice. Great stuff there. Again, I'm really loving the video interviews this season. Of course, all made possible by the live stream powered by Lucas Oil. So a big thank you to them. I think it's really transformed the coverage this year of Time Attack and Racing Honda's Championship. So I can see on the screen a recovery vehicle moving around, which is encouraging. And so the red flag there gets thrown when a car is incapacitated and stopped in such a place where it's pretty conceivable that someone else might fall off the track in the same spot and collide with them. So during the morning warm-up, we encourage drivers, you know, if they have a technical problem or, you know, they fall off the track for whatever other reason, to try to get themselves out of harm's way and to try to get as far from the track as they can. But in some instances, that isn't possible, and the car stops in such a position where it's likely that another car could come off in that same spot and hit them, which is not ideal. And at that point, race control will take the decision to throw a red flag to clear up that incident. So you can see now the track pretty quiet. But of course, we have a very, very busy and exciting schedule ahead. So after this, we have the Racing Honda's Championship practice, then the Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship exhibition, which will not be streamed from what I understand. Then we have Time Attack 1 later on, which is now, like what a few of the drivers have mentioned so far, the format is quite different for this year. Now, previously, the main event of the day was the final session in the afternoon. That was the one that scored the big points. So if you were the fastest in the final session, you scored the most points. That's how it used to be. This year, that's still the case. The final session, now known as Super Attack, scores the most points, but there are lots and lots of points up for grabs throughout the day in Attack 1 and Attack 2. And if you don't do so well in those, then even if you do really well in Super Attack, you might still not necessarily have as many points as someone who's been consistently fast through Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack. So, very interesting new format there. Green flag has been thrown with 4.5 minutes remaining in this session. You can see the car has now leapt back onto the track to get that precious seat time, that precious running in the final minutes of this session. And actually, there are a few drops of rain out on the track, which should be very interesting. There were rumors of possible rain, and so we'll see how that goes. Now, the Pro Now the Pro Class cars actually do not necessarily need to run the Yokohama Advan AO52. They can run a Yokohama Slick and then a Yokohama Race Wet. But the rest of the drivers who are running the Advan AO52, you know, they might choose to stay on that tire in the wet, or do they, you know, put a wet weather tire on? If that option, this question hasn't come up for a while actually. I wonder what tire they can run in the wet, or whether they have to stick to the AO52. I'm not too sure on that, so I'll clarify that one. But you can see now frantically all the drivers back out on the, not all, but many of them back out on track for the final minutes of this session. Again, you might think warm-up, what's the big deal? You know, it's just chill in the garage, you've done your 3 laps. Warm-up is so important in terms of getting that seat time, getting those insights, getting that knowledge to fine-tune your driving today, fine-tune your tune of the car, your setup of the car. You know, you might find driving it today versus driving it on the sim yesterday that maybe one of the curbs has been resurfaced and actually you don't want to use that curb anymore. And what that means is you might need to change your line. And if you change your line, then maybe you need to change your braking. In fact, if someone who's just changed their line there is Luke Capehorn in the 420 Midnight Motorsport Vauxhall Astra VXR, built with the help of my good friend Ash Gedney at Giz Motorsport, real VXR expert, and a guy that's tuned a whole bunch of my own cars. So this session, so there you go, like Luke Capehorn there, discovering actually, you know, perhaps this line isn't quite the right line through here. So he doesn't want to make that kind of mistake in the competitive sessions where there are real big points up for grabs. He wants to be making those discoveries now in warm-up so that he can really maximize his chance of attacking. I can see Luke Capehorn's just come into the pits now, so I think that's enough there for him. Maybe he's done enough track exploration and research for now. Nice shot there of Johnny Fletcher's Astra, the Mark IV GSI. Johnny Fletcher, a household name in Time Attack. He's been around for absolutely years, developing that car year on year on year. It's something that I love so much about Time Attack, is that usually in a lot of other series, if you make changes to your car, you're no longer within spec and you need to leave and go and do a different championship, right? Or perhaps there's no championship that will actually take that car anymore, so your hands are kind of tied. In Time Attack, you can develop your car and upgrade it. You know, at one point, this was a fully road-going Astra GSI that he's just developed year on year on year. And all that means in Time Attack is he just might move from one class to another, but can still stay in the Time Attack paddock. So I absolutely love that about Time Attack. Interesting machine here. The Club Sport car of Ian Chambers, Caterham 7 from 2002, keeping it period correct as well. I think you'll see that a lot of the cars these days, especially with the 7-inch or 5 3/4 inch universal headlamp, these days upgrade to the LEDs and so on. Of course, if you get a new Caterham, it still has that same shape of headlamp, but it's all full of modern gubbins. But Ian Chambers there, keeping his looking period correct. Glass lenses with the tape over them. I think that's really, really cool. The warm yellowy glow. I think great period correct Caterham look there from those days. 22 years old, that chassis. Great stuff. And that is now the timer finished for this session, so checkered flag should be coming out any moment now. Let me just take a look. I can't see it being waved, I don't think, but that is, oh, hang on. So the timing screen and the TV screen have a slightly different information on there. So the TSL timing says that there's still 4.5 minutes left in this session, and the feed clock that you can see on your top left. For those of you watching the live stream, can see that the timer has run out at 0 minutes 0 seconds. Don't think that's quite correct. I think there's still 4 minutes left in the session. But also, I think, there we go, that's Rob Boston's car. So Rob Boston, so he said he had a MX-5. That's what he's brought this time. And I kind of raised my eyebrows at that because, well, Rob Boston always brings something very interesting, usually K-swapped. And back in the day, he campaigned a Ford Fusion with a K-swap. You know, the boxy car that is best known for driving to bingo in. He brought that to Time Attack with a K-swap. He's since campaigned a Ginetta with a K-swap. And so when he said an MX-5, I thought, that's interesting. And he said, no, it's very modest, it's very modest. And then I see it in Club 2-wheel drive, and I think, well, it can't be that modest. It can't be that basic of a car if it's in Club 2-wheel drive. And now I've just seen it on track. That looks pretty spicy indeed, so curious what's going on there. Red flag has been brought out, I think, by Rob Boston stopping there on track, especially if this is perhaps a fresh build by him, maybe with a K-swap as he is wont to do. Then perhaps that is, perhaps the K-swap is what's brought out the red flag. You know, new engine, new build, teething issues. Maybe that's what's happened here. What does that say on the car? Walden Reuter Boston. So I wonder if that's maybe some kind of endurance car with the three driver names on the side there. Interesting stuff. Of course, Time Attack, with its quite flexible rulebook, accommodates all kinds of stuff, even from other championships. Usually it doesn't work vice versa. You can't really build a super competitive Time Attack car and then bring it to another championship with no changes. That's often not how it works because there are some very specific championship-specific things that you need to conform to. But in Time Attack, it's pretty flexible, so you can build a car for some other series, which is what I think Rob Boston's done, judging by the 3 names on that car. So you can build it for another series, and it will still slot right into Time Attack somewhere most of the time. So curious there what's going on with Rob Boston's car. Perhaps that's one for Susie to look into. But in the meantime, we do have that red flag, which is, yep, unfortunate, but not totally unheard of, especially perhaps in warm-up, if it's the first time running that car in anger for a little while, or the first time putting some proper miles onto an engine swap. I think at Cadwell, we had a lot of red flags because of the long off-season before that. Now, this is interesting. This is the 135i of Neil Robson, who Susie said had another car. I think it was a Vauxhall Corsa that he was going to bring to Time Attack. And you can see the up and down headlights of Jamie Biss in the MX-5. Number 241. There he goes, woo! I love those cars. Of course, Jamie Biss also has been in Time Attack for a few years. Angry little turbocharged MX-5. Plus, I think he's getting ready to go out in Classic and Retro. Indeed, he is Scuderia Anchor Hill. So you can see now the next batch of cars lining up to hit the track. So we can see our club. Okay, we have quite. So this session has quite a few classes. So we have our Classic and Retro, Clubman, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket NA, and Pocket Rocket FI cars lining up. So we move down that sliding scale of modification that we allow in Time Attack, where anything goes pretty much as long as it's safely and well put together. Then you can bring pretty much anything to a Time Attack. So the pro classes are for the really, really race spec type machines. Then we have the club classes for the track cars, as you might call them. And then now we have the entry-level Time Attack classes. Classic and Retro for the older chassis. Clubman and Clubman Plus for the road cars. Pocket Rocket NA. So Pocket Rocket is for cars with small engines. And when we have a lot of them, then we split them into Pocket Rocket NA and Pocket Rocket FI. Pocket Rocket NA is for cars with naturally aspirated engines up to 2 liters. So that would naturally be things like Renault Sport Clios, Honda K-Series powered cars, and so on. And then we have Pocket Rocket FI forced induction for the cars with forced induction engines up to 1.6 liters. So, for example, the Mini Cooper S. Well, in fact, this class is all Mini Cooper S apart from Tom Parkin in the TP Spray's Suzuki Swift GTI, all the way back from 1996. So it's great to see a whole mixture of chassis and ages here in Time Attack. I think this is also really interesting because in a lot of motorsport, the way the competitive cycle works is that every few years, because you can only do so much to your car, an older chassis stops maybe being viable without doing lots of stuff to it to bring it up to date, right? But in Time Attack, that isn't the case. So all kinds of chassis here are viable. And in fact, last time out at Cadwell Park, Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing Ford Escort from 1983 was the fastest car on track out of this bunch of classes. And you can see some pretty modern machinery there as well. I think that's the current Honda Civic Type R, or just before the current shape Honda Civic Type R, BMW M2, M4, and so on. And at Cadwell, faster than all of that was Mark Donnelly in the Ford Escort from 1983. Michael Greenhue, also a very interesting build there. The Vauxhall Corsa B, this one powered by the legendary Volkswagen PD130 engine, the 1.9 TDI, powering this particular Corsa B. And I think also Michael there really embodying the Time Attack spirit in terms of, well, this is the car that he has, the Corsa B, and, well, this is an engine that he's got, the PD130. Okay, we'll just combine this engine with this car. That's kind of what I have, so I'll just do that. Put some together, and now he has this very unique Time Attack machine. There we go, the green flag now being thrown as Rob Boston's MX-5 there being recovered into the pit lane. You can just see it back at the back of the pit lane there. And the other cars now entering the track for their warm-up session. So Classic and Retro, Clubman, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket NA, and Pocket Rocket FI now getting their warm-up underway. You might be wondering what's the difference between Pocket Rocket NA, Pocket Rocket FI, Clubman and Clubman Plus. We'll get to that, but I just wanted to draw your attention. Going back to that point about the variety, we have Dean Riley in the DRS Racing Vauxhall VX220 sharing the track, of course, with Mark Donnelly in the Ford Escort entering the shot there. And those are both in the Classic and Retro class. I think Classic and Retro probably my personal favorite class because I think the older chassis are just so much more interesting and varied and rare to see these days. So VX220 there, very special car indeed. And as we see from the lap times, as you will see, that these older chassis can absolutely be made to work and be competitive against more modern machinery, because ultimately it's a chassis, it's an engine that's going to combust fuel. Like, there are some minor details that can be tweaked here or there, but ultimately just give it a few tweaks and even an older chassis can be made very competitive here in Time Attack. So we can see these first few times now being, well, actually these aren't times, these are people beginning their first flying laps, I believe. So everyone now having left the pits and beginning their first flying lap. Of course, the MSV circuit's now sponsored there by Hyundai. I think their circuit cars are all Ioniq 5Ns and other cool stuff like that. I'm a big fan. The modern Hyundai offering, I'm a big fan of. I think they are really smashing it at the moment, so it's cool to see them link up to support the MSV circuits as well. So let's take a look at our drivers. So there goes Mark Donnelly in that Ford Escort, the number 76. Again, fastest driver last time out at Cadwell from these classes that you can see on track now, including much more modern stuff and things that you might be fooled into believing are faster. But Mark Donnelly there, very, very handy. I think the nature of Cadwell Park really playing into his hand there, because it's not so much of a power circuit, it's very much a skill circuit and a handling circuit as well. And I was speaking to some other drivers in Classic and Retro as well, who said Cadwell is, you need so much confidence in your car to drive Cadwell well. And I think the difference is when drivers are changing cars quite often, or maybe they're building their car quite extremely year on year, they haven't necessarily got loads of seat time in that car as it stands. The point I'm making is Mark Donnelly has driven that Escort for years and years and years. And I think that current engine, which I believe is from a Mark 1 Ford Focus RS, I think that engine's been in there since 2018. And I don't believe it's had major changes since then. So Mark Donnelly knows that car so well. He knows what the limits are. He can really drive that car on the limit. And what that means is other stuff might be faster on paper, but you've also got to know your car. If you keep fiddling with it and you keep tweaking it and you keep modifying it and you keep engine swapping it and so on, which is great, and that's what Time Attack's all about, the downside is that you're always having to relearn your car little by little. And in fact, the driver who mentioned that to me, who I had this really interesting discussion with, was Eden Young in the Haltech Nissan Micra K11, freshly K-swapped for this year. But I can't see... Oh, there he is. Nope, he is on track. He just hasn't been caught by the cameras. Second fastest so far, which is very interesting. So last time out at Cadwell Park, both of the Haltech cars, Ilya Krylov's Clio and Eden Young's Micra, had very strange handling issues. And it seemed like, well, these are two drivers, both from the same team, so to speak, representing Haltech, you know, the big ECU brand, and they both got strange new handling issues out of nowhere. As it turns out, very interesting stuff, completely unrelated to each other, obviously, because no kind of ECU is going to cause handling issues. But it was interesting that both of these roster mates, stablemates, were having handling issues last time out at Cadwell Park. As it turns out, in Ilya Krylov's case, it seems like that was down to a fully custom tubular rear subframe with independent rear suspension that Ilya had built for that Clio. And going back to the beam axle on the rear may have resolved those issues. We'll see how it goes here at Donington Park. Eden Young is still getting to the bottom of his handling issues. And what happens is when he tries to deploy all 420 horsepower that the K11 Micra now has, thanks to that K-swap, or turbocharged K-swap, of course, what seems to happen is the car quite aggressively pulls in one certain direction. So the current culprit seems to be, the current suspect seems to be the diff in that car. And when Eden deploys all of the power, the diff is doing something strange and deciding at random to pull the car in one direction. So you're going down the straight, you put your foot down, and it jerks off to one side. Very odd stuff. Whether that's now been resolved or not, we shall see. And Eden Young seeming pretty confident so far, running third in class. I think this is so fascinating. And, you know, I go on about it, but I love time attack so much, especially compared to all other motorsport, which, you know, is less so about the build. And because so many of these builder drivers are trying to pioneer and explore and create and do different stuff, they've all got a story to tell, all this very fascinating troubleshooting that they're doing, which you don't necessarily get in a spec series where everyone is running spec engine, spec diffs, spec suspension, spec cage, and that's kind of it. You know, everyone here is trying to create stuff. I absolutely love it. I was intrigued then by the BMW E30 that was on your screen there a little while ago. Stephen Fitzpatrick, for those of you watching from the trackside, you might see it right now. The team old school BMW E30 M3, no less, from 1991. When I was a teenager, my dream car was an E90. Of course, an E90 M3 was out of the question, but something like a nice little 316 or a 318 would have been wonderful. Or it was either that, a 300ZX, or an SW20 MR2. Those three were really the dream. I don't think any of those happened. No. But it's great to see a BMW M3 E30 here on track at Time Attack. I think it's a very rare and special beast. And I passed it in the paddock a few times this morning, admiring it. There it goes. Going back into the pits now is Stephen Fitzpatrick in that E30. Meanwhile, Mark Donnelly in the 1983 Escort now beginning his next flying lap. Let's see what time he can do so far. Donnelly with a 124.2, his current best. Car number 130 there is Mark Blackburn in the Renault Clio 197. Where is he on the timing screen? Currently 135.0, which is good enough for 8th in class. Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated. We have 25 cars on track in this session, so quite a lot. Luckily, Donington National is quite a big circuit, so lots of room for our drivers, hopefully. Of course, this is also a very big and important part of the Time Attack skill set. Is, you know, there are other forms of motorsport where you are setting a course time. You know, you think of sprinting, you think of hill climb, you think of rallying. But in those types of motorsport, the car goes out on its own. Whereas in Time Attack, we have 25 cars all trying to do this at the same time. You look at a track like Brands Hatch Indy, which is so short, you know, it's a mile long, I think, give or take. It's just a mile long. And you have all these cars trying to find space for themselves. It's very, very interesting, and this is the key part of the Time Attack skill set, is not only being a builder driver and being able to put together a fast lap time, but also being able to negotiate the traffic and find room for yourself to to be able to set that lap time. And actually, for that, Time Attack has developed its own etiquette over the years for drivers to signal to each other. So you can see there, Phil Ackerley's machine, the E36 Zero Motorsport 328i. He's got a flashing red light on the back of his car. What does that mean? Flashing red light on the back of your car tells everyone that you're on a cooldown lap. So, you know, marshals, officials, other competitors, that you're on a cooldown lap. So, you know, these cars are not factory-built race cars. They're not designed to do hours at race speed on end. You know, they need to do some hot laps, and then some cool down laps, and then some hot laps, and then some cool down laps. You know, if you're thinking about tire temperatures, you're thinking about maybe your various fluids, you're thinking about your brake temps. You know, you can't necessarily go out and smash out a full session at full pace. You've got to alternate and cool stuff off sometimes. And of course, this is another factor to consider, because some of the drivers are going as fast as they possibly can, and other drivers are going as slow as they possibly can. And so because of that, we have a system of lights for drivers to signal what their intentions are. So the flashing red light on the back of the car means they're in a cool down lap, and they will try to yield track position to a car in a flying lap. And a car that's on a flying lap, on a hot lap, will have their headlights on. There you go, like that Fiesta there. Very interesting machine there, 313. Not entirely sure. It's a very interesting looking machine indeed. I think this may be a late entry, so I need to bring up the changes bulletin. But you can see they had their headlights on, which signals that they're on hot lap. And so if a car is on a hot lap, they have priority on track position compared to a car that has a flashing cool-down light on. So little signals seem like minor things, but actually it's very important. Here we go. Yeah, Thomas Langley was in Clubman Plus. He's now moved into Pocket Rocket Force Induction in that interesting khaki-colored Ford Fiesta. Number 313. Interesting looking machine that's not down as a single round entry, but I think it's new for this year. (183) Tim Matthews and the Matthews Motorsport Mazda MX-5. Also a new one to me. That's a single round entry there, a little NB pre-facelift in the naturally aspirated class. So this presumably then being a 1.6 or a 1.8 MX-5 in this class. Just under 6 minutes remaining in this session. And we have the MMT performance machine there. The number 60 car of Clive Hopwell, MMT Performance, who also sponsor the show today. It's one of our show partners, so thank you to them. MMT Performance, Get It On, JDM Garage, and Hugo's Plates, sponsoring JDM Jam and making this amazing show possible. And of course, MMT Performance there, a well-known name in the remap industry, and I believe they have a trade stand here today at the show. So those of you who are here watching from the trackside, if you go and seek out MMT Performance, their stand, and you go and have a chat with them, you might be able to leave today with more power than you arrived with. If my understanding is correct, they can remap you here and now today. Of course, it depends on the model of car that you have, but if it's one of these, if it's one of the popular modern turbocharged platforms, they may have an off-the-shelf map for you that, you know, you don't need to rolling road or anything like you may with if you have a strange ECU and a strange engine and an older car. But if it's one, you know, if it's something more modern and turbocharged, they might be able to remap you right here and right now, and then you can drive home remapped and more powerful than how you arrived. So go and have a chat with MMT Performance. And of course, also needing a mention is Lucas Oil there, who've made this amazing stream possible. People have been asking for the Time Attack stream to come back for years, and Lucas Oil have stepped up and made that dream a reality. So very cool stuff. And also, speaking of cool stuff, Stephen Fitzpatrick in that E30 M3. And you can see hot on his heels there, the fluorescent green and white Honda FK Civic. of Dan Buckingham, BTT Motorsport with YGHP. And I wonder whether that livery is a reference to the Brawn GP Formula One cars, which were of course also previously were Hondas before Brawn bought out the team and salvaged everything. And you know the story, but of course they were also Hondas up until that point. So wonder if there's a connection there, or perhaps it's just a coincidence. But the livery there is quite reminiscent of that very cool story indeed. And again, the variety of cars here at TimeAttack is always so impressive. And look, in fact, Mark Donnelly in the Ford Escort 1983 at the top of the leaderboard. So he's leading all that super modern machinery because the old stuff still works if you know what you're doing. So absolutely love to see it. Mark Donnelly back in the pits now. Perhaps that's enough running for him. We have 2.5 minutes left in this session. Annie Thompson, again, it's warm-up, so you don't want to get too excited about lap times, but I think it starts to perhaps show some trends to look out for. Annie Thompson in the Clubman Lotus Exige 410. She's second fastest overall. So that's just a gap of 1.4 seconds there from being the fastest overall. She leads her class. She leads Clubman with a lap time of 1:17.6. Annie Thompson with that Lotus Exige, the Toyota 2GR powered machine, supercharged, I believe, is how they came. The 2GR came naturally aspirated in the Lotus. What was the big one? Not the Europa. I think the Europa was a 4-cylinder. The Lotus. I can picture it, but I can't remember what this car is. There we go. I can even find a picture of it. Exige and Evora. Oh, that is the Evora. Okay. So the Lotus Evora had a naturally aspirated 2GR FE until the Evora S came out, which was supercharged. And I believe all the 2GR FEs in the Exige are also all supercharged. And likewise, the 2GR FE that is in the new Lotus Emira, that's the one, also supercharged. But yeah, it's actually a Toyota engine in those cars. So, yep, big up Toyota, big up Lotus. Oh, Eden Young now stopped out on track in the Nissan Micra. The Haltech machine there. He's got a brand new race suit. And of course, I think it's very interesting. And I think, I can talk about this because Eden's been very vocal and public about this journey on his social media channels as GizFab. There's one point that people make is if you want to make your car lighter and you want to make your car faster, the big factor there is the driver themselves, right? If you lose weight from yourself as a driver, your car is going to become faster as well. So there's a strong argument there for healthy lifestyle and so on. And Eden Young there, having transformed himself over the past year and a bit, I think maybe 2 years. And as such, he's got a very slick new race suit, looking very pro as he stepped out of that K11 Micra. I believe he seemed to have a bit of a bumpy start to the day. I think there were some wiring issues and other stuff that I observed at the beginning of the day. But I'm not sure. They weren't related to that stoppage, I don't think, because that was to do with tail lights and stuff. So I'm not sure why he's stopped out on track, but hopefully nothing too serious. Checkered flag has now been thrown. So that concludes our Time Attack warm-up and the Time Attack warm-up stream, powered by Lucas Oil. So our just taking a look at our timetable. So our now Time Attack cars head into the pits. After which there will be a little shuffle around as our Racing Honda's Championship machines get ready to hit the track for their practice. And that will all start taking place in just a few minutes.
Hello, my name is Charlie and we are back for round 2 of the Racing Hondas here at Donington Park, the UK's oldest motor circuit. Now, heading into round 2, we have got Dan absolutely steaming ahead in the Class Bs with a 2-race winner last round at Cadwell. And then we've also got Matt in the Class C scoring maximum points again with a 2-round win. Now, I think we've got some amazing battles ahead of us today here at Donington. So again, fingers crossed the weather stays with us, but stick around for some incredible track action and of course guaranteed bumper-to-bumper racing with our Honda Racing Championship.
Thank you very much, Charlie, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first session of the day for the Racing Hondas Championship, the second outing of the season for 2025 in the glorious early summer sunshine at Donington Park. Scott Woodward's here to guide you through all of the action for all their sessions today. And after a very exciting opening pair of races at Cadwell Park, where we saw wins for Will Self and Kevin Talbot, we now head to Donington Park with possibly some new players that could come towards the fore here at this circuit. Of course, Donington Park, one of the oldest circuits in the mix. It was hosting pre-war Grand Prix as early as the 1930s, but of course these days it's now hosts some of the more premier championships like British Touring Cars that was here just a couple of weekends ago for the season opener, and of course other great championships like British GT, British Superbikes and everything else in between. So as you mentioned, the day for Racing Honda split into 4 parts, this first one being free practice, so there's no determining of grid positions here for this one. It's purely for the drivers to get their eye in for the first time in an official session, given that the testing that was done over the past couple of days would have been for getting their eye in, to find themselves a bit of track time, a bit of racing room, and to try and get themselves up to speed as quickly as possible. The championship itself, for those who are watching for the first time, split into 3 classes, all based on power to weight ratio. So the fastest category you'll find is Class A. It's effectively what we call a prototype class, in the sense that these cars are very far from showroom spec. They run a maximum brake horsepower per tonne of 240 if the car is naturally aspirated, or if it's 235 brake horsepower per tonne if it's, I think, supercharged or at least forced induction. Class B is where you have 195 brake horsepower per tonne maximum, and Class C is a maximum of 176. In terms of points, you know nothing scored in the free practice session. For the qualifying that you'll see in a couple of hours' time, it will be bonus points for all 3 classes per race. So for the top 5 qualifiers in class, there'll be points awarded 5 down to 1. So the fastest driver in class will get 5 points, then 4 for second, 3 for third, 2 for fourth, and 1 down to 5th for that one. You also get a point for the fastest lap of the race as well. And the point structure is the top 10 finishes. 15 points for a win, 12 for second, 10 for third, then 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down to 10th position. But there's good competition within all 3 classes, so be sure to watch them through. We'll try and give as much love and attention as possible to all 3 classes throughout the weekend as well. So coming into the weekend, it was, as we said, the championship standings for all of them. If I bring them up on my screen, it would be helpful. That in the championship, there is an overall championship, but you score points within your class. So ultimately, all the championship totals kind of get mixed together into one as the green flag flies on the session. 15 minutes of track action for our Racing Hondas. And it looks like, I think it is the number 4 Spencer Fortag in the FN2 Civic that heads out first of all, followed by the rest of the pack. So in the standings coming into the weekend, after one event at Cadwell Park, as I say, it's all down to individual standings, but they combine them together for classes. So at the moment, based on results in class, it's Dan Thackeray, who debuted in the championship full season at Cadwell Park last time out. He leads thanks to his score with 37 points. Ryan Cunningham, who's the defending champion with car number 1. He's moved up from Class C last year up to Class B with upgrades. He's second quickest. Then you find a tie for third place between the top 2 in A class. That's Liam Collins in his Honda Integra DC2, just going through the middle of the shot there. And Kevin Talbot in his bright green Honda Integra DC5. So it's Integras to the 4 at the front of the class. And then Will Self, who had a weekend of 2 sides at Cadwell Park. He won the first race at a canter. Looking at the result from race number 1, he won that by nearly 10 seconds in the end, and then went to start race 2 and got tangled up with Tommy Knight and a couple of other cars, and that put him out practically on the spot for race 2, forcing a restart, which means that he now sits at the moment at 3rd in class, but also overall he's sitting currently in 5th position. In terms of overall class standings at the moment, as we see the 2 kilted K-swaps, it's obviously on the Civic EGs warming up their tyres on this 1.9 mile Donington Park National Circuit. So Kevin Talbot leads the way in Class A, tied with points with Liam Collins. I think Talbot leads the way because he has 1 win compared to Liam Collins. Then it's Will Self in class in 3rd with 21 points. A tie for 4th also between Tommy Knight in his bright blue Civic EK and Philip Wright, the 2023 champion, in 5th position. And then one driver I think also to watch out for is going to be Bob Barron, who took part in his first ever car race at Cadwell Park. And in the second race, led from the reverse grid pole for practically half the race, and then made a mistake up at the top of the circuit at Park Corner, which saw him lose out and even drop down to outside the podium places. So he's going to be one to watch, a possible dark horse if he can put in some good lap times and get himself up there. As you mentioned, this session is not for any times. We see that's 66 getting a little loose. That was one of the Class B Honor Motorsport Honda Civics. And that would have been 66 James Kembry, one of the newcomers in a new team. I think that's his teammate behind, Duncan Holloway, in car 77. On a Motorsport also have all running Jackson White this season as well. Jackson White, who's, I think, running his Civic Cup car in this championship. There is Duncan. You can tell by the hexagons on the cars and also the 2-tone differences in the livery. You can see that it's white and red, white with red for James Kembry, and then red with white for Duncan Holloway. Easy identification there. You also saw a glimpse as well, as we get to going through the rest of the class. We'll go through that in a second. A newcomer to the championship, Nicholas Allett, who is in car 25 in the Yokohama Advan inspired livery, black and red. That car being a 2003 Honda Civic EP3. Now that car is being run by Revit Motorsport. Now that car has been in the hands of his father Anthony and has been raced a few times, but this is Nicholas's first ever weekend racing. The car's K24 engined. He's a graduate mechanical engineer. In fact, actually the aero on that car was formed as part of his final university project, which is focusing on computational fluid dynamics, or CFD as it's called, and he's never driven Donington before, so he's getting himself used to this circuit pretty much on the fly this weekend and getting up in the mix. Class B, we'll talk about the standings. It's a good session to kind of bed in the weekend and see how it's going to go for the rest of the week of the day. Class B sees Dan Thackeray, who's the overall championship leader. As remember, how many points you score in class defines where you are overall. And he's in the lead with 37 points. Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion of racing Hondas in car number 1, 28 points. Sam Linsner is third with 20. Sammy Milam, who's new this season in the Kinetic Motorsport car number 9, is on 17 points. And then James Kembury rounds out the top 5 with 11 points. And then Class C, we've only had 2-point scorers, and we only have 2-point scorers here today as well. We have 3 cars in class. We'll get to the third one in a second. But Matt Rowling leads the way with 17 points compared to Calvin Houchin with 8th. You can see on screen there just how busy free practice is already. Several cars down Starkey Straight trying to find a bit of track position. The third car in Class C is basically the man behind Time Attack itself, effectively the co-owner of it with his brother Rob, Andy Barnes in car number 99, the Kemp Models sponsored red and yellow Civic FN2. Good to see him back out there. Well, I think he competed back in 2023, was on the sidelines in 2024, and now he's back out to test himself against some of the contenders in 2025. Got 2 of our Class A EG Civics on screen. That's number 7, which is Fraser McNeil. He's someone who's done a regular in some Knockhill mod sports in Scotland. This team come across the border from Scotland, and he's just ahead of the man who's not only leading he took a victory at Cadwell Park, but he leads the current timing standings in this free practice session. Again, the times don't really count towards anything other than giving us an indication of who could be some of the fastest up there for lap time. And second fastest is that man right there, Bob Barron, who was one of the stars of Cadwell Park. And bear in mind, he has got that yellow square with the black cross on the back. That denotes he's done less than 6 races, and he is still a racing rookie. But the fact is currently at the moment, well, he was second quickest. He's been deposed, as has Will Self, by the 2023 champion, Philip Wright. The fact he's setting that kind of pace, and only already his first race weekend at Cadwell, his second ever race weekend here at Donington, is pretty substantial. That's pretty good work so far for Bob. In fact, he goes even quicker, goes to the top of the times, 1:17.351 for Bob. And great to see both of the Kilted K-Swaps cars up in the top 5, because Fraser McNeil is in there too. You can see just in the top 5 there, or just outside it now, that James Alford has gone to 5th quickest. Harry Greenhill is the fastest. He's just coming down the hill here in the red EP3 Civic at the front of these 2 cars. He leads, he was fastest in Class B, but as you can see, the times are changing very quickly on the left-hand side on the timing tower. Dan Thackeray, who's the championship leader overall and in Class B, now fastest. He's only fastest by about roughly 0.8 of a second, I should say. And then it's James Kembury in 3rd place in class, and then in 4th it's Sam Linsner, 5th Lewis Barker. And Matthew Rowling, who's in Class C, a fine effort in this session already for what it's worth, up into 10th in this session, but there's still 8.25 minutes to go as Fraser McNeil decides to deposit his EG Civic off the road at McLean's. I know the Civic went rallying once, but it's not quite how he wants to go across the gravel, and he's doing the right thing. He's just very steadily tracking his way back on. Really got to be careful as the gravel starts to get a little bit thicker and a little bit more deeper. You've got to be so careful on the throttle, because it's so easy when you get stuck in the gravel to just boot the throttle and spin the front wheels. But the more you do that, you're just going to sink in place. You're not going to go anywhere, and ultimately that's going to cause a yellow flag, if not a session stoppage. So Fraser thinking about that very carefully, just very steadily trundling his way through the gravel to make sure that he can get out and not cause any more problems. Fingers crossed he did get out of that without too many issues. Still now 6th fastest, because Liam Collins in the DC2 Integra is up there. Now, Liam Collins does quite like this circuit, to the extent that he holds both the qualifying and the race lap records in this championship. Both the 1:15s, and the red flag has been called on the session. Though I hope that's not me putting the commentator's curse on Fraser McNeil, and that his car is now stuck in the gravel. So red flags fly around the circuit. There's still just about half the session left to go. As I say, there's nothing really counting for any points. It's not for grid positions. This is purely a free practice session for the drivers to get their eye in ahead of qualifying in a couple of hours' time. But Bob Barron certainly laying down a marker here. for what it's worth, 1:16.935. The qualifying and lap records are in the low 1 minute 15s, both set by Liam Collins last year. 4th quickest at the moment, 3 seconds off. But again, the times won't ring too much because some of these drivers won't be going for ultimate lap time here unless they want to later in the session. It's purely just to get a feel for the circuit, the track conditions, how the car feels, the setup, the tyres, the brakes, get everything warmed up and into that operating range to make themselves more comfortable going into qualifying in a couple of hours' time. So red flag out in the session, 7 minutes 22 left to go, so they should get a restart on this session to complete it. Current standings at the moment, Bob Barron leads a Class A 1, 2, 3, 4. He's fastest by a quarter of a second by Will Self, the Cadwell Park Race 1 winner. And it's Philip Wright, 2023 champion, in 3rd. Liam Collins, 4th, the current dual lap record holder at this circuit, in 4th. And up to 5th has gone Spencer Fortag, who is top of Class B. Good effort from Spencer to get himself into 5th position. Fraser McNeil is in 6th. Harry Greenhill in 7th. And given a look at the timing screen that the yellow triangle with the exclamation mark is next to Fraser McNeil, very much, I think, unfortunately means that even though he meant well and did his best to get out of the gravel, I've got a feeling that the reason for the red flag is for that bright yellow kilted K-Swaps Civic up at the top of the circuit at McLean's, I'm afraid. Looks like he did try and get himself out. He did do a grand job to get most of the way out. It just seems as though got defeated by the deeper parts of the gravel. That means he's going to have to get a bit of a tow out. Gives a chance for some of the drivers just to jump in the pit lane and to have a quick word with their team members and engineers. There's Harry Greenhill on screen, 2nd fastest in Class B. And there's Kevin Talbot going through the shot. He won his first Civic Racing Honda's race last time in race 2 at Cadwell Park at the season opener. There's also Lewis Barker on the right-hand side of the number 30, which is Sam Linsner. So that's 2 of the Class B cars in for a bit of service. Looks like there's a tyre change going on for Lewis Barker. Putting a bit of heat cycle into the Yokohamas. And I imagine that the clear-up is going up to extract Fraser McNeil's hard-to-miss EG Civic. It's bright yellow, so unless you're colourblind, you can't really miss that. So practically everyone in the pit lane. The only car that isn't showing in pit lane, although it's clearly there because we've seen it on screen, is in fact Sam Linsner, even though on the timing screen it shows that he's not. On the timing screen, if you watch on TSL, it'll have a little cog next to their current position number on their line that shows they're in the pit lane. Of course, those you can see on the screen, if they're in the pits, it clearly says pit in bright blue on the left-hand side. So it seems to be working away here just to, again, get some feedback from the driver initially, just to talk about how's the car feel, any tweaks to the setup, do the tyres feel like they're in good range, any tweaks to them like tyre pressures, possibly do they need a change to put another heat cycle in. Some teams will even stick rear tyres on towards the front in order to get them heated up and then do a bit of a rotation to bring them round again to really put a heat cycle through them properly. And that can be crucial to get a good lap. And some teams, I guess, might do that throughout the qualifying session later on in a couple of hours' time. I think at the top of the queue is it's definitely one of the EK Honda Civics. That looks like that's James Alford in car number 11's at the top of the end of the pit lane. I think he's got the 7-Up Jordan-esque green and blue DC5 Integra of Kevin Talbot just behind him at the end of the pit lane. So they're obviously very keen to get themselves back out again once the car's been done. Now, I think looking in the background, the flash of yellow I just saw going down the Starkey Straight suggests that Fraser McNeil's car has been extracted from the gravel, thankfully. So he is back around again. I should see that car pop into view in a second to come back to the pits any moment. And just at the top of the shot coming out of the Roberts chicane, there he is. And naturally, he will come into the pit lane. I'm sure he'll give a quick word with his Kilty K-Swaps team. They'll jump in and say what happened. He went, I just threw it off the road and got stuck. Simple as that. I'll probably give him a slap on the wrist and say, go on, off you go. Is the car fine? I'll get it back out there for the session. So I think the clock has continued going because the session, well, the timer now says 2 minutes 25. So it looks like it's, although the timing screen now still says 7 minutes and 10. So I think that timing screen is a little incorrect, I think, on the top left, because our timing screen here in the commentary box says 7 minutes to go still in the session. So I think that might have to be readjusted on the timing screen on our feed here. But green flag means the session is back underway. Just a reminder of where we are then. Bob Barron, fastest time at the moment, 1:16.935. Will Self, second fastest. and then it's Phil Wright in third, and Liam Collins in fourth. The dual lap record holder in fourth fastest. Fifth quickest is the top Class B car, which is Spencer Fortag, just in there, right there, in the bright silver FN2 Honda Civic with the proper Type R wing on the back as well. Sixth fastest is Fraser McNeil, who was we think the erstwhile cause of the the red flag after his car went off at McLean's. And then we have in seventh place is Harry Greenhill, who is second in class. Eighth is James Orford in the EK Civic. Ninth is Sam Linsler, who's showing is not moving, but his car definitely was in pit lane because I saw it parked next to Lewis Barker. And then in 10th quickest at the moment is Dan Thackeray. Also mentioned to the Class C runners, Matt Rowling is currently quickest in car 147. Then it's 99 Andy Barnes, who is a single round entry, so he scores no points. Got 2 single round entries, him and also Nicholas Allett in the Yokohama Advan sort of inspired livery of car 25, which is in Class A. He's currently sat 12th at the moment, 8th in class. And then in third place in Class C, we have Callum Houchin in the black number 37 FN2. I think everyone in Class C is in an FN2 Civic, shape Civic, which is the generation after the EP3. No, Matt Rowling is, forgive me, is an EP3. He's in an EP3. Both Callum Houchin and Andy Barnes are both in FN2s, which is the next generation on from that car. There's James Alford on the impressive-looking EK Civic. I do quite like an EK Civic. The EP3 is quite popular, but it's really nice to see something I said at Cadwell Park. It's nice to see variety in this championship. It's not just a grid full of EP3s, which is good, and there are good championships like Civic Cup and Type R Trophy that do accommodate that, all to us being a spec series. But you've got EP3s in this championship, but you also have an opening for just about any Honda to come in and compete. You've got a couple of Integras in here, not just DC2s, but DC5s. You've got the DC5 car of Kevin Talbot and Liam Collins in his DC2. You've got different generations of Civic, older and new. So you've got the EGs in there, which are some of the fastest in the field, given that we've got in the top 6. You've got 3 of the top 6 cars are EG generation Civics. And you have the EKs, which again are quite a nice neat little shape that existed between the mid to late 90s going into almost into the 2000s. So back to racing speeds they go. 4.5 minutes left in the session. And whilst we look towards the end of the session, a few drivers in the mix who have been talking to our excellent roving reporter Charlie Harmon down in the paddock this morning. And whilst we look at the rest of practice in the background, let's throw to the interview with Charlie did this morning to see who she found and how they're feeling about this weekend.
So I'm here with Bob. Now, coming off the back of race 2, you put on a fantastic performance, I have to say. How are you feeling going into Donington?
Pretty good, to be honest, as long as it stays dry. I was down on a test day on Wednesday and my times are where they should kind of be, so I've got no experience at all in the wet in that car. I've never even driven it in the wet, so really praying for a dry race.
Yeah.
Well, at least one race.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get race 1 out of it.
I don't know why.
Obviously, coming down from Scotland, how far are we travelling for this run?
So it's about 9 hours, but we was a bit tactical this time. When we came down on Wednesday for the practice day, we left the cars here and we flew home, and then we flew down yesterday and the cars are how they were left on Wednesday. So a quick check over last night and hopefully they're ready to rock.
Fingers crossed anyway. Have you changed anything about the setup of the car at all from Cadwell 2?
It's completely set up for the dry, so that's why I'm a bit concerned. It's up there. I was really happy with the car on Wednesday, so hopefully we can get similar conditions. And it should be good.
Put on the same performance from race 2 again?
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, thank you so much. Good luck today.
No pressure, eh?
No pressure.
No pressure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. 2 things to point out there. First of all, again, how incredible job Charlie's doing. It's her second ever weekend presenting motorsport, and she's doing a cracking job. It's a really good interview there with Bob Barron. And secondly, how great to hear Bob in such good spirits. Of course, he was a sensation at Cadwell Park, as we talked about, given the fact that he led for half of race number 2 and made a mistake, but he seems to be confident, hopefully, that if the rain can hold off, that car's in the place where he wants it to be. And also phenomenal that being that far from Scotland, takes a 9-hour trip to get down from here from Scotland all the way to Donington Park. I feel for them when they have to go to Brands Hatch or Steston. That's going to be practically an entire half a day getting down here, but still great to see them as committed to the championship as they have been. Great additions to the paddock, and Bob, of course, one of the fastest cars out there, still in second quickest now, because the man currently going through the stream right now, Phil Wright, just ahead of James Alford here, the 2023 champion, now fastest in the times. He now goes to 1:16.380. Also up there now is Kevin Talbot in that bright green Jordan 191-esque looking Integra DC5. up there in second fastest. But there is Phil Wright, the first ever Racing Hondas champion. Good to see him back and in Class A. And looking as quick as ever as he winds his way through the Craner curve. This is one of the most exhilarating parts of the circuit. You come off of Hollywood, you start to cascade down through the Craner curves. You reach the old hairpin at the bottom of the hill at such speed that you kind of also make the way up through the kink at Starkeys, through Schwanz, up to McLean. This is also quite a key passing spot. This is a circuit where there's overtaking spots pretty much at every single corner. You can make a pass at every single turn, provided you can line it up pretty neatly. So Phil's making his way through Coppice. That's quite a blind apex. You kind of have to turn before you see the apex, find your turning point before you can practically see the apex, and trust the speed you're taking and the car underneath you to kind of hit the apex and see that it's there. So once you nail it, you let the car run wide out on the exit all the way through to the edge of the curb and then down the Starkey straight. You get to the kind of really the biggest stop on the circuit, which is down to the Roberts chicane. You're going to have to sacrifice the kind of line through the first part to set up a nice wider exit through the second and get a better run off the final turn down the pit straight. Less than a minute to go in practice before we then get the cars go back to the paddock, make some other changes and tweaks to the setup before they're ready for qualifying in a couple of hours' time. And still Phil Wright quickest. We've got our second and third fastest cars running in tandem together, Kevin Talbot and Bob Barron. There is Kevin, fresh off his first ever race win in the championship at Cadwell Park. And again, certainly proving that you don't need to have a modern Civic to do well in this championship. An Integra will do just fine, an older Civic will do just fine. And that's the great thing about Class A being a prototype class, in inverted commas, is that essentially it's a far from standard, and Bob Barron is the other Kilty K-Swaps car exploring the track limits. He went very wide on the exit of McLean's. Didn't go quite as tracking through the gravel as his teammate Fraser McNeil did, that brought out the red flag, but Bob has managed to recover. And the confidence and pace that Bob has, and it's only his second ever race weekend. He's speaking very confidently to Charlie just now in that interview. I think again he'll be a dark horse of victory. And again, he's come straight in. He's not a driver who's had to take a few race weekends to get up to speed. He's made the most of his mileage. He's been up there and putting in the lap times that he needs to. He's been up there as one of the top contenders already for this season. So the Kilty K-Swaps pair looking very formidable and certainly could be in the hunt for pole position later on this afternoon. Checker flag out on the session. So that's 15 minutes of track time done with a little interruption midway through to give them a slight breather. An unintentional breather, but a breather nonetheless. And so cars will come across and finish their final laps. And then they'll take stock and get themselves prepared for qualifying in a couple of hours' time. It's scheduled on the timetable at 20 to 1 before we go into the lunch break. But as ever, we try to run ahead of time as much as possible, or try and give ourselves a buffer in order to negate any possible red flags or issues. In fact, looking at time we are now, already roughly sort of 5 minutes behind schedule or so, but we're doing quite well time-wise. The red flag will have affected that a little bit, but still roughly on schedule at the moment, so all things are pointing to a 12:40 start time for qualifying. Oh, and that is, I think that is 22, which is Rick O'Connell, who's good to see him back actually. That's on the approach to Starkeys before Schwanz curve, and it's actually great to see that we've got Rick O'Connell back, because the last time we saw that car had quite a sizable dent in the left-hand side of it. It took a whack into the tyres in one of the races at Cadwell Park, which meant they had to take the car back to the factory. They were documenting it on social media between rounds, that car being taken out, and the entire kind of damage on the left-hand side all straightened out and fixed, and the car was back on track once again. So a good effort from the Garage 24 squad to get that car ready again for Rick. Did took quite a sizable hit. Driver was okay. It wasn't on the driver's side, it was the passenger side it hit in. He's lost the back end. He ran wide on the exit of Charlie's, I think it was, and then just lost it on the rear end, hit the tyres, and then had to get back around. He managed to get back round to the paddock, but the car was not really in fit state to continue on in the weekend. Of course, had to go back and be repaired. So good effort from Garage 24 to get that 1995 Honda Civic EG up there once again. And also we should mention as well, seeing one of the Kinetic Motorsport cars coming through, Owen Diver is also here as well. Also, there's some amendments to the entry list that we'll mention just very quickly before we get to results. 3 cars are not here today, sadly. Oliver Barsby had some mechanical issues in the week, so he can't compete. We're also waiting for the debut of Ryan Jenkinson's new Honda Integra, which was meant to be ready, but that car's still in build and hasn't been finished just yet. And also the defending Class A champion Dan Brown, who was due to make his first appearance this weekend, but unable to be ready in time, sadly. So that car not here either. Also, there's a slight change in the programme if you're watching on the stream, on the entry list, and also around the circuit. Dave Buki, who is in car 51, he's not in his 2004 Honda Civic, as was originally listed at the start of the season. He is in his brand new, to him at least, and to the championship, EK9 generation Honda Civic. That's car 51. Still number 51, still Kinetic Motorsport, but back there a little bit further. And another new driver making his first appearance of the season is Owen Diver. He's in the second of the 2 Kinetic Motorsport EP3s in car number 14. And he didn't take part in the first round at Cadwell Park due to a back injury, but thankfully he is all fit to go and has been out on track here this morning in qualifying. And as I think he has, but I can't. His car didn't actually take part in practice, actually, so there was 26 should be left, but 25 actually took the session. So Owen Diver's car not actually practicing this morning. So I wonder if he should be out for qualifying. If he is out for qualifying, his first taste of the circuit is going to be when he hits the track for that session. So quick run through the results of practice then. It is Kevin Talbot, for what it's worth, who's fastest, 1:16.107. He's fastest by just over a quarter of a second from Phil Wright in second fastest. Third fastest, Bob Barron in the kilted K-Swap Civic EG. He's third fastest. And then to round out the top 5, we have Liam Collins, the lap record holder in qualifying and the race in his DC2 Integra. He's fourth fastest ahead of Will Self, the Cadwell Park Race 1 winner in car number 34. And then in sixth is number 24, Tommy Knight, in that one of my favourite cars on the grid, admittedly. The bright blue, just there on the right of the shot, you can see it, the bright blue Honda Civic EG. He's sixth fastest. Then we go to seventh quickest, which is Dan Thackeray, who's top of Class B, and also not only the Class B points leader, but the overall championship leader, leaving Cadwell Park. Seventh fastest and top of Class B with a 1:18.860. Dave Buki in his EK9 Honda Civic has gone 8th fastest in car 51. 9th fastest is another EK Civic, which is James Orford in car number 11. And 10th overall, to round out the overall top 10, is Sam Linsner in number 30 in his EP3 Civic, and he is second quickest in Class B. Then we go to the defending champion, who's moved up to Class B this year, Ryan Cunningham, 11th fastest in car number 1. Then it's number 9, Sammy Milam, in the Kinetic Motorsports Honda Civic EP3. He's 11th fastest ahead of Spencer Fortag in the number 4 FN2 Honda Civic, 13th fastest, 5th in Class B. James Kembry then comes next in car number 66, 6th in Class B. Nicholas Allett, who's one of the 2 single-round entries, so doesn't score any points this weekend, on his first outing, first ever competitive track session in that car, 15th fastest, 9th in Class A. 16th fastest was number 15, which is Lewis Barker in Class B. Then it was Rick O'Connell, whose car pulled off on the little service road between Schwantz and Starkeys and Schwantz curve. He was only 17th fastest. Harry Greenhill then comes next in 18th in Class B. At 19th was Fraser McNeil, who brought out the red flag after he went off the road to the gravel at McLean's, I presume got stuck. Then it's Duncan Holloway in car number 77. He rounds up the top 20. And then we have Jackson White in 21st quickest in car 727. And then we get into our Class C runners. Matt Rowling in the EP3, fastest in Class C, 22nd fastest on a 1:22.151. Then Luke Crassus-Menu, 11th in Class B, 23rd overall. And then we have Andy Barnes in car number 99, the other single round entry, 24th. And then it was Callum Houchin who rounds off the times in car number 37 in 3rd in Class C. The only car we didn't see a time from in that session was number 14, Owen Diver, in the second of the 2 Kinetic Motorsport EP3 Honda Civics. Didn't set a time, but hopefully he is out for qualifying later on. So once again, thanks to all of our sponsors and partners, of course, including Lucas Oil, who are making sure this live stream happens in the first place, and also to everyone who supports Racing Hondas, which is not just them, but Yokohama, Tegiwa, XZE Racing Clutch, Motegi Racing, YSR, Kemp Models, Schroth Racing, and Clear Freight, all of them for making this championship happen. Season 3 of Racing Hondas, it certainly has proved to be bigger than better than it has been over the first 2 successful seasons, and Season 3 so far has proven to be just that. So that concludes Racing Honda's action for the moment. Next track action that you'll see will have Alexi back on the microphone as we head into Attack 1 for the Time Attack runs. We have Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme out for their first session, attack session, then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. Then it'll be CNR, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. And then we'll be back at roughly around about 12:40 for the 15-minute qualifying session to set the grid for race 1 of the weekend, round 3 of Racing Honda's 2025 here at Donington Park. So for the moment, enjoy the break, and Alexi will be back on microphone for the first of our groups of Attack 1 sessions here at Donington Park at JDM JAM.
So, welcome back to the time attack session of today. Now it's attack 1. One of the changes introduced for this 20th anniversary season is a slightly tweaked format to the time attack timetable. So we have warm-up in the morning, followed by attack 1, attack 2, and then super attack. In all of these sessions now, attack 1, attack 2, and super attack, awarding points to the drivers for their lap time within their class. And so during the interviews Susie did earlier on with the various time attack drivers, a few of them mentioned that they might have been fastest in the final session, the super attack, but actually they're not necessarily leading in the points after the first round. Now, in previous years, you would assume that if you're the fastest in the final, then that's it, you've won that day, you've scored the most points that day. But because now attack 1, attack 2, and super attack all score points, you've really got to be fastest across all of them to get the most points that you can. So we're now rewarding reliability and consistency as well as raw pace. So it's not necessarily good enough. You're not going to win the championship if you can put in one blistering lap in the super attack, and that's it, which in the past would have been enough. Now you've got to be able to do that every single session in across attack 1, across attack 2, and across super attack as well. So that's a new and exciting change for this year, amongst quite a few other changes that perhaps we can discuss shortly. And while we wait for everything to get ready for the time attack cars to hit the track, I believe we have some more interviews from the paddock.
So I'm down here having a little bit of a chat with Martin Henry, so good morning.
Good morning.
So, and you are running, obviously, this VXR Astra in Pro Class, so tell us a little bit about the car.
So, as you know, it's a Astra H VXR, it's still a 2 litre, it's still front wheel drive, still running a H-pattern gearbox, so as I believe I'm the only H-pattern gearbox car in Pro Class, and I'm probably the only front wheel drive in Pro Class as well. So yeah, it's a big step up, big challenge for front wheel drive, but yeah, hopefully we can fly the flag, as they say, front wheel drive, show that it's capable.
And really competitive class, right? But you've got enough power.
Yeah, it's running about 640 horse, 700 newton meters. So yeah, it's got plenty of power, weighs about 1,200 kilos with me in it. So yeah, it's just, it gets the power down okay, especially when you're moving. You're not starting from a start, so you're moving, so it's not too bad.
Just got to be quick on the gear changes.
Yeah, exactly, that's it. But I think the touring cars are mostly front wheel drive and they get round okay, so that's it.
And you're a bit of a veteran of time attack, aren't you?
Yeah, you could say that. I raced probably club class 2015, 2016, 2017. Did okay, got a few first places and that, but never managed to get the championship, unfortunately, due to mechanical failures and one thing and another, so I was always pipped at the championship. But we just feel that the cars came on a lot further than being able to slot back into club class again, and you know, you can't be the fastest if you keep going in the lower classes. So that's what time attack's about. It's about trying to build a car that can be the fastest. So let's get up there and mix with the pro boys and see where we can get.
So what's brought you back this year then?
Just because the car's ready now. So I'm just a normal guy that works. I'm a business owner. So it takes a while to try and afford these kind of things. So it just, a family as well. So it just takes a while to be able to build the car up, have the money, be able to build the car up to a pro level. So it just took a few years with COVID and everything like that as well. It just takes time.
And you had had a few little issues at Cadwell, if I remember.
Yeah, unfortunately. So I've never driven slicks before, so it was a big learning curve. So on warm-up, they were brand new, so I had to try and run them in, and then warm-up came, things were going great, and then I lost my clutch pedal. Just unfortunate the sleeve cylinder went, so I had no clutch control, so that was my day done. But we've got it all sorted, so hopefully it'll be okay today.
And how's this morning gone? How's your first session out there?
Not great. So we had a problem with the oil temp sensor. It was just showing crazy hot, but it wasn't actually hot. But because of the safety features in the ECU, it's running ECU Masters. So with being Pro Class and the amount of power it's got, we need to try and have lots of protection. So that was a protection thing that was kicking in, saying that it was too hot, unfortunately. So we had to call that one short, come back in, try and rectify that.
All sorted now, so you've got competitive class out there, so good luck out there today.
Thanks very much. It's definitely needing the luck with the front wheel drive against them big four-wheel drive boys in the NSX as well. So yeah, hopefully we can stretch its legs and see what we can do.
Brilliant, good luck.
Right, thanks very much.
Just taking a look as we start getting ready for Tack 1. There's quite a lot of things happening on the track, prep work and so on. We did just have the Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship exhibition runs on the track. And in fact, they were running counterclockwise, so against the usual direction that you would expect. So you can see some official cars moving around the track, I think, and just putting things back to what we would expect to see for normal running. Now, Attack 1 is something new for this year, and I touched on that a little bit earlier on, but actually I have the points system up on my notes. It's changed for this year, where previously The final was really the session that scored drivers the big points. They got some in the penultimate session of the day as well. But it's different now. After warm-up, we have Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack. They all score points for our drivers based on how fast of a lap time they can post. So if you're perhaps new to Time Attack and you were just watching the Racing Honda's Championship stream, so Time Attack is different in that we are just interested in our drivers' single flying lap pace. So drivers will have an open pit lane session for 15-20 minutes in which they can set as many flying laps as they can, and their classification result, whether they've won or second or third and so on, depends on how fast of a flying lap they've set compared to their peers. Now, Attack 1 awards 6 points to the fastest driver in that session in class. Attack 2 is the same. And Super Attack awards 15 points to the fastest driver in that session. So the final session, Super Attack, still awards the most points, but there are significant points to be scored in Attack 1 and Attack 2. And the idea there being to make things a bit more exciting and to really encourage drivers to push pretty much all day long after warm-up, to push throughout Attack 1, to push throughout Attack 2, to push throughout Attack 3, Super Attack, because there are points up for grabs throughout this whole thing. And we've also changed the running order slightly. So Time Attack is a very broad church and quite a flexible rule book that will accommodate pretty much any kind of build, provided that it's put together safely and well. It can run in Time Attack, basically. And so we group cars into classes based on their spec to keep things somewhat close and fair, but we encourage modification and development and building and so on. All that changes is if you upgrade your car significantly, you might get put into a different class that's designed for that kind of car. Now, we've changed things slightly. We're actually, at the beginning of each session, we see the fastest cars go out, which are the Pro, Club Pro, and Pro Extreme classes are the first out on track. I think, you know, saving the best till first. So the fastest cars go out first, which is a fun change for this year. So we'll get all the exciting, big, Larry, wide, 1,000 horsepower machines on track first. You know, some of these cars comparable to single-seaters. If we consider Gobstopper 3, the RCM machine, which, depending on which circuit it goes to, sometimes Gobstopper 3 manages to claim the overall lap record at circuits that it's been to. So really, really, really fast cars, you know, comparable to single-seaters and prototypes and so on. You know, those kind of cars go out first. And then what you might call the track day cars and track cars in Club. And then the entry-level classes, the fast road cars and so on, will go out last. Anyway, the green flag has now been thrown, which means that our Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme cars join the trek. And of course, this is Time Attack, so it's all about modifying and building and developing your cars. And year on year on year, there are some interesting stories behind these builder drivers to discuss, because I think that's a big part of the Time Attack experience. The Time Attack lore is, you know, the different tribalisms behind all the different models, you know, Lancer versus Impreza, or what else might there be? What other model rivalries do we have? MX-5s versus S2000s, you know, all this kind of stuff. All this, and the particular followings of certain models. So, you know, if you're big into your Mini Coopers, there's a whole bunch of those here. So we have all of that lore to get into, of the different models and their different pros and cons compared to each other, what tuning possibilities there are for each platform, And of course then, within each one, who's done what to their car, what have they been inventing, and so on. So in fact, you know, if we look at Luke Sandziakowski here in the Tegiwa Honda NSX, you know, that left the dealership as a fully standard NSX. Once upon a time, back in the day, a nice, reliable, an everyday supercar, as it was called at the time, V6 powered midship, quite high tech. You know, a lot of people think that the modern day Honda NSXs with the hybrids and the automatic gearboxes have betrayed the legacy of the Honda NSX. That's not strictly true. The Honda NSX was always meant to be cutting edge. It's just that at that time when the NA1 came out, the first generation Honda NSX, what was cutting edge also happened to be very driver oriented. But the focus was on it being cutting edge. And the current shape Honda NSX, well, recently discontinued NSX, is kind of the same thing. It's still focusing on being cutting edge and how to make that cutting edge as fun and driver oriented as possible, but ultimately still cutting edge. Anyway, so at the time, Honda NSX, when it came out from the dealership, everyday usable supercar. What you see Luke Sandziakowski driving here, very far removed from that. And that's what Time Attack is all about. And as he was explaining to Susie in the interview earlier on, you know, he's got the pneumatic gear shift, which runs on compressed air. He had a suspension issue, porpoising, which has come, you know, it's something that you hear about in Formula One, or you used to a couple of years back, if you remember. You know, these cars are having Formula One level, well, performance in some aspects, and also problems. Not to say that they're all at that caliber, but for example, Gobstopper 3, when it took the outright lap record at, I think, Donington, it was lapping the same as a Formula One car from, I think, maybe 15, 20 years ago. So, you know, this is really, really, really fast, extreme, high-spec stuff. And, yeah, it's all because of the open rule book that we have and how we encourage drivers to really push the boundaries of what's possible with a road-going, well, initially road-going chassis, right? None of these cars, at least this year, none of these cars are purpose-built race cars. They all started life as regular cars that you could go and buy from the dealership that have been transformed into absolute monsters, especially in the Club Pro and Pro Extreme classes. I think one interesting case is, well, in fact, let's just take a look at what we currently have. Bradley John on the screen in the Riverside Racing Mitsubishi Evo 9. Currently, his best time a 1:39.2. Of course, this is a Tech 1, which means that we are scoring points for our lap times here. So, we're going to be paying attention to those this time around, like in warm-up. You know, this is all competitive. This is all classified. This is all point scoring from this point on. Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack. Every flying lap counts. So we're going to be paying really close attention to that. Luke Sandziakowski currently fastest in Pro in that Honda NSX. K-swapped, big aero, compressed air, gear shifts. Really, really radical stuff. 107.3, his fastest lap around Donington National. And currently the fastest car on track. I don't believe we have anyone in Pro Extreme today, which is why you can see the EXT at the top left of your screen. Doesn't have any names underneath because I don't believe we have anyone in the Extreme class. But we do have Luke Sandziakowski currently leading the way in that Honda NSX. 107.3 is very fast around Donington. And in fact, what we've seen so far, at least at Cadwell, last round, is lots of lap records being set as the technology moves on, even as tire technology moves on. I think there was a really interesting experiment done by, I think it was one of the German car magazines who always do all kinds of wacky, interesting stuff, where they took a Porsche Carrera GT from 2005, which set one kind of Nürburgring lap time back in the day. All they did was just put new tires on, current technology tires on, whatever the latest and greatest is, on that same, the car is otherwise unchanged, and its Nürburgring lap time was significantly quicker. It's a big, I think it's a big lap, but I think it was like 8, 10, 12 seconds faster or something like that, just from different, still road tires, still the same kind of tire, but just new. And likewise, a friend of mine with a Lotus Elise put modern day grippy track day tires on, and this Elise was, a Series 2 from the beginning of this century. He put on literally the same kind of tire that it was designed for, but just new, and started pulling apart ball joints and suspension arms and breaking stuff because the tire technology has improved so much, and just the tech generally that's accessible to people building their track cars, tuning and exploring the boundaries. That know-how's developing. And so year on year, we're seeing lap times fall and records fall. And especially this year with the new control tire, the Advan AO52 by Yokohama, it's going to be really interesting to see how that comes into play. And we've already seen lap records falling here in Time Attack, quite a lot of them at Cadwell Park. And every year when you think things can't get any faster, surely they do. So very interesting stuff. Ilya Krylov there and Mick Porter. Ilya in the Clio, Mick in the GTR. Two very different machines. I think Ilya's car especially interesting. He had all kinds of issues last time out at Cadwell Park. He had developed himself a new tubular rear subframe with independent rear suspension for that Clio, when usually they have a beam axle on the back. He had developed this independent rear suspension setup that was actually doing, not by design, but it was doing four-wheel steering, dynamic tow. So that was causing all kinds of handling issues at Cadwell Park. So Ilya shelved that solution for now and went back to the standard Renault beam rear axle. And it looks like he's having a better time of it here today. Of course, lots of new stuff for that Clio, on that Clio this year. It is, of course, K-swapped, running around 400 horsepower. He did have an engine installed that was knocking on the door of 700 horsepower, but that blew up on the dyno, so I think we'll revisit that one. So better the devil you know, 400 horsepower is still a lot in a Clio. Ilya, of course, aiming to build the fastest possible Clio. So 400 horsepower is a good step towards that, as well as the new Haltech flagship ECU, the R5 and the UC10 Dash. Also for this year, Samsonus suspension on that Clio, which I personally didn't realize Samsonus made suspension. I thought they were more of a gearbox specialist, but turns out they do bespoke suspension solutions as well. So lots of updates on that car. Some are a step forward, some are a step back. For example, going back to the beam rear axle, which is in theory inferior. You want to have, in a lot of cases, independent rear suspension. But as it turns out, sometimes the nice and easy beam rear axle actually works just fine. So, you learn some things, you try, you fail, you revise, and that's really part of the development process when you're building a track car, especially in the realms of Time Attack, where we allow for that scope of creativity, and you can kind of build whatever you can dream of. Absolutely love that about Time Attack. Let's take a look. Car number 79 on track. Eric Holmes there in the ENS Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS. Currently third in class at the 115.5. And meanwhile, we see Luke Sandziakowski sets a personal best Sector 1. If you take a look in the Pro class, his current best of 106.7, so he found some improvement there somewhere along the way. Currently the fastest car on track, and he looks set to be the fastest car all day so far. We had a few very spicy entrants on the entry list who have not turned up actually on the day, and we could have been set for a very exciting battle at the top of the leaderboard. But as things stand at the moment, Luke Sandziakowski there comfortably ahead, the 2.5 second lead over Bradley John. I think Pro Class is interesting because sometimes we split Pro Class based on drivetrain, and then other years we combine Pro Class into one class. And so this year we have Bradley John and Luke Senjakovsky in the Evo and the NSX respectively, battling in the same class. That's been very interesting so far. And it looks like for the moment, Luke Senjakovsky having the edge in that battle. And of course, these lap times are representative. These drivers are driving at full pace because this is attack 1, which will score the winning driver quite a lot of points. And so all drivers now already on the attack, as the name would suggest. Very interesting little duo there now. The caterum there of Dan Kelly, the DJK Automotive caterum, running alongside the number 88 machine of Andrew Barber. The AKB Racing meticulously presented at all times Evo 9 GT. They're running nose to tail with that caterum of Dan Kelly for a little while, which is always an interesting visual. Martin Henry there, who you saw Susie interviewing at the beginning of this session, back in Time Attack after a few years out of the picture. Andrew Barber there in the AKB Racing Mitsubishi Evo. His current best, a 1:10.7 so far. That's good enough for third in class. Interesting in Pro Class, we have Luke Senjakovsky in the NSX, Bradley John and Andrew Barber in Mitsubishi Evos, and then Martin Henry in that Astra H VXR, also in Pro Class. I think previously he was in Club 2-wheel drive, if memory serves me well. He's been away for a few years. I think he last turned a wheel in Time Attack when I was driving also. That was in 2019 or so. So, 6 years out of the picture. He's since made the jump from Club 2-wheel drive into the Pro Class, which tells me quite a few upgrades and developments must have happened in that time. I think I saw Ilya Krylov in that Clio running along the outside of the track quite slowly, and in fact he enters the pits there, so perhaps some kind of hiccups there from that Clio. Bradley John now on the tail of Luke Senjakovsky. Again, these drivers not racing for position, that's not what Time Attack is about, but interesting to see them now sharing the same air. Time Attack is all about finding yourself space on track, especially with these types of cars that are so aero dependent and so fast as well. If you come across a car on a cooldown lap, the speed differential is so massive. So our Pro Class drivers needing to look so far ahead for slower drivers on a cooldown lap because they're going to close in on them so quickly and adjust their lines and their driving accordingly. And of course, they're so aero dependent as well, so they need to find clean air for that as well. If we do ever get rain today, as has been threatened, then you might see these gigantic rooster tails coming off the back of these very aero-centric Pro Class cars, much like you might see in a Le Mans prototype or in a Formula car with big downforce. You see these massive rooster tails coming off the back of these cars when they're running in misty, wet conditions. So very, very aero dependent, these cars. And of course, they are also allowed to run slicks in this class. Most cars in most classes needing to run the Yokohama Advan AO52 control tire, the road legal track day tire, but the Pro classes specifically are allowed to run a Yokohama Racing slick. So of course they have that slick combined with the aerodynamic grip as well. So very fast indeed, but a lot of this depends on them being able to find clear track for themselves. Two cars on track right now, Andrew Barber in the Evo and Richard Goodall in the Nationwide Traffic Solutions Mini Cooper. So we have 3.5 minutes remaining in this session. Let's take a look at our lap times so far in Club Pro. It's Michael Osborne, who leads Dan Kelly, Eric Holmes, Ilya Krylov, Michael Goodall, Mick Porter, and Martin Cowley. And then in the pro class, it's Luke Sanjakovsky with a blistering 106.7 ahead of Bradley John, Andrew Barber, and Martin Henry. We have 3 minutes left in this session. So let's see whether that's going to change at all in the next few minutes. Of course, this is attack 1, so it does score drivers points this time. So it's important to... Looks like a few drivers are... I don't think they're jumping the chicane. I think it's the natural... It's the... because we're on the national layout, it looks like they're jumping a chicane. Yeah, in fact, exactly. But they're not. They're driving across, I think, around maybe turn 9, Roberts, and coming onto the Wheatcroft straight. They're driving across what would be a section where they turn off if they're running a different layout. So it looks like the drivers are jumping a chicane there, but that's not actually what they're doing. That is the correct track. It's just that's how the Donington National Circuit is demarcated, as you can see the turn off, even though they drive past it. Much like at Brands Hatch Indy, I think you see as you're coming up towards, I think, Surtees, you know, the uphill banked bit towards the end. There's a very clear off-road, off-ramp left if they were to do the GP circuit, but as we're doing the Indy layout, they carry on straight. But it looks like, if you do a close crop on the camera, it looks like they've driven over some white lines or something. Anyway, I think that's what's happened. Now, we have Richard Goodall, I believe, still on track, and meanwhile, you can see our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines getting ready to begin their attack 1. We have just over in this session. Meanwhile, let's take a look whether anyone might be leaving any comments and such on the stream. For those of you watching the wonderful Lucas Oil live stream, let's see. I'll jump in now, see if there are any comments and such. And of course, for those of you watching from the Trackside, thank you very much for making the trek here to JDM JAM, where there's all kinds of fun and games happening all day. Loads of exciting stuff, as you will see in your program. And also, if you're watching from the Trackside, perhaps getting a snack and stepping away from the action, you can watch the live stream on your device too. There's a QR code that you can scan in your program, or you can do what I just did and just go onto your search engine of choice and type in Time Attack YouTube, and then you will see it. Let's take a look, see some commentary here, some comments happening. When did Luke Woodhouse join? Good question. I think if you mean, sorry, I'm jumping in pretty late, so I might have missed some preamble here. Luke Woodhouse, I don't think he's... We'll come back to that. But in the meantime, speaking of Luke Woodhouse, our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars will hit the track for their attack 1 in just a few moments. So here we go then, the green flag being thrown for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive attack 1. And in the meantime, I believe Susie is in the paddock.
So here I am having a bit of a catch-up with Rob Boston in your MX-5 in Club 2-wheel drive. So good morning.
Good morning, yeah, nice to see you again. Yeah, we're here, we're going to have a go today in a Club two-wheel drive. It was kind of fairly last-minute decision to do it, but just wanted to put some miles on the car. We've done my colleague Sam Reuter has made a very good effort of putting a supercharger kit. When I say putting a supercharger kit, designing from nothing actually a supercharger kit to go on this Mazda MX-5 engine. So it is running a stock engine at the moment, but yeah, the kit is a little bit quirky, very special, and yeah, we're just having a modest power run with it today, and yeah, future could be a lot more power coming out of this motor. Yeah.
And certainly not a standard MX-5 then.
No, not a standard MX-5 at all. No, everywhere you look on this car, there's been a lot of effort by Sam particularly to design anything that needed redesigning, anything that needed attention has had attention, and yeah, it's got flat floor and some good aero on it, and yeah, it's a good car. Really fabulous car with a lot of effort gone into it.
And obviously we've seen you in a few rounds of Time Attack before, so are you coming back for the full season? What's the plan?
I will come back and do whatever our very busy timetable at RBR allows us to do, if I'm really honest. I like the crowd here. I enjoy coming and seeing yourself and all the guys, and yeah, it's a really good, friendly but competitive atmosphere, so yeah, really enjoy it, and if I can come back and do some more, I really will.
Yeah, and as you said, you've got a busy timetable anyway, right?
Yeah, we're dovetailing. We're doing everything from British GT to Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship, so, and everything in between. So yeah, fairly eclectic range of stuff. We're leading the British endurance champion. The British GT Championship in the endurance class with our drivers. So that's been going very well. Very happy with that. We've got our driver Will Blackwell Chambers leading the MX-5 Super Cup. We've got drivers second and third in the championship in the Audi TT Cup. So yeah, we're doing a lot this year. Yeah, we're doing a lot, and so yeah, I'll get a bank holiday off, and I've come here. So yeah, I don't suppose the wife is that pleased, but I've got her to come along anyway.
But we keep seeing you back at Time Attack, so you keep coming back.
Yeah, like I say, I enjoy it here. It's a good crowd, and it's good to come and see you guys and do something competitive. Yeah.
Well, it's fantastic to see you back. Good luck out there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I mean, I've got to say, I really love I love the stream that's been made possible by Lucas Oil, and especially the driver interviews that we get to see. We get to see the drivers so excited about their build. I think Rob Boston in particular is such a Time Attack legend, and when I discussed earlier on, I mean, he said to me with a smirk that he's brought a pretty standard MX-5 today. Of course, it's anything but in the case of Rob Boston, and if past seasons are anything to go by, I actually thought he might have a Honda K-swapped MX-5 this time. As it turns out, it's the Mazda Ford Duratec that he's kept in that car, but now supercharged, and like you said, lots of aero, flat floor, and so on. So very, very interesting stuff. And of course, being able to see the driver with their car, discussing in detail all of this stuff. Of course, a lot of the time, the drivers are the builders here at Time Attack, so they've got that technical knowledge. They can really get into the nitty-gritty of their builds and what they've brought to Time Attack. So I absolutely love to see it. So great stuff to see Rob Boston back. And let's meanwhile see what's been happening on track then, Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. If you're wondering what the other class there is, CS, that's Club Sport for kit car type cars, Caterhams, Aerial Atoms, and KTM Crossbow, that kind of thing. Those go into Club Sport. But meanwhile, Club 2-wheel drive there being led by, well, LW on your screens. That's number 47, Luke Woodhouse, in the Area Motorsport YGHP Volkswagen GTI. Of course, he had a great battle with Luke Capehorn last year, the battle of the two Lukes, one in the Volkswagen Golf and the other in the Vauxhall Astra. That was very interesting stuff to see. I'm not sure whether we had Luke Woodhouse at Cadwell, but yeah, very interesting to see our two spicy Club 2-wheel drive hatchbacks at the front of the leaderboard. In fact, of course, we have David Lawrence now back in the mix too, mixing things up, although he is a single round entry. Johnny Fletcher there with a 114.7, third in class so far in the Mark IV Astra GSI. We have David Dyson in the Cayman GT4, and now he's just jumped up to 3rd place, having set a personal best of 1:14.4. Again, our drivers not racing for track position. They are purely competing based on their flying lap pace, the best lap time they can set. David Dyson there now jumping up into 3rd in Club 2-wheel drive with that Cayman GT4. Some lovely shots there of Luke Capehorn, very bouncy in that Astra H VXR. So interesting what's going on there, looking quite unsettled, and in fact Luke Capehorn now 5th in class 1:15.3. So of course new for this year, he's got the Naughties DTM Opal style livery. Very cool indeed. Meanwhile, Club 4-wheel drive Alexander Volkov leads that class ahead of Andy Grady. The number 24 machine of Sean Wheatley, and then the 177 machine of Kestis Dobrovolskis, and then the 108 machine of Graham Martin. Apologies there for sometimes just putting initials up on the screen. I think sometimes when the names are quite long and they don't fit in the little rectangle, then they become abbreviated. So sorry for that. That's just one of those things. And then in Club Sport with a 127.2, we have Ian Chambers. Good to see Ben Robinson watching the stream, Time Attack competitor himself from years gone by. Also, one of the comments here, Oddboz, hello Mystic Voice Man, he says. Hello back, he owns Sam's old K-swapped E30, I see. Sam, which Sam is that, I wonder? Sam, is that Sam with the EG Civic who was very fast at Cadwell? Who was a mad scientist? Maybe. But great to see everyone getting stuck into the comments on the stream. Thank you very much. Good to see you all. We got also the Giovinazzo bros saying ciao, good morning to all. Ciao yourselves too. You wonderful men, wonderful gentlemen from Time Attack years gone by. Good morning also to my buddy Nick Cheng. Good to see you joining us, old friendo. Who else have we got? Jack Malpass. There we go. He's here in the comments as well from the world of Time Attack as well. Perhaps we'll see him back someday. So drivers old and new joining us either on track or on the comments. So absolutely love to see that. And here in fact is Luke Woodhouse now in that number 47 machine, looking very, very rapid indeed. 1:13.6 there, a 100th ahead of David Lawrence in the Cupra. And of course the Volkswagen GTI and the Leon Cupra, I think, probably sharing quite a lot of parts and being a similar platform, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I'm not too well versed in Volkswagen Audi Group lore, but I would imagine those are probably similar cars. Luke Woodhouse now setting a personal best, Sector 2. Nice chop there across the curb. Nice and fast and smooth. That looked tidy. Sector 3 now, personal best Sector 3, and an improvement there from him, a 1:13.2. So now he goes from being a 100th faster than David Lawrence to half a second faster than David Lawrence. David Lawrence having previously competed in Time Attack, then moving across into the Racing Honda's Championship, running a naturally aspirated Honda FN2, but saying to me this morning that he misses the speed of Time Attack, the aero, the boost that he has on his Cupra. So he's moved back into Time Attack, at least for today. And of course, Fast Dave from Facebook now jumping right to the top of, well, almost to the top of the leaderboard on his return. 1:13.7 there from David Lawrence. 0.5 a second adrift of Luke Woodhouse. Luke Woodhouse, though, a single round entry, as is Dave Lawrence, actually. So the single round entries don't count towards the championship. Philip Naidenov in the Sierra Cosworth off the track. and just looking in his mirrors and letting the cars come past before he rejoins, which is, of course, what you're meant to do when you fall off the track. No dangerous, unsafe re-entries. So great awareness there from Philip, not getting lost in the moment, not getting lost in the red mist, getting flustered, but keeping it cool and calm and collected, waiting for the traffic to pass by before rejoining the track. Of course, Philip Naidenov of Sierra Garage in the number 946 Ford Sierra Cosworth, all the way back from 1991, I think, developing his own little fan base here in Time Attack thanks to his really wild driving style. I think that being a particular type of chassis that needs to be, excuse the cliche, really be taken by the scruff of its neck and thrown around this track. Long wheelbase, rear-wheel drive, really squirming around, quite brutal power delivery. And I think Philip Naidenov may be one of the drivers more comfortable with oversteer than a lot of the other drivers who are quite point and squirt grippy style that we're used to seeing these years. So Philip quite different to that in his approach, but it looks like on that occasion maybe getting something wrong and ending up on the wrong side of the curb. But looks like he's back on track and all good there. Let's see whether he maybe makes a dip back into the pits. We shall see. Number 180 there, David Frost of Dream Automotive TBOM in that Honda FK Civic, talking last time at Cadwell about the built engine in that car, 500 horsepower or so, built with the help of Dream Automotive. And of course, a lot of the cars here in Time Attack are pioneering the aftermarket and parts and upgrades that a lot of us will be then installing on our own cars, you know, to get that reliability, to get those miles, to get that really vigorous testing. Lots of companies work with our Time Attack drivers to help develop upgrades that will then be sold to the public. And I think that's one of the great things about Time Attack, is that it's so directly relevant to the road cars that you and I drive. And of course, that's why it works so well in the format of events like JDM JAM and so on, because these are all cars that many of us drive ourselves. And I think that's a great part of the Paddock here, is that unlike some other series, you can wander into the paddock of Time Attack and get a look at the cars that are being used here, speak to the drivers and so on. When I was in Time Attack driving, 6-7 years ago, I had a Vauxhall Astra VXR which had lots of GizFab and Giz Motorsport goodies, and people would come up for a chat about all of these these upgrades and so on that were available, that I was testing on track, and that people might then go and buy from the internet once they became available to the public. So I think that's a really interesting part of Time Attack, is, if you own a Cupra, so let's say David Lawrence here in that black and red 56 Cupra, if you own one of these Cupras, you can come into the paddock, take a look at that car. Perhaps if Dave isn't busy, isn't working on the car, isn't stressed out and fixing things, you might be able to get some tips off him of what parts work, what parts don't, what brake pads and so on. Oh, Neil Wren there, moving pretty slowly on the track, very slowly indeed. So let's keep an eye on that one. Neil Wren in the BMW 335i. He wrapped himself. There's lots that he's done composite panels himself, and lots of very interesting work. Neil Wren is a well-known Time Attack name, and back again this year with the 335i. I think it's a platform that people used to talk about a few years ago. People talked about the 335i of the E90 platform being like the next Mark IV Supra, in that it's a 2+2, it's a straight six, twin turbo, manual, affordable. As it turns out, the dream didn't quite materialize. I think people found that that platform has a lot of heat management issues, amongst other things. But Neil Wren managed to make it work. So I think big up Neil Wren. Very cool build, very smart build. Neil Wren is a very experienced attacker of time. Oh, you can see Andrew Kimes' Saxo there cocking a wheel. The number 60 Saxo. No, I think I misread the number on the side of that car actually. 45. Oh, it's a G6. There's some number on the side, which I guess is a team name or a sponsor or something. It's actually number 45, Andrew Car, the Barnwork Motorsport Citroen Saxo. This particular car being K-swapped. Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Neil Wren. Big up Neil Wren. Basically, I think he's doing really cool, original, pioneering work with that 335i, freshly redesigned for this year with a wrap that he applied himself. I think wrapping cars is one of the most frustrating and difficult things you can do as a car enthusiast. Not something I would recommend to anyone, and I think anyone who manages to do it successfully really has the patience of a saint. So I think big up Neil Wren for managing that. Number 218 there, Neil Robson in the BIB Performance BMW 135i. Not actually a 1M, but it has genuine 1M fenders and bumpers, I think. So it has the look, and it's all genuine stuff, not the fiberglass wibbly wobbly fake 1M bumpers that I know lots of people like putting in their 1 Series. This isn't that. This is the real deal. And of course, here doing the business at Time Attack, and Neil Robson currently, well, 117.8 there from him. So 13th in Club 2-wheel drive. No improvement there from him. Both Stu Summers and Nicholas Good are within range of him. I think all 3 of those drivers, 11th, 12th, and 13th, lapping in the 117s. Luke Capehorn there in that Astra H VXR. Currently with a personal best of 115.3. Again, you can just see on the close-up there how the rear of that car is twerking as he comes through that section. Very interesting indeed. Yeah, very, very stiff and bumpy. You can just see it wobbling. It looks like the car is twerking. So I think that's really interesting, and I wonder if it's meant to do that. And if it is meant to do that, then that's really interesting. That is all I can say. Yeah, Lawton was a single round. That Civic of Lawton's was a beast. That was a single round entry. That was very interesting stuff. The fellow that was being interviewed with it, so Rob Boston. Oh, Sam Reuter, I think, right? Is that who we're talking about? Going back to the chat here, I queried who the Sam was that Oddballs mentioned. And this is Sam that Rob Boston mentioned in the context of the supercharger kit on that MX-5 NC. Phil Neal, how are you, Alexi? I'm good, bro. Good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. When are gears and gasoline on track? I don't know. Sorry. Are they meant to be? Sorry, I'm not sure. Good question. Weren't some racing stuff supposed to go on Sunday? Says Alvin. Yes, there is racing as well. There is the Racing Honda's Championship. So we're alternating all day. So both of those are on the bill. So we're doing Time Attack, Racing Hondas, Time Attack, Racing Hondas. So that's it. So don't worry, Alvin. Stick with it. And if you're here for the Racing Hondas, on Sunday. Today's Monday. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure what. Perhaps you're talking to someone else, not to me. Oddballs, thank you. Good. I like the insight. This is really cool. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. Any other useful nuggets of information, please do throw them my way. Those who are on the stream can see them, but those on the trackside, I'll try to share anything interesting with them. Well, Andrew Kime there in that. Of course, this is the beauty of a front-wheel drive short wheelbase car like Andrew Kime's Saxo, is that they rotate so nicely people often hate on. Whoa, Rob Boston as well, carrying so much speed there in that white NC, which stopped out on track earlier today in warm-up, but really moving here in Attack 1. Rob Boston, such an accomplished and experienced driver and builder and engineer and so many things, and really hustling that MX-5 along. And that looked absolutely amazing. And of course, that's the great thing about little short wheelbase cars, front or rear wheel drive, is they move around and dance around so much. Absolutely wonderful stuff. That concludes the checkered flag is out for the Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive, and Club Sport Attack 1. So so it's Luke Woodhouse from David Lawrence, from David Dyson, Johnny Fletcher, Bradley Burns, Luke Capehorn, Rob Boston, Nereus Kazitskas, Andrew Kime, Mike Butler, Stu Summers, Nicholas Good, and Neil Robson. In Club 2-wheel drive. In Club 4-wheel drive, our winner is Alexander Volkov. Well, provisional. All these results are provisional, of course, and to be confirmed, they have to go to Park Ferme now and so on. But Alexander Volkov from Andy Grady, from Sean Wheatley, then from Kestis Dobrovolskis, and then some other things that disappeared off the screen. Sorry about that. But full results are available on the TSL Timing website. And in just a few moments then, we will get our Clubman Classes Attack 1 underway in just a few moments. You can see our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars now filing back into the pits. And in the meantime, while we get ready to send our Clubman Classic and Retro and Pocket Rocket cars onto the track, I believe we have Susie in the paddock.
So I'm having a catch-up with Clive Hopwell in Clubman class, and it's been a while since we've had a catch-up, right, Clive?
Yes, yeah, it has been a long time. I think last time we were here was about 4 years ago, Time Attack, and that was my first round of doing any racing at all.
And you've gone through a few cars since then?
Yeah, so once we did the Mini, which was 4 years ago, I got addicted very quick, and we had the Mini, and we've got the Scirocco, a Fiesta, and now the Golf. So yeah.
So, and tell us a bit about the car, because like I say, you've been changing platform a little bit, so taking a bit of getting used to?
So we've gone from having the Mini, then to the Scirocco, then to this, and obviously this is like a four-wheel drive with a Heldic system, so when you're throwing it in the front, the back's quite lively as well, so it's a completely different platform for us to be playing with, and yeah, it's great, love it, absolutely love it.
So, and how are you finding it? So you say, because you know you've got four-wheel drive instead of the front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Bit of a challenge.
It's a bit different because I'm used to the Scirocco wear and know, and once you've obviously raced a car for a long time, you know where you're pointing that car and where you're going to be. With this, when I'm pointing it in, the back's sliding, and it's just trying to get used to this setup. But I think once we've got it, I think we'll be onto a good one for this year.
And how's it handling out at Donington? It's a little bit of a change from Cadwell.
Yeah, so for doing Donington, last time we came out here, we did a 121 in the Scirocco, and we've just done the practice session, and we're already 3 seconds up, so we're doing really well.
And you've got a few competitors in the class. How's the championship looking?
So I don't know, because we're against some really strong competitors. They've got really well good setup cars. I think once we've done a few more changes on this, I'm hoping we should be up there. Obviously, we all want to be fighting for first place.
And going to keep this car for a while?
We're going to keep this one. Obviously, I'm not allowed to be changing a car for another 2 or 3 years. The wife is saying different. I can't be changing cars every ride since that. So we're going to keep this one, see how this goes, and then take it from there.
Well, fantastic. Good luck for this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
And back over to Alexi in commentary.
Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Clive. I think it's really interesting that, because I mean, he really has jumped between cars quite a bit in the past few years. Interesting that he's stuck with the Golf R, like the Golf R has gelled with him. So, yeah, that's, you know, for an experienced Trek driver who's tried, as we have seen over the years, a few different platforms, the Golf R seems to work. So, good stuff. Someone here on the comments there, That's all I got to work with. E on the comments is saying, is GizFab Spicy Micra here today, driven by Eden Young? Well, in fact, if you're watching the stream, I guess you're watching the stream because you're commenting on it. Eden Young in the Haltech Micra has just joined the track. Last time out at Cadwell, he had some big handling issues, which are perhaps down to something, the diff is doing something odd. So when Eden would put his foot down and deploy all 420 horsepower, it would start jerking the car to one side. It could be either side. You can't, you know, it's very unpredictable, but it would pull very aggressively in one direction, and that felt quite unsafe, very unsettling. Dave Ward of Time Attack drove the car recently as well. They were testing some stuff at Cadwell, and he did one lap and said, "Nope, I'm not driving this." So something felt very off with that car. But let's see whether Eden's managed to fix. I'm not quite sure. He had it. I know there was some corner weighting involved and handling tweaks. I think it actually was taken to Rob Boston's workshop, RBR, the RBR workshop, to get tuned and dynoed and corner weighted and so on. But I think the issue is different. But we'll see how it goes. A few people there suggesting on the GizFab Eden's social accounts maybe to try putting a standard diff back in and see if that changes anything, because then at least you know for a fact that the diff is a big factor there. I mean, if it sounds like, you know, if it's happening when you're deploying the power and it's pulling in a certain way, I mean, that sounds like it's a diff-related thing, right? But of course, there are so many factors at play, and sometimes, you know, there's an obvious answer that turns out to be completely wrong. So who knows? Maybe it's diff, maybe it isn't diff, TBC. Perhaps if we manage to catch up with Eden later on, we might find out the answer. Meanwhile, finding his way back on track is Jamie Biss in that classic and retro MX-5. You could see quite a few cars just holding back there as they watched him rejoin the track, not wanting to get tangled in there. Go MX-5. Jackie Boy Car. I know Jackie Boy Cars. I think we follow each other on Instagram. For those of you wondering, I am Thunderwood Racing on the old IG. And yeah, I know this guy. But yeah, okay, go MX-5. That is the correct thing to say. The answer is always Miata. So we have two of those. Well, no, now we have Rob Boston's NCs. We have an NA, MB, and NC, actually. We have the NA of Jamie Biss, the turbocharged flippy light car. We also have in Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated the NB of Tim Matthews. And then in Club Two-Wheel Drive, we have the supercharged NC of Rob Boston. I gotta say, I love it when the chassis codes, they sound nice and they progress in terms of NA, MB, NC, ND. That's nice. That's zingy. That has a nice ring to it. As opposed to, let's say, E30, E36, E46, E92, G something, F something. That's just messy. But the Mazda, like so many things, they got their chassis codes right, and they sound nice. Meanwhile, we have the Clubman Plus machine here of... he was a late addition to the entry list. This is a chap with the Honda S2000. Jay Elliott with a supercharged S2000, actually, the number 153 machine. Let's just write him into the entry list. 153 is Jay Elliott. And I spoke to him last time out at Cadwell Park. Why is he, say, in Clubman and not in Club Two-Wheel Drive? Because it's now forced induction, right? It's quite a big change. But aside from the forced induction, that's a fully standard road car. You know, full interior, probably drives it to work, standard body. So actually, in a lot of ways, it conforms to the Clubman spec. So it's in the Clubman class. Stephen House in the Mini Cooper there, the number 286 machine, 611 Motorsport. Interesting car there. So Steve House, having competed in Time Attack for a few years now, and this is a new to him car for this year. Carbon fiber doors, carbon fiber other stuff. So very light car and a very serious build that's taken some relearning. So he mentioned that he's had to adapt quite a lot to driving this car. But seems to be making a pretty good job of it so far. And Stephen House currently leading Pocket Rocket forced induction with a 119.6 there. So great stuff there from Stephen House. And Thomas Langley there in that 313 Motorsports Ford Fiesta. Very interesting looking machine, I'm sure you'll agree. Which I think has been moved into Pocket Rocket forced induction. In fact, let's just take a look. Thomas Langley, indeed, running third in Pocket Rocket forced induction. So I think he's down as a clubman entry on your programs. But since then, he's been bumped into Pocket Rocket forced induction. His current best lap time, a 122.6. Take a look through. So again, Mark Donnelly in the 1983 Ford Escort, leading the way, leading not only classic and retro, but leading this whole session. So leading classic and retro, clubman, and Pocket Rocket in a 1983 chassis. So this was a Mark I Focus RS Z-Tech engine and gearbox, and I think that was done in 2018. And then, since then, he's just driven the heck out of that car and really got to know it very, very well. And that knowledge and that expertise and being truly one, being one with your machine and knowing it so well, what its limits are, where to push it, where you shouldn't push it. And so, like, really being so in tune with your machine, which you can only do when it's had a consistent spec for a while. So that you can learn all about its limitations and possibilities. That's so key to putting in a fast lap time, because even when we have things like BMW M2, BMW M4 on the entry list, you know, this Escort is, in the hands of Mark Donnelly, faster than all of that because he knows his car so thoroughly. Really, really impressive stuff. Also, that for the BMW E30 on your screens, very interesting too. Stephen Fitzpatrick's old school BMW M3 E30. Very welcome addition here to the Time Attack paddock. I managed to have a poke around in the paddock at that car, which of course you are all welcome to do. Those of you who are here at the trackside, the great thing about the Time Attack paddock is that you can just walk into it. Of course, read the room. If drivers and teams are frantically trying to fix something, there's tools flying around and, you know, angry people, then of course read the room and you know, keep some distance at that point. But generally, you know, we're a pretty friendly bunch, and you can see the comings and goings in the paddock, which is very, very interesting. Eden Young there in that Haltech micro. Oh, lifting a wheel. Oh dear, what's happening there? Cocking one wheel, cocking the other wheel. You can see it flashing its taillights for some reason. There was some kind of taillight related wiring situation this morning. And you can see that his headlights are on, which means that he's on a hot lap. But also his taillights are flashing the cool down lap pattern. So, yep, some wiring things happening on that car. But Eden Young currently second in class, and you can see him really hustling that car around. I hesitated before saying anything because the way it was cocking one wheel and then flipping over and cocking the other wheel, I thought was perhaps looking a bit unsettled. But judging by how fast Eden is going in that Haltech Micra, it seems to be doing what he wants it to do, and he definitely wasn't pushing this hard at Cadwell with the strange handling issues that he was having. So interesting to hear how he might have cured that. Mark Roberts then in this Renault Clio, the number 213 pocket rocket machine. Personal best sector 1, personal best sector 2. Nice chop there as he comes onto the start-finish straight. 121.7, which is still, it's a personal best for him. So great stuff there, watching his lap as it happened on the Lucas Oil live stream. Now, if I recall correctly, Mark Roberts' Clio is one of a few that still have the actual Clio engine. I think it's called the F4R, if I'm not mistaken. So I think, because these days, everyone K-swaps their cars, including, I think this is Stephen Wilkinson. Oh no, it isn't. 130 is Mark Blackburn. Okay, I'm not sure if he's K-swapped. But a lot of cars these days are K-swapped is what I'm getting at. And I think Mark Roberts is one of the only Clio-engined Clios left in Time Attack. F4R, I think. Anyway, Mark Blackburn there, 128.1 there for him. Let's take a look. What are people saying? The micro. There's a on the subject of Eden's Haltech Micra lifting wheels all over the place. Oddballs makes a Fast and Furious reference here. The Micra had so much power, the chassis twisted off the line. Well, of course, a Dominic Toretto reference there when he was talking about his dad's Dodge Charger in the first film. The chassis twisted. That's a Batman voice. Doesn't work. I can't do Vin Diesel, but yes, I know exactly. Ah, here we go. Oh, that's it. ALX correctly says here. That's it. Eden posted saying it was the lower control arms shifting drastically through torque, requiring to fabricate and try some traction bar of sorts. Of course, I even screenshotted this, but it was last night and I was late. It was late, so it did not enter. I remember there was something else. He said the diff maybe is a suspect, but also something else, and that was the thing. Perhaps the torque of the boosted K series was twisting and doing not good things to the Micra's original lower control arms. And so that was introducing toe as they were twisting, and toe in all kinds of directions and pulling the car in all kinds of different directions. So he fabricated, as Eden does, as GizFab does, he fabricated some new reinforcements and new Honda-style traction bar to try to keep that stuff now rigid and pointing in the right direction. So thank you very much for ALX to jogging my memory there. That is exactly what he was posting about in these past few days. Of course, the great thing about the modern era of Time Attack is you can watch a lot of this stuff happen on the various drivers' social feeds, which I think is very interesting. If you're developing, not developing or building, or you just own and want to upgrade the same car as what some of the Time Attack drivers have, then you can follow them and their developments and see what works, see what doesn't work. And of course the Paddock's great for that, because you might bump into one of these drivers, and if you read the room and they have, oh my goodness, we have a car off the track here. Jay Elliott in that S2000. There was another car quite close by. Oh, he looks like he's stopped there. Oh dear. So I think that might be a red flag. He put his hand out of the window, I think, to signal that he's not able to get that car. Oh, no, now he has. Good. Okay. So Jay Elliott then back on track. And also look at this little EP of the number 714 car, who is not on my entry list. Is that 714? Am I misreading that? That sure looks like it says that. There we go. Ryan Barker in Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated. Not on my entry list, but I will add him in. Ryan Barker. Faster than anyone so far on track. Sorry, faster than anyone in Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated with 3 minutes to go. And that looks to me like some kind of spec racing Civic. So, you know, this isn't necessarily going to be a road car. This will be all quite, so it will be probably a standard engine, standard gearbox, maybe even a standard diff, but, you know, nice stiffened chassis and so on, which Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated permits. And it looked very racy there. And so perhaps it's no surprise then that with Ryan Barker at the wheel, that's the fastest car in Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated at the moment. You could see him there catching up to the back of the NB MX-5 of Tim Matthews as well. Jamie Biss and the other MX-5, the NA here. Whoa, big lockup there from him. Of course, a lot of cars and drivers run without ABS. For all kinds of reasons, especially in an early car like an MX-5, an NA, you know, the ABS might not be terribly sophisticated and might just be getting in the way. And similarly, I think in right up until, well, very recently, I think a lot of ABS systems were a bit counterintuitive and counterproductive when you're trying to drive fast. You know, they were geared for the road so that in a panic you can stomp on the brake and it's better than nothing. But for track work, I think a lot of ABS systems until the past few years have been a bit rubbish for track work. And so people often run without that. Or it maybe in the case of this NA, maybe it didn't even have ABS. So who knows? But looked like a big lockup there from Jamie Biss in the Scuderia Anchor Hill MX-5. Who is this now? Number 244. That is Duncan Emmett in the 2006 Renault Clio in the Clubman class. So we can presume that's probably, oh no, that's now Pocket Rocket. Okay, so that has now moved into Pocket Rocket. Which one? NA or FI? I'm not sure. Well, given that it was in Clubman and now it's been moved into Pocket Rocket, I can presume that that is a naturally aspirated Clio. Let's just take a look. 244. He's not appearing as such on the times at the left side of the screen. So not too sure about that one. But nonetheless, we have 13 seconds remaining in this session. So let's see if we have any last minute changes. Nobody really setting any fast. Well, actually, Mark Roberts, there you go. Mark Roberts in the 213 car, setting a personal best in Sector 1. So perhaps if we are to see an improvement in these final closing moments, that might be from Mark Roberts. Doesn't set a personal best Sector 2, so a slower Sector 2, though we don't know quite by how much. So Mark Roberts in the 213 car. Let's see whether he is able to improve. That's the JPR Racing Renault Clio, the black and gold car, which I think is still F4R powered. The two little lightweights there, the VX220 and Jamie Biss's MX-5. I think, well, both with their cool-down lights on, so we're not going to see any improvements from them. And Mark Roberts, I think, not improving there either. No. So I think that's all we are going to see in terms of lap times and improvements and so on. Checkered flag is out. So let's quickly run through our finishing order, our results, provisional results. Classic and Retro, fastest car overall, and winner in class is Mark Donnelly ahead of Eden Young, Dean Riley, Jamie Biss, and 58. Stephen Fitzpatrick in the E30 M3. In Clubman, the fastest in Clubman is Annie Thompson ahead of Dan Buckingham, Clive Hopwell, and Laura Yankoskaite. In Clubman Plus, it's 2, 3, 7. Jazz Horsham in the BMW M2 ahead of Jay Elliott. Pocket Rocket Force Induction, it's Stephen House ahead of Rafael Tetsaris, Thomas Langley, Peter Rushforth, and then Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, Ryan Barker ahead of Mark Roberts, Martin Batskovich, and then Stuart Hyde and Stephen Wilkinson. Which concludes then, so our drivers will now head into Parc Ferme, and that concludes our Attack 1 section of today's Time Attack proceedings. But worry not, JDM JAM fans. Of course, those of you here at the trackside have got lots of fun things to attend and walk around and do. So please go forth and do that. And for those of you watching the stream, for those of you watching the track action, we will be getting our Racing Hondas Championship qualifying underway. But first, a short little break.
So I'm here with Andy, who is fresh off of practice in the Racing Hondas, and I'm also here with Simon, who is our tyre technical. Now, Andy, talk us through the sort of tyre and everything that you felt in practice.
Yeah, so we were just talking to Simon a second ago. So this is the first time we're running this tyre on the car. So when I went out, first off, cold pressures at 25 on the front. Went out, the car was really solid, but I found obviously the car's not moving around on the rear. So we've got too much grip on the rear, obviously with front wheel drive car, etc. So we were just talking about the effects of, particularly at Donington, and what I'm trying to achieve here. So I'm finding that because I've got too much grip on the rear, the car's really fallen over itself, particularly on the left front. So just trying to think of ways of trying to mitigate that really for everyone's benefit. We're talking about, you know, at home that's watching or whatever. But so anyway, so I'm pushing on the front. She's turning in, but she's falling over herself, and I've got no oversteer whatsoever. So this particular tyre, what characteristics should I be expecting out of this?
So the first thing we need to know is what tyre pressures were you running?
Yeah.
What was the hot tyre pressure that you came in on? So if you've got the same hot pressure front and rear, you'll probably tend to find with a front wheel drive car it goes towards understeer.
Yeah.
So just a handy tip, really easy thing to do to make the car oversteer, you just put more pressure in the rear.
Yeah. What sort of pressure? How many? How much more PSI do you think?
Maybe 10, 15, but don't quote me on that.
Like a big jump.
That's not official.
Well, a big jump, just to see the difference.
Yeah. Just to feel the difference and then come back and adjust as necessary. You'll see, as the track condition improves, you may need less.
Right.
Or more, whatever.
And then on the front, we were talking before about switching the tyres around.
Yep.
So these tyres, you can do that, right? So,
yeah, so
next session, I need to switch them around.
Yeah, so this is a A052 is an asymmetric tyre. So it has a, if you look, an outside and an inside.
Okay.
Inside.
Oh, I see, yeah, it says on the outside.
Outside.
Yep.
So it just fits one way on the rim. Yep. So what tends to happen on any circuit in the UK is the left-hand side gets more loaded than the right-hand side because it's mainly right-hand turns. So a good way of getting your value for money to even up tyre wear is to swap the tyres from side to side. Easy with this because you don't need to turn it on the rim. It's asymmetric tyre, you just swap the wheel out.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So in terms of using these for the first time, which I am today, what characteristics can I expect from the A052? Are they sort of tyre where they switch on immediately, or it's a couple of laps?
No, it should switch on fairly quickly, usually about a quarter of a lap.
And then be fairly consistent that they drop off
usually should be fairly consistent on a 15-20 minute race, depending on your tyre pressure. Tyre pressure is a key thing for management on the front wheel drive car.
Okay. So if I came in this last time, I think I was 32 on the front, hot, and the same on the rear. Okay. So there's a bit of a pointer then, so we'll switch them around.
Switch them around, and I'd lower the front tyre pressure maybe 3 or 4 psi.
Okay. And then jack up the rear on the pressure. Maybe 10, radicals?
You can start 10, but you're a professional driver, aren't you?
Yeah, I know,
so you can cope with that.
I just this particular tyre, you know, obviously front-wheel drive cars, the philosophy is the same.
It is.
But it's just what to expect from this particular tyre, really.
For road use, obviously, I wouldn't recommend that, but it's a common trick with a front-wheel drive car. At a racing circuit, you always increase the rear tyre pressure.
So I'm going to switch the tyres over, check out the pressure on the rear, and try that for quality.
So switching the tyres over evens up your wear, and you get better value for money.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, good stuff. Right. Okay. To answer your questions.
Absolutely.
It's good. All right. Yeah. Cheers.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Charlie and to Andy Barnes and our man from Yokohama to give us an insight into the tyres that our Racing Hondas run here in this championship. And we are now back on track for Racing Hondas as the qualifying session for today's 2 races gets underway. 15 minutes. Drivers will be out there on their out laps. So they'll be setting their first few flying laps here in the session. Pre-practice earlier on, for those who didn't see it, was disrupted by an off for Fraser McNeil into the gravel just to the left-hand side at McLean's. And there's a yellow flag. It looks like there's green flags around anyway just to get the session underway. But the qualifying session, the free practice session, is slightly disrupted by that red flag, but racing got back underway after the short hiatus that we had. And fastest in that session was Phil Wright, the 2023 champion. So first few flying laps are going to start to come in very shortly. Quite a congested track out there, 26 Racing Hondas, in fact 25 in fact, we still don't have Owen Diver out on circuit, the newcomer in the Kinetic Motorsport Honda Civic EP3, teammate to Sammy Milam, and also Dave Buki, who's the team boss in his EK9 Honda Civic. But in terms of the free practice classification from earlier on, it was fastest time for Kevin Talbot, in fact. Kevin Talbot was quickest with a 1:16.107. Phil Wright did a 1:16.380. And Bob Barron was third fastest with his nice 93 Honda Civic from Kilter Case, 1:16.935. And the benchmark in terms of lap time is certainly going to be 1:15.2, which is the qualifying lap record set by Liam Collins last year. So that's the lap time that they're going to be aiming for to try and beat. 1:15.216 was the qualifying time. Of course, Liam also holds the race lap record, 1:15.191, which is a fraction faster. So anything in the 1:15s is a quick time to aim for at the front of the grid. As the first few flying laps come in, the only driver that has dipped into the 1:15s is the 2023 champion. You can see on the screen, that man right there, Phil Wright, 1:15.940. Will Self, Race 1 winner at Cadwell Park, just in front of him on track in the EG Honda Civic. And again, we mentioned that the difference in cars is quite key. Now, if you want to vote for your Lucas Oil top driver, you can do so with the QR code on screen. So if you've got a phone which is a camera that can read QR codes or a QR code reader app, just scan that code and you can vote for your Lucas Oil top driver of the day in the Racing Hondas. And see if anyone, possibly these two, if they are at the front together, could be two of the contenders to do so. Will Self goes fastest, does a 1:15.592, so we're starting to get into those quicker times now. Still got to find another 3/10 to get near the qualifying lap record set by Liam Collins, who has not really set a flying lap time just yet, really. No, he's done 2 laps, but his best time, which I suspect was held up in traffic, was a 1:25.364. So he's actually 10 seconds off currently his lap record pace, but I'm certain he'll be up there in no time. Bob Barron's gone third fastest. Just kind of the background, I think, just there going through the old hairpin at the back of the shot. That's the Kilty K-Swaps Scotsman. him and Fraser McNeil, a pair of Honda Civic EGs. Does seem to be the EG, which can be quite a handy, older shape, but quite an aerodynamic shape, the EG Civic, as it turns its way through. Oh, a big oversteer moment there for Will Self. That would have possibly ruined his lap, but he just about held it. Key thing with these front-wheel drive cars, it's not like rear-wheel drive where you have to come off the throttle in a way. Usually the remedy for a sideways moment in a front-wheel drive car, boot the throttle, and eventually the rear end will come back around again. So Will Self has survived that one, but it would have cost him ultimate time. Still on provisional pole, unless Philip Wright can better this one. He has not set any personal best times in sectors. And in fact, yeah, Will Self's time was a 117.386 last time by. Bob Barron has improved on that lap, 116.276, but hasn't yet dipped underneath 116 just yet. And Liam Collins, I should mention, has gone to 5th fastest, but is still 2 seconds off his qualifying pace. Tommy Knight has gone to 4th fastest, just there in one of my genuinely favourite cars looking on the grid, the bright blue EK Civic. Looks like a proper little Civic touring car from the 1990s with the big diffuser. Just behind him is the defending overall Racing Honda's champion, Ryan Cunningham, in the Motion Motorsport Run Civic, which also has backing from Kent Models, one of the main sponsors for Time Attack and Racing Hondas this season. He's currently at the moment in 9th fastest. We should give some love to the other classes. Dan Thackeray is on Class B pole position. He's set a 1 minute 17.862, and that is putting him about roughly 4 tenths ahead of Ryan Cunningham. Spencer Fortang is currently 3rd in class, Lewis Barker 4th, and then Sammy Milam in car number 9 for Kinetic Motorsport is rounding off the top 5 in class. For Class C, it's Matt Rowling who leads the way at the moment in that one, 22nd overall, but on Class C pole with a 121.973 in his EP3 Civic. And he's currently ahead of Andy Barnes, who's one of our 2 single round entries, so they don't score points on track this weekend. They might well get a trophy, but they won't get any points for the championship because they're only here as a guest effectively. And then it's Callum Houchen in 3rd in class, 24th overall. Just a few pit callers. Ryan Cunningham is one of them. Also is Phil Wright. He wants to try and find a bit more time to improve. He's at a 1:15.801 as his best time to be 2nd quickest. A few more personal bests coming in. Liam Collins now lowers his best time. He's now only 8 tenths off pole in the DC2 Integra. 1:16.397 for Liam, so he's getting quicker out there. Again, still has to find another, at least what, 1.2 seconds to go better than his qualifying record. There is Liam. Not much quicker on this lap. What was his time? Possibly backed off, I think. Yeah, 1:31.785. I think he was winding up for a better lap. Here's someone we should probably talk about quite a bit. The man behind who looks after Time Attack with his brother Rob, Andy Barnes, with Kent Models emblazoned on the side in his FN2 Civic. Currently still in 2nd in Class C, but just under 2 tenths off, and that's an off for Nicholas Allett in his Class A Civic EP3. That's the Revit Motorsport car. Just lost it, looks like, on the exit of the old hairpin, and has come to rest sideways on the grass just at the kink at Starkey's. That might have disrupted Liam Collins' lap. Looking at his times, in terms of his actual speed through Sector 1, it's his best speed so far. 117.3 was his speed through that sector. Wasn't his best sector outright, personally. Someone who's going quickly is Kevin Talbot in the DC5 Integra. He's currently 6th fastest, but he is going quicker in the first sector than he's ever been. There's a 21.9. The tracker suggests that the 137 car is somewhere coming out of the flames towards Coppice. The bright green and blue Integra DC5 is just making its way up towards and through Coppice at this point. So we might possibly track him in a few moments' time as he comes onto the pit straight. Onto the pit straight comes Andy Barnes. Let's see if Andy can make his way a little bit quicker. He's done an okay 1st, 2nd and 3rd sector. Doesn't improve. His last time was a 1:28.5, so he obviously backed off on that lap to not be as quick. Will Self still fastest, for Phil Wright in 2nd, Bob Barron in 3rd. And Talbot, we said was lapping quickly, just flashed through the shot. And the Integra has gone to 2nd fastest, 1:15.791. Bit of on-track play here between James Alford's Class A Civic and the Class B car, Spencer Fortag. There's a little bit of debris that's on the exit of Coppice Corner, just on the apex, and a slowing Rick O'Connell on the outside. Now, he's just appeared on the scene, so I don't think that's related, but whatever that is or used to be is across the track. I don't think it's causing too many problems. Now, hopefully that was just Rick moving out of the way, because that car is crawling along down the back straight at the moment. So I hope that's not an issue or a legacy from not just his Cadwell Park accident, but also his car pulled off, if you remember, towards the end of the free practice session with issues. And there is Rick O'Connell. So hopefully this is not a legacy of his Cadwell Park incident, but the EG Civic, not all is well, and that's not him finding track time. He is simply looked like about to pull off the road. That's got a feel of end of the session, prematurely feel about it for Rick. And there'll be yellow flags down the back straight. He might possibly have to park that car, if he's got any drive left in it, off the circuit cleanly. Looking at Nicholas Allett after his spin at Starkeys. He's now gone to 14th overall and 10th in Class A. Remember, he's also another single round entry along with Andy Barnes. Still 4 minutes left to go in the session. Personal best in the first sector for Kevin Talbot on his last lap anyway. And Tommy Knight's also gone to 6th in his EG Bright Blue Civic, number 24. Again, looking at Class B, Dan Thackeray still on pole in that class, now by almost a second from Ryan Cunningham in second quickest. Spencer Fortag third fastest in class. Then Lewis Barker in fourth, and Sammy Mylan rounding out the top 5. Collins makes his way down the back straight, putting a couple of cars behind him. Well, I think that's Callum Houchin he's putting that behind. And that's going to be dangerous because Rick Collins' car has pulled off, but it's lost drive by the looks of it. Halfway trying to pull off the circuit, and unsurprisingly, red flag is out. Session's been stopped. Now with 3.5 minutes to go, that's going to be interesting because we have gone past 75% distance in the session. So I wonder if potentially the clerk of the course and race control might possibly call that session, because you can get around here and get possibly a lap or two in on the out lap if you're quick enough. But that's going to be, you get at least one flying lap in. However, we have gone past that kind of threshold of declaring a session. So I potentially could be looking at the provisional grid for race 1 with Will Self on pole position. And couldn't quite get to lap record pace, but he got close, 1:15.592. They are lined up at the end of the pit lane, so they haven't instructed them to go back to Parc Fermé yet. And they're kind of that far enough down the pit lane where they can't really turn into Parc Fermé either. So I wonder if they might actually give them the rest of the session, given there probably is the time to do so. Let's just run down where we are then, just in case, to give our love to all the classes. So Will Self then currently on provisional pole position, 1:15.592 in his, I think he's the oldest car on the grid. It's a 1991 Honda Civic, entered by Watson Gym Equipment. Well, that's his sponsor anyway. Kevin Talbot in the DC5 Honda Integra, second fastest, only 2/10 back. And he just ahead also of Phil Wright in his number 63 Phil Wright Racing EP3 Honda Civic, 2023 champion. Bob Barron, who looks like he'll line up, if it stays as it is, on the second row of the grid in the Kilted K-Swaps Honda Civic EG. Remember, he was one of the stars of Cadwell Park and his first ever car racing weekend. Fifth is Liam Collins, the lap record holder, in his privately entered Honda Integra. There's no sponsor next to that car, so I'm just going to call him a privateer, or Liam Collins Racing, if you like, in a nice 98 Honda Integra. Sixth is Tommy Knight in his Knight Racing Civic EK. And then we go down to Class B, which is Dan Thackeray on pole position, the former Civic Cup title contender back in 2023. He's currently 7th fastest, pole position in Class B. Dave Buki, who you just see off to the right in his white Honda EK, making his first appearance at the championship and that car's first appearance at the championship. 8th quickest. Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion, car number 1, now moving up to Class B this year after he was champion in Class C. 9th quickest. Spencer Fortag runs out the top 10, and then running down the rest we've got Rick O'Connell in 11th, who stopped. He's the reason why the red flag's out. And then Class C pole, we should mention Matt Rowling, who's on pole by nearly 2/10 of a second in class from Andy Barnes and from Callum Houchin. Whilst we wait for what could be the resumption of the session or the early conclusion, let's head back down to the paddock earlier on, because our roving reporter, Charlie Holman, who was down there to have a chat to a few more drivers, let's see who she caught up with whilst we wait for this session to resume here at Donington Park.
I'm here with Matt, one of our Class C drivers. Now, Matt, you are our leader here. We're coming off of a 2-race win. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great start to the season. Yeah, Cadwell really enjoyed it. We had a couple of issues with the car, but yeah, had a really good start. So yeah, it was really good fun.
Amazing. Oh, awesome. Fantastic stuff. Obviously, we're out at Donington today, a bit different to Cadwell. How are you feeling heading into here?
Okay, positive. This car hasn't actually been to Donington before, so yeah, we are going to learn today what we learned with the car from Cadwell. We still need to change some bits, which we haven't actually managed to do because of time restraints and bits and bobs. But yeah, we're just going to go and try it and just enjoy it. It's one of my favourite circuits, so yeah, we'll just send it and see.
Perfect. I mean, whatever you did last time worked well, so we'll go with that again.
Yeah, hopefully that's kind of the plan. So yeah, we'll see. And we've got another Class C driver as well, so we've got a full podium. So yeah, it'd be good to have a battle with the guys, and yeah, hopefully we've got 3 to finish as well.
Yeah, as I say, hopefully we get all 3 cars out on track this time. I'm looking over there. Perfect stuff. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Charlie. And Nicholas Allett, as we come back to our pictures here, is once again grass tracking on his exit of Graham Hill Bend. Wrong circuit, it's Old Hairpin. Come on, get it right. So we've got 2.5 minutes left to go in the sessions. They have let them back out for one final fling around the circuit to try and improve their time. So as you can tell, 25 racing Hondas out on track at once. Altogether, it looks like a race. But everyone's now going to try and back off and find their own racing room here, particularly when they're not in class order. So you've got Class A, Class B and Class C cars all together trying to find racing room here. They've only got literally time for probably about 2 laps here to try and get a good lap time in, providing how quickly they can get back around again. If they can get across with about roughly, depending on time, somewhere between 1 minute 15, 1 minute 20 to go, they should get 2 laps around here if they're quick enough. So the battle is on then. Currently still, Will Self, who's just going through red gate now, 1:15.592. He's on provisional pole overall and in Class A. Dan Thackeray on pole in Class B with a 1:17.862. Class C pole sitter is Matt Rowling on the 1:21.973, and off into the gravel at Redgate has gone 77. Duncan Holloway, and I fear this might be another disruption just like we had with Fraser McNeil off in the gravel at McLean's, and I fear possibly we might be getting another premature end to the session, even though there are drivers who are looking pretty quickly, such as Kevin Talbot, who is on a purple first sector, fastest first sector of the entire session so far for Kevin Talbot, but there are going to be yellow flags down there. Now, how much that's going to affect anyone on a fast lap remains to be seen. This is not going to help some of the faster cars here. Sammy Lindsay trying to get his way around through, looks like I think Callum Houchin. He's got Andy Barnes in there, Dan Thackeray. The rest of the pack comes through, and Talbot, in fact, actually, is going to be powering on. He comes in the second sector. It's not a personal best or a fastest for the sector, so he has lost time through the traffic. It's been the fastest speed for Bob Barron in the second sector, but Talbot winds his way out of the Roberts chicane. Now, what can he do here with the session? I think has seen a checker flag, possibly due to the fact that Holloway's car is in the gravel. So Talbot comes across the line, doesn't improve. Yeah, it was a 1:18.124. It was an improvement for Collins, though. So Liam Collins does do a better time, 1:16.033. Doesn't improve his position. He stays 4th. And there's no further improvements in lap times. Fraser McNeil did get a better lap time in, but he's back down in 16th and 11th in class. You'll be disappointed with that after the excursion he had in practice earlier on. So he'll certainly would have hoped for a little bit more on that one. So I think because we had Duncan Holloway's car stuck in the gravel, that won't be the reason why they flagged it early. So Will Self then is on provisional pole position for race 1 of the weekend here at the day at Racing Hondas. He does so by nearly 0.2 of a second from Kevin Talbot into the top of the field. With Philip Wright in 3rd, from Liam Collins in 4th, Bob Barron 5th, and Tommy Knight round out the top 6, all in Class A cars. Dan Thackeray 7th overall, takes Class B pole position. He's ahead of Dave Bucky's EK Honda Civic. Ryan Cunningham 2nd in Class B and 9th overall for Spencer Fortag, rounding out the overall top 10. Rick O'Connell, whose car brought out the red flag initially after it stopped on the back straight before the final chicane. He ends up 11th. Hopefully if they can get that car fixed, he'll be out for race 1 in time with no issues. James Alford was 12th, Lewis Barker 13th and 4th in Class B. Nicholas Alley, who had a couple of offs at the old hairpin, but still takes his first qualifying session result in 14th. The rest of it is mostly Class B cars. Sammy Milan was 15th fastest for Fraser McNeil. He'll be disappointed with that after his off in practice. Couldn't improve his time anymore. He'll start from row 8. Then Sam Linsner and James Kembry from Harry Greenhill and Duncan Holloway and Luke Crassus-Menu. Then 22nd fastest was Matt Rowling, the Class C pole sitter, ahead of our single round entry Andy Barnes, the man behind Time Attack. Then Jackson White and Callum Houchin round out the runners. And once again, we didn't have Owen Diver, who I don't know if he's withdrawn or not, I just wasn't able to get out. But if he's not racing, unfortunately, that brings our run down to 25 cars. And the pole position time, I remind you, 1:15.592, about 3/10 off the qualifying lap record set last year by Liam Collins. So that's the end of the session. Race 1 for Racing Hondas is set to take place, timetabled, at about 3:35. So a good few hours to go until we get that. I've got roughly possibly kind of like a 2.5 hour break between these ones. We've got a lunch break plus also our second our Attack 2 sessions for our 3 Time Attack groups. We've got Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme first, then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, and then we have CNR, Clubman and Pocket Rocket before we get the Racing Hondas underway. There is going to be a pit lane walkabout for the Time Attack cars. It does say Racing Hondas in the programme, but can confirm it's for Time Attack. So anyone that wants to come down and have a look at the cars, I think you'll be invited to do so, to come to either end of the pits where they'll let you in, and they'll be able to have a look and see the cars up close and personal, the cars that you'll be seeing, you have been seeing around the circuit and will do for Attack 2 and their Super Attack later on this afternoon. And of course the Racing Hondas paddock is down around in the area where the show is. If you're around the circuit also as well, mainly talking here to those who are at the circuit as well as those on live stream. If you're watching a live stream and you're also here, great to have you in both places at once. But also as well, if you're here around the circuit as well, do have a look around the show, around the paddock. The Time Attack cars are in there. Racing Hondas are in the paddock. Some great stuff to see in the show as well. The Obsession stand's got plenty of great, beautiful JDM cars. Lots of JDM machines. You've got Skylines, Evo, Civics. You've got all sorts of cars in there. You've got Supras, all sorts of JDMs, Imprezas, all sorts of things in there to have a look at. Be sure to have a wander around and enjoy the show that it is JDM Jam. And again, thank you to Lucas Oil for all the support they give for the stream. Thanks to everybody who makes Racing Hondas possible, which is Yokohama, Tegiwa, Lucas Oil, Exidi, Motegi, YSR, Kemp Model, Stroff and Clear Freight, and everyone that makes JDM Jam and Time Attack happen. And it's going to be hopefully a fantastic afternoon after lunch as well. One thing we'll also mention too as well, very quickly to round off, which is very, very important. For those who follow motorsport, we very sadly had a driver pass away at just on Saturday, sadly, at the Vintage Sports Car Club meeting. And our thoughts and condolences to the family of and friends of the person we lost. There is going to be a 2 minutes silence at the end of a lunch break, which is at 2:15 timetable for. So 2:15 p.m. There's going to be a 2-minute silence to reflect on the loss of fellow competitor this weekend. Not just them, but we had a very unfortunate passing away of a co-driver on the Jim Clark Rally in the British Rally Championship this weekend as well as others recently too. And of course we send condolences and our thoughts to the families of those that the motorsport community has lost, as well as the marshals and officials involved in their sad incidents. If you'd be able to do so, and please help us observe that and pay the respects. At 2:15 at the end of a lunch break it's scheduled, there will be a 2-minute silence. And also if you're watching on the stream, please join us on that one too as well. So track action is due to get back underway with the first of the Attack 2 sessions for Time Attack, Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. That's set at around about 2:15 after the 2-minute silence. So be sure to join us then. But until then, we'll probably have some fillers, some more information, some more adverts around on screen before we get to past the lunch break. So we're just waiting for our excellent roving reporter and presenter Charlie to find someone in Park Fermi to have a chat to. They do tend to run away like cats, or herding cats with drivers. They tend to kind of run away and talk to each other rather than talk to Charlie, who's lovely, and everyone wants to talk to Charlie. But as soon as they see a microphone and a camera, they tend to run in the opposite direction when they shouldn't do. They want to do it for their sponsors and do a good job. Should mention quickly, whilst we're waiting for Charlie to find someone to have a chat with, quick mention of some of the other upcoming events for this season on the Time Attack package. We've had one event, which of course was at Cadwell Park. We've also had this weekend here at JDM Jam at Donington Park. The rest of the calendar looks as follows very quickly. I'll try and squeeze it in before we finally get someone for Charlie to have a chat to. We finally convinced to put in front of the camera. And in terms of the rest of the events, to quickly promote, we've got the Brands Hatch event on June the 15th. So be sure to get in for that one, Tuna Fest South. Then the next event after that will be GT Battle at Snetterton on 27th of July. Be sure to come along for that one. Tuna Fest North, both of which the Tuna Fests are powered by Lucas Oil. That is taking place at Alton Park on August 25th. Then we go back to Brands Hatch for Go Japan on the 7th of September. Then we also have in the mix on top of that too, there is an event at Knock Hill coming up as well on there too. And then we also have Modified Live in September, or 19th of September at Snetterton, and there's another event I think we've got in October to round off the season as well. We've got the Yokohama Fun Zone here this weekend as well. We've got the trade areas to have a look at. We've got some fantastic D1 drift cars, which are quite a rare sight to see in the UK, so do savour them. We've got the Blitz Skyline, the HKS Hyper Genkai Sylvia, and a couple of other ones to see. We've got drift passenger experiences. We've got, you get to meet Adam C at JDM Jam this weekend as well. There's the Creator Crew. We've got the Obsession Awards as well, with different awards for Pro Class and Street Class and different cars in the mix. You can even find in there our very own Charlie Harmon's very own, very shiny and very clean championship white Honda Civic EP3. Go and have a look at it, because that car is a brilliant looking car. It's absolutely stunning to look at, and she looks after it, maintains it very, very well. So be sure to go and have a look at that and check it out for yourself. Lots of great cars in the Obsession car show. There's from Honda Civics, there's a Honda Civic Jordan in here as well from 1998. There's a 350Z, there's MX-5, there's a Toyota Celica GT4 WRC, there's Sylvias, there's the Mitsubishi Colt, there's Evos, there's Pulsars, I think a Pulsar Rally in there as well, and the Yaris GR, Nissan Sylvias, and LS Swap Datsun 240Z. Some amazing cars in this show. Lots of car clubs in place as well you can take a look at as well. And also be sure to have a look at some of the programme. Pick up one of the programme if you can. They are £6. It's also the Time Attack Simulator experience for Abruzzi as well. Right, enough of me talking for a moment. As before we go into the lunch break, let's head down to our roving reporter, Charlie Harmon, who's finally found someone who wants to talk to her down in Parc Fermé. Let's cross over and see who she's found after qualifying for Racing Hondas here at Donington Park.
Right, we are fresh off the track for the qualifying here at the Racing Hondas here at Donington Park. I'm here with Will, Class A driver. Pole position for you, how was that?
It's quite straightforward, really. I've only sort of done 10 laps around there in that car, so there's plenty left in it, but yeah, it didn't seem too difficult to do that at all. Hopefully we'll be in the 14s during the race.
Perfect. Obviously, we have got a bit of an 8 grid penalty from last round. How are you favouring, obviously, going into race 1 with that penalty?
Yeah, I've not heard it described as a bit of a grid race, 8th place grid penalty yet, but yeah, 8th place grid penalty for race 1, so yeah, that'll be interesting. Just try and get through cleanly and be patient is the goal, and just get a finish really and just have a bit of fun.
Perfect. Obviously, there were quite a lot of repair work went on behind the scenes in the last 2 weeks with the car. How did it feel now on the track after those repairs?
To be honest, it feels exactly the same as it did. Credit to the guys that did it. Martin at TI Developments in Westbury and his guys, they jumped on the car pretty soon after Cadwell, and they had 2 guys on it for 2 weeks and then got it into paint and got it sorted. So, I mean, credit to them and thank you to them, and thank you as well to Simon, Watson Gym Equipment. I wouldn't be here today without him either, and all the help that everyone gives me, which makes it possible.
Amazing. Obviously, a bit behind the scenes, you see the whole back of the car was cut off at one point.
Yeah, so to most people it looked like it probably just wanted a rear quarter, but it was in fact the chassis leg, the left rear chassis leg. The toe box was sort of somewhere up inside the passenger floor, so it had a C post, most of the B post, obviously the leg and all of that sort of thing.
But we're here now, and that's the main bit.
We're here now and the car feels good, so.
Perfect. Amazing stuff. Well, good luck for race 1, and thank you very much. Thank you. So I have also got behind me our Class B pole position, Dan. Dan, come over. Dan's no stranger to talking to me after a 2 race win at Cadwell. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was all right. I haven't actually seen all the times yet. I think we did a nice job to put it on pole, but the track feels very slippy, to be honest. I didn't know if it was just me, but it feels like a lot of the other drivers are thinking the same, so the times are a lot slower than we would expect. I think it's just lacking grip overall, and hopefully a few more cars, sessions out, and it'll be back to grippy for race 1.
Perfect. Is there anything you're going to sort of do differently to the car heading into race 1 for that grip?
Yeah, we'll try and make a few changes, give us a little bit front end, but often in this scenario when it feels like it's all 4 wheels as opposed to like a front end or a rear one, it's kind of track related, so hopefully the track just grips up a little bit and race 1 will be close.
Perfect. Obviously, you seem a bit unstoppable at the moment. Hoping for a win in race 1?
It's a commentator's curse, that, isn't it, surely?
We didn't say that.
Well, let's see what happens if I get out in front by the end of lap 1, but you know what it's like, anything can happen first couple of laps, so just trying to keep my nose out of trouble and see where we are and go from there.
Clean first corner.
Please, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the aim, and then we'll go from there.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for race 1. Thank you. So that is us off the back of qualifying. So we're going to head into a lunch break now, but make sure you come back for race 1.
So we are down here in the pit lane. So we've got a pit lane walk, and as you can see, so open to the public, and just all of the cars pulled out in front of the pits so that everyone could get a really good look around them. So yeah, starting off here with the pro cars. So we've got Luke Sedgwickowski's amazing Tegiwa NSX. You can see some serious aero on this machine. And as Luke was saying earlier, he's getting like this immense amount of downforce at high speeds, and actually so much so that it can actually push the car, push the splitter right into the ground. So I think we're talking, 1,500 kind of kilos at 150 miles an hour. So huge amounts of downforce on this car. I think designed by Andrew Brilliant as well. So a full aero package on this car here. And then just moving on. So you can see we've got Rob Boston's MX-5, and we were having a bit of a catch up with him earlier. So yeah, down here in the pro class, mixing it up with the pro boys, but out in Club 2-wheel drive. So as Rob was saying earlier, so still just an MX-5 engine, but yeah, supercharged on that. And then we're moving up to. Got Bradley John here, so in this fantastic Evo 9. So yeah, I mean the noise that comes out of this thing is absolutely immense. Yeah, full kind of kit on that. I know Bradley had a not so great a time at Cadwell, but everything kind of going well today. Yeah, an absolute beast of a machine. You see these lovely carbon doors as well on that. So. And then this is definitely the territory of the Evos, so as we're moving back up here, and then we come to Colin Dorwood's lovely Evo 6. I'm not biased at all, having owned Black Evo myself. So yeah, fantastic car. So as we're speaking with Colin this morning, having some issues and rubbing on the cam belt, I think a bolt from the oil pump. So, but hopefully we're going to see that back out again this afternoon. And very, very mean looking front on this. We've got another Evo over here. So Mr. Andrew Barber, so we spoke to him at Cadwell. Another immaculate black Evo, always immaculately presented. Again, another one of our crew down from Scotland. And then we're moving on to, so we've got Martin Henry here. Out in the Astra VXR, so we're having a bit of a chat to him earlier, and so yeah, actually running out in pro class, so on full slicks, and I think one of the very few cars, I think he's the only car still to be running in pro class on a full H pattern, so not on a sequential, like most of the other cars in pro class are. Moving on, I think Martin Cowley today driving the Turbo Technics Focus RS. So yeah, and a full sequential box in that, it's again which puts it up into that class. But just in for a single round entry today. And then again, four-wheel drive land here. So one of our Nissan GTRs. So obviously huge horsepower on the GTRs. We've got a couple of machines here today. So Alexander Volkov, and I think this is Kastutis. So just in a single round entry. So yeah, awesome VR35 engine. Yeah, immense power. Very well suited for Donington because obviously a big power track. So yeah, absolutely superb machines. We've got Mike Osborne's car, so the Evo 6, and also Eric Holmes's car. So again, two more of our Scottish contingents. So we've got lots of the Scots down with the Evos, all very high horsepower Evos. And Eric's over there. So just we can just grab you just quickly. You had a few issues at Cadwell, but all going well so far today.
We had gear change issues with the Quaife sequential, but the cable and between the cable and the gear stick, we managed to centre everything. Absolutely fine today. Great.
All going well then.
Yeah. Flat shifts working a dream. Yeah, all good.
Fantastic.
I just can't get it to turn in.
Right. We just need to try a little bit harder.
Just try it. Well, I just made some suspension changes and some tyre pressure changes and see if we can get it to turn in. But no, car's flying. Basically.
Excellent. Well,
so I'm quite pleased with it.
Hope it stays like that this afternoon.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
No rain, Susie, please.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed, and see what we can do. Cheers,
right,
Eric.
Cheers.
And then we are coming up here. So Andy Grady, hi, waving at me from a distance, doesn't want to talk to me. Yes, we got this Evo here. So the interesting thing about this Evo is actually running a DSG gearbox. So yeah, definitely not something you see on an Evo a lot, but yeah, quite a unique setup. And I think like last year had lots of teething issues with it, but yeah, starting to really fly this year. So again, a little bit not something you often see on an Evo. Again, getting back into the big horsepower GTRs here, so Alexander Volkov here. Yeah, huge horsepower, and I think, as I was saying, I think the circuit really play into the strengths of the GTR. Like, you know, you've got the fast flowing corners of Donington, it really can kind of unleash all of that power here. And so yeah, we've got the team of GTRs, obviously big cars to be chucking around the track as well, and so much more suited to these kind of like fast flowing circuits rather than the tight kind of like twisty ones. This is Laura's M4. So it's really great to see Laura back, single round entry, another woman competing in time attack, so it's great to see that. We've got Ilya's bonkers Clio. I'm not sure you really call it a Clio anymore. It used to be a Clio. Kind of isn't anything much Clio left, I don't really think. I think just point to note, I know we chatted with him at Cadwell, but also this massive kind of like rear wing that he's got brand new for today. And then also coupled with Eden Young's Micra behind us. So again, we're talking cars that have not got much of the original left, so not a very standard Micra either. It's a spicy Micra. I think, who's about? Matt, do you know any of the stats? No, everyone's running away from me.
It's 445 horsepower and about 820 kilos.
Okay, so definitely not your standard Micra. A little bit spicy. Thanks for that, Matt. Just putting you on the spot there. So we've got Dean Taylor's Evo in the background there, the Evo 7. And Dean was having some gear selector issues, so I think this cable down here, he was having issues with this Cadwell, actually completely replaced that for this round and still I think having some issues unfortunately, so we'll see if they get that resolved in the afternoon. This is single round entry, so off the top of my head I don't know, but obviously we've got another Impreza out here. As I was saying, this class is all out in Club 4-wheel drive. And I think that is probably the sound to for people to start kind of heading back in. As you can see, everyone kind of enjoying actually getting some close-up time with the pit walk and getting up close to the cars. So yeah, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with some action soon.
So as mentioned earlier, at the end of the lunch break at 2:15, we will observe a 2-minute silence to reflect on the loss of fellow competitors this weekend. As a club, we send condolences, and our thoughts are with the families of those that the motorsport community has lost, as well as the marshals and officials involved in these sad incidents. So at 2:15, so we'll be starting the time attack session 2 minutes later than scheduled, because at 2:15 we will be taking a minute's silence. Those of you watching from the trackside will see that the marshals will go onto the track, and you will see that begin. And then we will get proceedings back underway after that. So it's currently 2:13 by my watch. And so we'll just be doing the 2-minute silence at 2:15 in just a couple of minutes, very shortly. After which we will get the time attack 2 started. So it's on the schedule at being 2:15. It will take place at 2:17. Starting with Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. Then following that, Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And you can see our drivers and marshals lining up at the trackside. So I think I'll go quiet now, and I believe the beginning of the 2-minute silence will be indicated somehow, but that should be coming very shortly at 2:15. So that was the 2 minutes silence. You heard the klaxon there at the end of that, so our marshals head back to their posts. Once that's all ready, then attack 2 will be green flagged. I think that's at the front of the queue. can't quite tell from the camera, actually. But we have a different order this year. So just as we're getting ready, we have a different order this year. So first up are our Pro class cars, Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme. And in just a few moments, they will be getting their Attack 2 underway. I gotta say, the Lucas Oil live stream this year is so cool. I think, you know, people have been asking for Time Attack live stream for, well, ever since it was last stopped for various reasons, this and that. But it's back this year. I think a big part of that is thanks to Lucas Oil stepping up and making it possible. But it's so cool. And in fact, so one of my favorite parts have been the video interviews that we've had with the drivers, our driver builders who know so much about all of this stuff, what they've done, how they're driving, what they've built, and so on. And I think we might have another one of those interviews lined up in just a sec.
So we're having a catch-up with a very busy garage of Colin Dorwood this morning. So what's going on?
Well, we had a bit of a time trying to get here. We had issues with the electronic e-gates and stuff like that, and just getting the car set up, as it was only on the dyno on Friday. Anyways, just leaving the dyno, the alternator packed in, and it's, of course, it's going to the usual dyno curse. So I had to stay overnight again, and the lads at GR allowed me to use their facilities to change the alternator. But of course, on this, I still run a master cylinder, so it's got to go down from below. So it's drive shaft out, exhaust off, all sorts of stuff. So anyways, that was all done, and then I got here, and then the car was good on the out in there. I think I'll be doing a 107, which is a bit away from where we want to be, but you know, I was just warming up. And then when I came back in, the lads suspected that there was maybe a bit of coolant pushed, so we've checked the retort the head studs, and upon that we found that the timing belt had taken some damage from a bolt that had come out of the oil pump. And as you can see, the timing belt is here.
Yeah, could we just grab that quickly? Because it looks quite nasty.
And you can see that it's definitely not usable. So yeah. So thankfully, the guys at GR and AKB are helping me out, getting the belt off, everything ready to go. The guys at GR have run away an hour, a 2-hour round trip to get another belt down, and yeah, we'll get it back together and see how it goes. But
so you've rallied the troops, they're out to get the spare parts, and then hopefully you'll be back out this afternoon.
Definitely will be, and we'll be pushing hard, like to get, well, at least last year's time. I'd be happy with last year's time, if not quicker. So.
And you've got to get back out there, right? Because obviously with the new format and the points are going on, and you're leading the championship at the moment. But so you've got to get back out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, that round there was a good 6 points there. I think by the time you get the 2 points and then the positions. So it's disappointing that I'm not going to have that. I like to get as many points as you can, of course, but I also like to be on top every session. So yeah, I've got a lot of family and friends, in other countries that are watching and the live feed as well. So I like to perform for them, and plus it's good. 20 minutes of track time, a decent track. You just want to utilise every bit, and of course you don't get to drive the cars that fast all the time. The more time I can get driving fast is obviously better for me and the car. So yeah, hopefully I'd love to get a 104. That would be great.
Well, that's what we'll keep an eye out for this afternoon. So I absolutely love this car. So yeah, good luck. Hopefully the troops make it back and everything gets fixed. Good luck out there.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Cheers.
And that's us down in the pits.
Amazing. I love these video interviews so much because they bring this stuff to life, don't they? Big time. So that was number 151, Colin Dorwood there with the shredded timing belt Well, he's there on track now, so presumably all is well in that case. So the, as he mentioned, GR crew heading out to find a new timing belt somewhere for a Mitsubishi Evo, which I guess is no small task, but it seems like they've managed that, and the car is back out on track, and that's what we love to see. And like Susie said, I think this has very much been talk of the town this season, is we have a different format now. Whereas in the past, it was the final session of the day was the one that scored the big points. You won some in what was called qualifying, but you know, you could give or take. So you could break down in the morning, spend all day fixing stuff, and then come back for the final and get your points. Whereas now, given that we have Attack 1, Attack 2, and Attack 3, or Super Attack, all of which score points, if you lose some of the days running, then you're actually losing out on points big time. So this way we're encouraging not only that pace, not only that one lap pace, but also incentivizing drivers to be able to do that all day long. So very exciting change, and it's interesting to see the drivers so mindful of that. I think especially in the pro classes, I think some of the drivers are here to maybe challenge themselves, to challenge their own records, especially I think in the Pro Extreme area, that kind of region, drivers are really here to push their build, and that's kind of it. They're just here to break records. But then we see people like Colin Dorward actually thinking about, you know, if we miss this session, that's points that we've lost out on towards the championship. So yeah, you know, missing one session can actually make a big dent in your championship standings, which is a whole new addition for this 20th anniversary season. Ilya Krylov there in the wild Haltech Clio, making its way around Martin Cowley's Turbo Technics Ford Focus. Colin Dorward currently faster than anyone on track so far with a 107.4. I wonder, I'm not sure that we saw him in Attack 1 on track. So I think that's what he was alluding to. So I think they spent Attack 1 fixing the car, and he's back out on track now for Attack 2. Martin Henry there in that Astra H VXR, previously in Club 2-wheel drive many years ago, now in which one is he in? He is in Pro, yeah, not even Club Pro, actual Pro class. So clearly something very serious. You can see the big lick of flame out of the side of that car. So something serious happening with that car over the past few seasons that Martin Henry stepped away and did some serious development over those seasons, and that car is back now in Pro class, looking amazing, shooting big flames out of the side, which I don't think it did previously. Last time we saw this car out in maybe 2019, I don't think it was doing that. So clearly some big work has gone into that car. Mick Porter there in the R35 GTR, previously I think quite well known for being one of the few Time Attack competitors to use a Skyline GTR in Time Attack. Back in the day when this was called, what was Time Attack called back in the day? We've actually, it's given that this is the 20th anniversary, we are hosting a special event. GT, I think it was called GT Battle previously. At its inception, when Time Attack was first born onto the world. And of course, at that point, Evos and Skylines and so on in 2005 were quite commonplace. GT Battle, yeah. So back in the day, a Skyline GTR, Evos, Supras, that was very much the flavor of the time. But nowadays, that's quite rare. And Mick Porter there used to compete in an R32 GTR. Now he's back in an R35 GTR, which R35 GTR is a bit more of a regular sight around UK circuits. We were just talking about Martin Henry there. He seems to have been sidelined by some kind of issue. He was parked a little bit off the track there. Marshall's trying to maneuver that car. Perhaps some kind of issue with his steering there. Also, I believe there's rain, little raindrops appearing somewhere on the track. So perhaps if we look at Luke Sędziakowski as he comes around Donington National, you can see the raindrops on the camera there. So definitely that section of the track is getting a little bit soggy, and you can even see the color of the asphalt is that dark purpley gray that it gets when it's wet, the matte grayish purple color that it goes. So you can see, and initially this camera is only half wet, the one that you can see now. So you can see the rain's getting a bit lighter by that point. But at the previous camera post, the rain was falling a bit heavier. So I think we've got a red flag somewhere on the track. Perhaps that was brought out by Martin Henry's car. That's the only stoppage that I'm aware of. His current best was a 1:14.7, a personal best, in fact, for Martin Henry. And then he stopped on the very next lap. Whether that's been what brought out the red flag or not, I am not entirely sure yet as we cycle through the cameras. But yeah, we have rain in some parts of the track. And of course, the drivers in the Pro class are allowed to run Yokohama Racing slicks. And meanwhile, whilst it's a red flag on track, those of you watching on the live stream, a QR code has appeared in the bottom right of your screen to vote for your Lucas Oil top driver of the day. So perhaps with a red flag currently halting the action on track, maybe it's time to turn our attention to the action on the Lucas Oil top driver vote. And so if you scan that QR code with your device of choice, then you can go and vote for. In fact, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that right now. I'm not actually going to vote because I think I need to be impartial and project that impartiality. That's what it's like being a commentator. I'm trying to get that on my phone. So my phone can tell there's a QR code, but I think it's not quite fully happy with that. But here we go. All right, let's open that up. Oh, there you can see Ilya Krylov's car. So you can see that front clamshell now is fully new. So the bonnet's a separate piece, but the front fenders and bumper are all one piece now, one clip-on piece that weighs a whole 4 kilos. Meanwhile, so taking a look at so I scanned the Lucas Oil QR code and it's put me onto the form. So by all means, it's there on the bottom right of your screen. Go and have a play with that. Vote for your driver of the day, Lucas Oil top driver. And meanwhile, our intrepid pit lane camera operator now looking at, here we go, Mike Osborne's machine, the number 93 Osborne Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo 6, and a whole host of other tasty machinery in the pits while we wait for this red flag causing incident to be cleared up, and we can get the session back underway. Wonder if there's any interesting commentary happening in the YouTube side of things. Are the numbers only on the left side of the cars? Asks 08_Apollo. Nope, the numbers are on the front and both sides of the car, so that they can be identified from wherever you are looking from. Additionally, new for this year in Time Attack, we also have a sticker on the back of the car that indicates what class that car is in. So those of you following from the trackside with your program, you know, if you're watching on the stream, then you have the zoomed in camera and stuff. But if you're watching from the trackside, I think sometimes you need little visual aids to help tell who is who. And so now, to help make the classing more obvious, the drivers have stickers on the back of their car. So they have numbers on the front and on the sides. And on the back of their car, there's an extra color-coded sticker that indicates what class they're in. So now you would see CP Pro, I guess, PR or P, stickers, little squares on the back of each car, and that will tell you what class they're in. Especially, let's say, if we have Mitsubishi Evos, and there are in the Pro session, there are Evos in all the classes, in Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme. And so, you know, sometimes those little visual aids can be quite helpful. You can see now that session has been green flagged again. And so some of the cars now making their way back on to the track. Pit lane camera there looking at our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines lining up. They'll be they'll be going on track in 6 or 7 minutes or so once this session is done. Our drivers need to head into Parc Fermé after each session this time. Given that each session is classified, each session awards points. That means each driver needs to go into Parc Fermé afterwards. If you're wondering what Parc Fermé is, which is a very valid question, so Time Attack has quite a flexible rule book, but it still has a rule book. And there are things, especially with regards to catalytic converters, minimum ride height, and so on, and also some rules, class-specific rules. These will all be checked during scrutineering in the morning. And then you think, well, if you pass scrutineering in the morning, you can make the car conform to scrutineering, and then go and add a bunch of illegal stuff to your car and just run the day in that spec. So that's why we have Parc Fermé after each session as well, so that we can also check the cars for compliance after the session to make sure that they didn't go and change something after scrutineering. So that's why we have Parc Fermé after each session now. Now that each session awards points, we need to check each car again after each session. It's usually not as thorough as scrutineering, just because we don't have time to check everything every single time on every car 4 times a day. But there will be just some things that will be focused on at random. So I remember in the past how minimum ride height was checked was, I think it was a roller, and the roller is, I don't know, 35 millimeters high. And so they roll the roller under the car. Bosch, you know, they pick that rule at random. That's the one that we're going to check here in Parc Fermé. Spot check this random rule. Bosch, done. There was a controversy a few years ago where people decided to check for catalytic converters after the fact in Parc Fermé, and some cars were found to be in breach of that. So a rule is kind of picked at random, or a few of them to be checked in Parc Fermé to make sure that nothing was changed during the day. That would put the car in breach of the regulations. So our car is now back on track. Oh, it looks like we've had some... okay. So previously during the day, I mentioned that the timer on the live stream can sometimes diverge from the timer on the TSL timing screen. And I had my suspicion that the two diverged when a red flag was thrown. And so the TSL clock would stop and the live stream clock would continue. And I think that's what was happening. And I saw the clock go down to 5 minutes. And I think that was because of the red flag, and now it's been bumped back up to match the timing on the TSL timing. So great job to all involved for catching and fixing that. I think that was because of the red flags. But you'll be pleased to know, stream watchers, that the countdown timer of the time remaining in the session on the top left of your screen is now aligned with the TSL timing official time. So all good stuff there. Let's take a look at some of our lap times so far that have been punched in as part of Attack 2 in Club Pro. Leading the way is Michael Osborne with 113.8. Ahead of Eric Holmes, 114.7. Dan Kelly, 115.8. Then we have the number 156 machine of Martin Cowley, Turo Technics, 116.5. Richard Goodall, 128.0. Mick Porter, 130.6. Ilya Krylov, not yet having set a flying lap. So interesting there. I mentioned beforehand that he had the tubular rear subframe with independent rear suspension that was giving him issues at Cadwell Park. He's since reverted to the standard beam rear axle and that suspension layout as designed from the factory, and seemed to be doing okay earlier on. You can see the number 29 there, machine of Dan Kelly, the DJK Automotive Caterham 620R, moving around beautifully as it makes its way around a slightly soggy Donington National. In Pro Class, it's Colin Dord who leads the way with a 107.4 with that fresh timing belt ahead of Bradley John with a 109.3, Andrew Barber 111.8, Martin Henry 114.7, and we haven't seen Luke Sandziakowski yet in the Tegiwa NSX. And Susie interviewed him earlier on, again, like all of the video interviews, fascinating stuff to watch. And Luke there talking about his pneumatic paddle shift, I think, on his Honda NSX. I don't know whether it's paddle or you know, a shift lever, but he was talking about needing compressed gas to force it into the next gear and so on. And he was having issues with that because it was using all the air and then taking loads of time to recompress air, and in the meantime he's not able to change gear while it doesn't have enough compressed air to do that. So perhaps maybe that's the reason why we've not seen him on track in this session. So both Ilya Krylov and Luke Sandziakowski. Oh, there we go. Luke's out on the track now, so you can see the camera now focusing in on the number 33 Honda NSX of Tegiwa on its outlap. 4 minutes remaining in this session. Very special machine indeed. I was just awestruck for a few moments there as I watched that NSX come past on the Lucas Oil live stream. I've just done it again. I think it's been absolutely fascinating to see that car evolve over the seasons, and Tegiwa have been always, I think, for the past few years, so thorough in documenting their builds, because Tegiwa are involved in quite a few motorsports. Of course, also the Racing Hondas Championship and other things beyond these Time Attack organization days. And all of their various builds are documented in blogs on the Tegiwa website. And that's always fascinating reading. And you can really tell the pedigree of Tegiwa, who, of course, when it comes to Honda tuning, are absolute legends, I think, in the scene. Luke Sandziakowski is really one of the real ones. I think one of the realest car builders in the UK. And he has led this operation so successfully. And his cars and the Tegiwa cars, most of them which are Hondas, are really, really fascinating builds. Ilya Krylov now on track. So we had Luke Sandziakowski. Oh, we got someone off the track. That is the Caterham, the number 29 machine of Dan Kelly there, doing some rally cross. So there we go. We have Time Attack. We have the Racing Hondas Championship. We have the Motorsport UK Drift Pro exhibition runs. And now we also have rally cross as well. So Dan Kelly managing to keep things together, slid it across the gravel there. Nice little dab of oppo and back onto the track. Great stuff there in that little Caterham. Probably his mouth and face full of bits of gravel now, or at least his race suit. Of course, he's got his visor down, or you should do. No open-faced helmets in an open-top car for precisely this reason. But probably his race suit, his boots, and the rest of his cabin full of gravel now, which is, of course, the downside to cars like that Caterham, with the fully open exposed top where you can happily get rained on and showered by the elements. Who's this now? Number 27, Bradley John in the Riverside Racing Mitsubishi Evo 9. Currently, his personal best to 109.3, but he's just set a personal best Sector 1. Martin Henry also improves to 114.7. But perhaps let's stay with Bradley John for just a few moments as he comes flying along there. So that's a personal best Sector 2 as well. Nice and smooth there as he comes into the start-finish straight. 108.6, so faster Sector 3 than anyone else in this session so far. And you can see that little purple line there next to Bradley John's name, meaning that his Sector 3 is faster than anybody else's so far in this session. And so there, nice improvement from Bradley John to 108.6. Still a second adrift of Colin Dorward's time. But an improvement nonetheless. Ilya Krylov now in the Haltech Clio. You can see that big new aero. You can see the end plates now on his spoiler, on his rear wing, sorry, reaching down all the way to the car's bodywork. So the end plates are now tied into the rear wheel arches. So an extremely radical looking solution there on Ilya Krylov's car. With the theory being that bigger end plates can, with various, you've got to do all the equations and the simulations, but bigger end plates can mean more downforce. And so Ilya putting absolutely gigantic end plates on that Clio tied into the rest of his car's bodywork. His current best, a 119.6, and he set a personal best Sector 2 there. But no improvement otherwise. Checkered flag is now out. Let's take a look through our results. Provisional results of Attack 2 in Club Pro. It's Michael Osborne from Eric Holmes, from Dan Kelly, from Martin Cowley, from Richard Goddell, Ilya Krylov and Mick Porter. In Pro Class, that's Colin Dorward, from Bradley John, from Andrew Barber, Martin Henry, and Luke Senjakovsky, who managed to get out there in the closing minutes of the session. So now our Pro Class drivers will head into Parc Fermé. We'll do the little pit lane shuffle, and our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars will be ready to hit the track in just a few moments. So we can see the recovery vehicle there going out for the stricken car somewhere. Is that Martin Cowley? I thought Martin Cowley's, Martin Henry's car brought out that first red flag and was then perhaps it was just pushed out of the way enough to remove the red flag, but perhaps still needed proper recovering. That's probably what happened. But you can see now the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars lined up on the right-hand side of your screen. So the pit lane also has lanes of its own. And so there are slow lanes and fast lanes in the pit lane, believe it or not. And so in the, I think it's, well, it's kind of the same as driving in the UK, isn't it? So the left-hand lane is the slow lane and the right-hand lane is the overtaking lane. But of course, on your screens, you're looking at it from the front. So you can see all the cars parked up on the right, which is their left. And they're ready to go out onto the track. And then the cars passing around them are heading into Parc Fermé. What's that interesting thing at the front of the... It looks like... Oh, okay, it's the two GTRs there of Alexander Volkov and Kestis Dobrovolskis, I think. So this session now goes green, and in the meantime, I think we have Susie in the paddock.
So I'm just having a bit of a catch-up with Sean Wheatley in Club 4-wheel drive. We've not seen you for a little while, have we, Sean?
Oh, it's been a while. It's Snetterton 2022, the last time I was out. That was the last time I was in this car, so...
So literally last time you drove it?
Yeah, last time I drove it.
So what's changed since then?
I've taken a lot of weight out, about 100 kilos. The engine's the same, about 530 horse, stock turbo, stock engine pretty much. A little bit of changes to suspension, spherical bushings. Other than that, yeah, just the same car than it was at Snetterton.
So yeah, it's been a little while, and so it's good to see you back though. What's made you come back to Time Attack?
I missed it a lot. I missed it a lot. I was thinking about it a lot. So just with the build-up, really, we weren't actually planning on doing this one. We were going to do Alton, but we just couldn't wait. So we've come here. I love Donington Park, and so here we are.
And how's your morning going? You've had a bit of an eventful morning, right?
Very eventful. First session, I didn't know, but my bonnet apparently flew off.
How did that come off without you noticing?
I thought it was the sunshade, and it was gone. And I carried on, did about 4 laps. And when I came in on the red flag, someone said, "Oh, you've not got a bonnet." And then a nice man brought it back on a truck. So
did you have to say, "Can I have my bonnet back, please"?
No, he said, "I think this is yours." So what we've had to do is basically, well, it's quite undamaged. It's surprising, but we have to. We've got quite a lot of zip ties on there now. Some real good zip tie engineering. And
always the best.
A lot of tape.
But it looks in surprisingly good condition if this come off completely on track.
I don't get it. I thought it was going to be in bits. But here we are. So I've just got to go out again. I was a little bit tentative on the first few laps, but it seemed to be holding. So, yeah.
So some gaffer tape, some cable ties, all good again?
All good. All good, happy.
Excellent. Well, hopefully no more incidents this afternoon.
No, I mean the car's got a few things we're going to have to do with it right now. We'll get a little bit of a fuel cut coming out some of the right-handers, so we're going to have to look at that. I'm losing power, but other than that, I'm happy. It's good to be here. Good to be out.
Brilliant. Well, yeah, keep your bonnet on the car this time, and good luck for this afternoon.
Thanks, Susie. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And that's it from us back in the pits.
Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Sean. Absolutely fascinating stuff. We've got Sean on the screen now, and there's a lot of black smoke out of the back of that car, isn't it? I even had to check my notes. Is this a diesel? No, it's not. It's the TTRS, which is petrol, and I think that may be some kind of injector-related trouble, perhaps, or other fueling issue. He was last here in 2022. Do you know, I recognize, of course, Sean and the car and so on. I can't believe that was 2022. It feels much more recent than that, but time absolutely flies, and the faster it flies, the older you get. I can't believe it's been 2022 was the last time he was here in Time Attack. Again, another absolutely fascinating interview, and especially where these bonnets are so light, the composite bonnets, especially carbon fiber. You know, I can fully imagine Sean checking his blind spot or checking, I don't know, his oil temp or something, literally glancing somewhere else at the exact moment when the bonnet comes off the car and flaps off somewhere. And just not really, you know, it happens so quickly. And you'll be checking over your shoulder or looking at, you know, your dials or something just for a second, and you might miss something like that. And interestingly, I mean, I on the stream did not see that happen myself. But yeah, very interesting. And of course, that's the thing with the carbon fiber panels or composite panels generally, is they can delaminate and they can do these kinds of things that a steel bonnet would never do. But of course, a steel bonnet would arrive all crinkled and dented and horrible at the end of it. A fiberglass one would probably just explode. And a carbon fiber bonnet well, if it survives, which, you know, it might do because it's so light and so strong, it'll just, you know, it'll delaminate around the fixings, fly off into the distance, land on the grass, and, you know, just stick it back on and carry on. What a remarkable incident there from Sean Wheatley. Where is he running at the moment? It's his first time back driving this car. It's, well, he hasn't set 1:30.5, but he's not on the screen as having set a flying lap, so I think that might just be an out lap for him, as in an out and an in. Meanwhile, then, the dream automotive machine of Nicholas Good, that Honda FK8. 500 horsepower from that machine. Nicholas Good currently sitting 10th in Club 2-wheel drive, 14th overall with a 119.8. So Club 2-wheel drive very, very hotly subscribed to and very competitive. Lots of drivers in this class. We have 13 minutes left. Again, is a Luke Capehorn's car. That Astra H VXR looking, again, very stiff, very bouncy, remarkably bouncy, more so than a lot of the other cars. So stiff, almost like it's twerking at the rear as it makes its way round here over the curbs and such. Nope. Kestis Dobrovolskis there going pretty slowly in the GTR, so I wonder if he's got an issue there. And meanwhile, you'll see in the bottom right corner of your screen the Lucas Oil QR code. So absolutely, please do make your way over there, scan that QR code, and vote for your Lucas Oil top driver of the day. Don't forget to do that. It's right there on the screen. We make it nice and easy for you. It's right there in the bottom right of your screen. Just scan it with your phone and off you go. Meanwhile, Luke Woodhouse in the number 47 Golf. We had the battle of the two Lukes last year, Luke Woodhouse and Luke Capehorn in Club 2-wheel drive. The Area Motorsport YGHP Volkswagen GTI and the Midnight Motorsport Vauxhall Astra VXR really battling it out at the hot end, the spicy end of Club 2-wheel drive last year. Luke Woodhouse just edging it, and back this year as a single round entry and currently leading this session, and I believe he was fastest at the end of Attack 1 as well. Although looking a little bit more measured there, I think perhaps Luke Woodhouse in a cool down lap. A brief little shot there, there we go, that's Luke Capehorn now in the Midnight Motorsport Astra VXR with that Opel DTM inspired livery. Number 179 there, Stu Summers in the Race and Retro Cars Citroen Saxo. Angry little supercharged machine, previously in Pocket Rocket and now upgraded to run in Club 2-wheel drive. Stu's personal best so far, a 118.0. But we have 10 minutes left in this session, so everything could change. It's just saw on the back of his car, that class sticker, CC. There you go, and his headlights are on, which tells you that he is on a hot lap. I think it was interesting to watch Stu Summers there coming through Roberts, how nicely that little short wheelbase Saxo rotates around itself to point in the right direction. That is the beauty of a short wheelbase front wheel drive car, is they do that so well. There goes Andrew Kime in the screaming Honda swapped Saxo. Nice and clean through turn 9 there, through Roberts. Let's see what perhaps Andrew Kime can do. 115.5. So personal best in sectors 2 and 3. Enough for him to set a new overall personal best. 115.2 there. Car number 108, Graham Martin in the Engine Mapper Subaru Impreza, Subaru Impreza. He sets a personal best as well, 117.7. Very nice looking car, dark gray Hawkeye Impreza. which I think that's the car that I saw. I think that's what it is. It's not really featured much on the stream, but it's a very nice looking car, very understated, low key, not really much of a livery if I remember well, just a nice clean little track car. And I think the Hawkeye Impreza's one of the nicest looking Subarus that they made, and I think such a timeless design that even today it still looks pretty relevant and pretty modern. So I think probably one of their biggest aesthetic successes. And currently then, Graham Martin in his engine mapper Subaru Impreza lapping at 117.7. Alexander Volkov sets a faster Sector 1 than anybody else. Purple Sector 1 there for Alexander Volkov in that Nissan GTR. The winner of round 1 at Cadwell Park, I believe. But currently running second to Andy Grady in the number 998 Mitsubishi Evo. I believe that's David Lawrence there. No, sorry, it's just the GTI and the Cupra having quite a similar silhouette. That is indeed Luke Woodhouse, who leads this session. Interestingly, David Dyson in the Cayman GT4. You may remember David Dyson in the past running a 911 GT3. He's back this year in a Cayman GT4. He's running second in Club 2-wheel drive at the moment, 114.6. And actually, I would wager that Donington, with how fast and flowing it is, probably works really well for the Cayman GT4, which combines that Autobahn, big power, big chassis elements, and really works in the favor of that car. You know, circuits like Snet, like Donington, like Silverstone perhaps. Maybe Silverstone's a bit big, but you know, a fast-flowing circuit is really Porsche territory, more so than perhaps somewhere like Cadwell Park, which really favors the smaller cars. Of course, with the exception of Alexander Volkov, who's a 1,700 kilo GTR still somehow managed to claim the win at Cadwell. And in fact, Alexander Volkov now punches in a 112.2, which is good enough to take first class in Club 4-wheel drive for now. But that battle heating up then between Alexander Volkov and Andy Grady, both of them lapping in the 112s. Alexander Volkov with a 112.0, Andy Grady with a 112.5. And of course, in 2025, every session counts, every lap counts, which you just could not say in the past about Time Attack. But this year, it's all changed, with points up for grabs here in Attack 2. Lots of drivers making their way into the pits, which made me think for a second there, do we have a red flag? But no, I can still see many out on track as well. But you can see for yourselves on your timing screens how many drivers have the little blue pit icon next to their names. So about half of them, it seems, are currently in the pits. And here we have Mike Butler's BMW M3, the number 67 car. Looking pretty... It always reminds me with its livery there. The Stop the Family Farm tax on the side of his car. That livery always reminds me of the old BMW ALMS E92 M3 car from back in the day. What was that, 10, 15 years ago? Very, very similar livery, and I would hazard a guess that perhaps inspired by that aesthetic of BMW from those years. Really, really reminiscent of that. Rob Boston, who we haven't seen a great deal of on this stream from this session, in the NC MX-5, currently lapping in the 114s, 114.8, his current personal best. Rob Boston in that supercharged NC And I think we know him from seasons gone by with... he had a K-swapped Ford Fusion, a K-swapped Lotus Elise, I think. I think that was K-swapped. And the K-swapped Ginetta. And of course, when he showed up with this new for 2025 NC, I assumed that would be K-swapped as well. But that is not the case, as he explained to Susie earlier on. In fact, it is supercharged, but with the engine that car came with, the Ford-derived Duratec type, I presume 2-liter, but now supercharged. A kit developed by Sam Reuter. Goku watching the stream says Darkside and Yum Yum don't seem to be in it this year. That is correct. I don't think either of those are in it this year. In fact, Yum Yum is Ben Robinson. He's watching the stream, I think. He popped up earlier in the comments earlier today. Ross Hampson says Volkov new lap record. So Ross Hampson, even last time out at Cadwell Park a few weeks ago, he's been an absolute hero. And just keeping an eye on this stuff and suggesting some really useful bits of information. So he mentions there Alexander Volkov setting a new lap record. So there we go. If that is the case, by the end of the day, whoever sets the fastest lap record, let's say, for example, there are 2 drivers who are lapping faster and faster and faster, and each one of those would be a lap record, and then is beaten in another lap record, and there's beaten, and that's another lap record, and so on, right? By the end of the day, whoever has now set and whoever owns the new lap record by the end of the day wins an extra point. So Alexander Volkov there, perhaps on course for more points. And you can see we have 2 minutes in this session remaining now. The back-to-back, a couple of FK Civics there, Dave Frost and Nicholas Good. Both of them in Dream Automotive sponsored cars. So now I'm confused because I believe it's this one on your screen now, which I think is Nicholas Good's machine, which has that built 500 horsepower engine. But am I sure of that? Well, here's another one. This is 180, David Frost, with the Martini style livery. So, not sure, but perhaps I know, so Nicholas Good, in his interview with Susie last time, mentioned Dream Automotive there, helping with that engine build. And of course, it could well be the case that those Dream engines are in both of those cars. And in fact, they are using Time Attack as a test bed for their developments, which is something that we see a lot in the world of Time Attack. Is a lot of the parts that you can buy for your car have trickled down from Time Attack. So much of the aftermarket leans on events like this to really stress test and refine what they're developing, the offering that they're developing. And then once that's ready, and that's got some wins under its belt, some good track time under its belt, some good test miles under its belt, then it gets, whoa, Philip Naidenov there. As mentioned earlier, one of the few drivers I think we have who is so comfortable with oversteer on that car. Again, you know, this isn't a drifting series. We know we have Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship for that, and that's not what we're looking to do here in Time Attack, but there are some chassis that need that slip to help them point in the right direction. And so Philip Naidenov always driving his Sierra Cosworth with that very assertive style. And I think that's due to a few factors, including this particular chassis and the way it delivers its power, you know, the way it delivers its torque. It's just one of those cars where that tends to happen a little bit. And so you can see Philip there driving exceptionally well every single time. So entertaining to watch. Nothing crazy, nothing silly. nice and fast. It's that level of slip that you get in an under-gripped rear-wheel drive car when you're trying to hustle it around a track. You know, you're not getting the back end out. You're not initiating as you would do on a drift day, but you're carrying that momentum and you're carrying the scrub on all four wheels. And sometimes that's just what you have to do to hustle a rear-wheel drive car around. We see the K-trims do it a little bit, especially now that it's got greasy. That's just comes with the territory. Anyway, checkered flag is now out, so let's take a look at our Club 2-wheel drive provisional results. Our top Attack 2 finisher is Luke Woodhouse ahead of David Dyson, David Lawrence, Rob Boston, Bradley Burns, Andrew Kine, Johnny Fletcher, Luke Cape Horn, Mike Butler, Stu Summers, Nereus Kazitskas, Neil Robson, and Roman Grandel. In Club 4-wheel drive, our provisional winner is Alexander Volkov, Andy Grady, Kestis Dobrovolskis, Graham Martin, and Sean Wheatley, whose bonnet is still hopefully attached. And then in Club Sport, it's Ian Chambers. So these drivers now making their way to Parc Ferme. And we will get our Clubman classes Attack 2 underway in just a few moments. You can see some kind of spillage there being mopped up at the sharp end of the pit lane. And likewise now you can see the Clubman, Pocket Rocket, and Classic and Retro machines lining up to begin their Attack 2 session. That new format for this year. And from today, the running order slightly tweaked as well. So the fastest cars start first, and then our special track builds, and then our more relatively entry-level classes. Of course, you can take a look at some of the cars in these classes and think, well, these are not entry-level cars at all. No, they're not. Not by any stretch of imagination. But it's all relative, it's all a scale, and anyway, enough of that. We have Susie in the pit lane.
So we're down here, we're going to be catching up with some of the minis. So Dave Mills, so catching up with us about Steve's House Mini. So tell us a bit about the car.
Yeah, so this is Steve House's build. So this is a new build for this season. So Steve's taken part in a couple of single round entries over the last couple of years, finding his feet. Competed last year in his white turbo Mini, but was moved class. So sadly wasn't able to compete at a competitive level, so borrowed my car for the remaining of last year. And this is his second time ever driving this car. So this is ground up build, bare shell, 100% nut and bolt build for this year for Time Attack forced induction class.
That's what I was saying. There's quite a few minis in the class, but you're in mostly with supercharged minis, right? And this isn't supercharged anymore.
No, so this is a Gen 1 Mini, started life as a supercharged with an E45, but these max out circa 240 brake supercharged. So we've gone down the route. This has been a build by a company called 1320 Mini. So it's a turbo conversion by them, and this is making just over 350 wheel horsepower, which has been mapped by the legend Steve Monster Dog Dow down at PVE. So his dyno is known to be a heartbreaker. So to do 350 wheel horsepower is pretty damn good going.
So yeah, that's quite a bit more than standard then.
Yeah, so over standard are about 160, 170 fly wheel horsepower standard, and this is making just over 400 fly.
Wow, that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
So, and it's going really well this season, right? I had a good round at Cadwell.
Yeah, great round at Cadwell. So Cadwell was first shakedown for Steve, so he managed to come first in class for the full season entries. So he's joint on points going into this round with Rafa in the Gen 2 Mini. So today's all about getting the points and getting a bit more seat time and gelling with the car, and ultimately seeing where we can continue to develop the car throughout the season.
And it really is battle in the minis in the class, right?
Definitely is battle of the minis. It's nice to see because normally it's the Clios, so it's normally been the Clio lot or the K swaps.
Oh, no K swaps?
No. Maybe later in the year we might have a mini K swap joining us, but for this now we are true minis, stock engine, W11, but with a turbo conversion.
And it's already going well so far. I hear a new PB already.
Yeah, so Steve is 3 seconds down on his personal best now, so he's into a 119.1 I think today. So there's definitely a 118 in the car at least today, which is the goal we set, was for beating his previous bests and moving into the round of getting into the 118s.
Oh, fantastic. Well, good luck for this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Back over to you, Alexi.
Amazing stuff. I've been enjoying these. I said it each time. But they're just so fascinating. I sit there glued to the screen. It's so interesting to see the stories behind all of these cars. Absolutely fascinating stuff. I think for me, this is really what makes Time Attack is these aren't spec cars. These are all so unique, each of them with specific, unique thinking behind each build, a story behind each build, people behind each build, and then of course they bring these cars onto the track and do glorious battle with them. It's the best thing. It's the best thing imaginable. I absolutely adore Time Attack. And even here, so interesting listening about this mini lore. And in fact, while we have barely digested that one, I think we have another interview lined up.
So just for a little bit of a change, I'm catching up with one of our ex-drivers, so Laura Tebbs. It's good to see you again.
Hi Susie, thank you.
So last year you competed the whole season in Time Attack, right?
Yeah, I also won Driver of the Year as well. I competed in the Pocket Rocket class. I was the only female that did the whole year actually, I think, and for the first time in 10 years.
It's great to have another woman out there again. And so this year you're back, but you're not driving this year, right?
No, I've just changed my car actually. So my car blew up after I came off at Snare in the final round, and so I changed my car. I need to get a bit more time getting used to it. So this year I am hands-on in the paddock, running one of the guys in the cars, and also kind of getting my motorsport experience behind the scenes as well.
Oh, so what are you up to this year? So you get more involved, and I think you've been a lot more down in this area, right? So what's been going on?
I have started training for my scrutineering licence. So I will be learning how to check the cars, make sure they're safe, make sure all the rules and regulations are being followed, make sure that driver's equipment is working properly, all that kind of stuff.
That's amazing, and so it's great to see more women in motorsport, and definitely behind the scenes. And how's it been being on the other side of the paddock, I guess?
It's been amazing because all of the guys I know, all of the guys anyway, so they've all been really welcoming and really receptive, and they've all been really encouraging as well. It's just been such a nice change to come from being a driver to then working and supporting the drivers as well. It's been really nice.
Well, it's fantastic to see you back, and I'm always happy to see you, Laura. It's lovely to see you again.
Thank you so much, Susie.
Thank you, and back to Alexi.
How interesting. So Laura Tebbs there, previous Time Attack competitor in a, of course, Honda K-swapped Clio. So very interesting to see how that motorsport journey is progressing. Scrutineering license. I'd not really ever considered how that, I kind of thought scrutineers just appeared, but of course, and we have some real heroes in the Time Attack scrutineering bay who've been around for a long time. They've given me a hard time back in the day. We had to, check all kinds of things and do all the scrutineering stuff, and I might bodge something and nothing gets passed down. So they're like, you shouldn't bodge that, mate, and then go back and fix it. And so it's such a big part of the Time Attack family. How interesting. Meanwhile, we are still, you see, formation on the top left of your screen. We don't do formation laps in Time Attack, but what we're getting at is that it is not yet a green flag because some kind of preparation is still underway. I can't remember what kind of stoppage we had on track, but you can see there some fluids having been spilt somewhere. Fluids being spilt on the track is exactly what ended my Time Attack journey when I picked up some oil and was spat out into a barrier at Cadwell, and that was that. So definitely fluids on the track is bad, and so sadly, as anticlimactic as it may be to hold this session, it's pretty important that we do that because fluids on the track can become a real nightmare. Some interesting input from the watchers of the YouTube stream, the Time Attack YouTube Lucas Oil live stream. Stephen Caffrey there, 611 do the parts, developing for the business. Lots of good carbon for the minis. And this is in reference to that interview earlier on that Susie did about Stephen House and the 611 Motorsport Mini. 350 wheel horsepower from a car that has not been K-swapped, but is just the Mini engine as it came. So very impressive stuff there, and Stephen House mentioning that, you know, it's been a real journey to relearn this new car, very different to what he's used to. In fact, I've competed against Stephen on occasion in events outside of Time Attack. Very fast and nice guy. And so this particular new build for 2025, also having some carbon panels, carbon doors, carbon bonnet, very light, and as we just heard, very powerful as well. What are people saying here? Aaron, the green and white FK8 currently leading the Civic lap times is from Area Motorsport. What are they playing at, says Lee Fletcher. Sorry, Lee Fletcher, we have fluids on the track that need to be tidied up, you know, with the sawdust and the brooms and so on. And you definitely don't want fluid on the track because that's how you wreck a car. Same happened, literally that happened to me. So I feel very strongly about this one. If there are fluids on the track spilt all over the place, then we're going to clean it up before sending cars back on track, especially if it's a bit damp as well. That mixture of oil and water is just not good. So as unfortunate as it is for us watching, we need to hold the track briefly while that mess is cleaned up. And you can see the remnants of that on the right-hand side of your screen, the pit lane there, the sawdust, as those spillages were cleaned up. Green flag now, though, thankfully, being thrown for this session. Looks like Ben, Goku says, looks like Ben's Noble lap records for Clubman and Club Pro could both go today. Annie and Osborne are so close. Maybe. And then Ben Robinson with the Noble, who is being talked about, also watching the stream, so welcome Ben, is saying rain might help save them, but I'd love to see them get broken, the records. So see, this is the part of the Time Attack spirit, isn't it? Ben would love to see his lap records get broken, because that means that we're all being successful, we're all thriving, and of course it means that then Ben has to come back and retake his records next year. So let's see how it goes. The track is now a little bit soggy, so we might not see lap records being broken in this particular session, even if we are getting pretty close to doing so. I think the rain, the little drizzle, might have put a stop to that for now. Annie Thompson in the Lotus Exige 410, having finished on top of the Clubman class in Attack 1. And she now begins her flying lap. You can see the rain now sprinkling in front of the screen. A little bit of spray coming off her tires as well. These Advan AO52s still having that tread to displace the water. And you can see that little bit of mist, that little bit of water spray coming off the car now. as Annie makes her way through Hollywood and into Craner Curves in that Lotus Exige 410. Windscreen wiper on as well, and you can see the track in spots getting quite shiny, actually. This asphalt does a great job of absorbing a lot of the rain, and it just becomes a bit matte and purpley gray color at that point. And then past a certain threshold, the track and the curbs start getting shiny themselves too, and you know that's when they're actually getting quite wet indeed. And you can see those drops of rain on the cameras now. So very interesting stuff. All that running that we saw from the morning, and of course the setup and the driving lines and all of that stuff that was practiced and rehearsed in the morning's running, now potentially going out of the window as we head into what might be, as Top Gear calls it, a mildly moist session. Annie Thompson now crossing the line to post up a flying lap of 127.8. And now we can see the flying laps start to come in. 128.5 there from Mark Donnelly, fastest car in Attack 1 out of these classes. Faster even than the BMW M2, the number 237 machine of Jez Horsham of Horsham Developments. King there in the comments saying, I wish this rain would stop. I'm soaked. So he's watching from the trackside somewhere and also watching the stream. Thank you very much for that commitment. That's very cool of you. But sadly, yes, it is raining at the moment. For you stood there, the rain might be a bit miserable. I think for us watching, the rain makes things much more interesting, especially when we had dry running earlier in the day, and this has the potential to mix everything up. Connor Craven saying, let's go Eden and Mark Roberts. Eden Young in the Haltech K11 Micra, and Mark Roberts in the JPR Racing Renault Clio. But meanwhile, here's Mark Donnelly in the number 76 Donnelly Racing Ford Escort. A car that started its life as a Ford Escort XR3i, but now swapped with a Mark I Focus RS engine and gearbox, and being driven by a real expert, I have to say. I think it's been really, really impressive. Impressive isn't the right word. I don't even know. I was going to say overwhelming. Overwhelmingly impressive how Mark Donnelly has put his 1983 Escort at the top of pretty much every session he's taken part in against much more modern machinery. Very, very cool indeed. Eden Young, looks like something's coming off his car there. Maybe off the front bumper, it looked like one of the, oh no, that's I think they're just meant to be upright and wobbly like that. That front aero on the K11 Micra. Dan Buckingham in the number 41 BTT Motorsport with YGHP Honda Civic Type R. You see Eden Young in that 420 horsepower Haltech K11 Micra now makes its way. Oh, here we go. It's getting pretty soggy there. Mark Blackburn falls off the track in that two-tone Renault Clio. Jay Elliott there having to navigate his way around that. And I wonder if that's because of the track conditions. Eden there flashing his lights at something, I think for traffic to get out of his way actually. So I get the impression then that Eden Young's pushing pretty hard. There we go. He goes faster than anyone in this session so far. Eden Young in the Haltech K11 Micra goes purple in sectors 1, 2, and 3 to put in a 122.2, the fastest lap time of anyone on track right now around this damp Donington National. Really impressive stuff there. He's going to be so happy with that, especially after the trials and tribulations so far. And you can see that's why he was flashing his lights, because he knows he's on a flyer. No, get out the way, get out the way. I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to do something. And he's got, traffic there in the way. So great stuff. That was a fun watch there. And of course, it all makes sense now. Meanwhile, Dan Buckingham, 124.8. He sets a personal best, personal best Sector 1, faster Sector 2 than anybody so far. You can hear those Honda noises, I think, on your screens now. 3-3-4 there. That's Steve Wilkinson indeed in the Team W Racing. That car is indeed Honda K-Series swapped. I couldn't quite, I think the car looks a bit different. It's got some kind of very aftermarket looking front bumper. And I couldn't see the number either. But it sounded like a K-swap, and indeed it is Steve Wilkinson in one of the many K-swapped cars here in Time Attack. And currently lapping with a personal best of 127.1. It's good enough for second in Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated. Dean Riley there in that VX220. You can see quite a few cars there with their headlights on, meaning that they're all on a hot lap. And really, in theory, none of them needing to yield to anybody else. If you're in a hot lap, you have priority. And I think if all the cars are on hot laps and all of them have their headlights on, then that's just one of those things, and you got to work it out yourself. If a car is on a cool down lap, they have to yield to someone on a hot lap. But if everyone's on a hot lap, then you guys just got to work it out and find yourself some track position. So Dean Riley's headlights there going off. I wonder whether perhaps he came across some traffic and thought, this is getting too busy for me now, let me try to find some track space and switch my headlights off for now and cool things until an opportune little space comes up. You see the cool down light flashing on the back of Dean Riley's VX220. Marcin Bachkovic makes a nice improvement there in Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated, a 124.3, putting him up to second in class. A podium finisher last time out at Cadwell Park as well. And always interesting to see an MX-5 in Time Attack. This number 183 machine of Tim Matthews of Matthews Motorsport in Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated. That stance of its wheels, quite widely spaced or quite wide wheels, making it look very angry, like an angry little crab. I'm always it's so endearing to see MX-5s here in Time Attack. It's one of my favorite cars. And I feel very lucky that we have 3 of them here with us today. Of course, we have also Radu Stan with the BMW Straight 6 swapped NB. Not here today. Then we have Jay Elliott in the Honda S2000, which is basically an MX-5. Nah, I just said that to upset people. But Jay Elliott, very interesting build there in Clubman, despite the fact that it's been converted to forced induction. That car is actually supercharged. But if you take a look at the car, it is otherwise a Clubman car, full interior, standard body, and so on. And, perhaps he even drives to the shops in that car. So Clubman it is, or Clubman Plus for this supercharged S2000. Hot on the heels of Annie Thompson's Exige. I'm curious to see how they compare, actually. Annie Thompson, 121.4 there in her supercharged Exige. and Jay Elliott 124.1. So the numbers have swapped around. 124.1 in the supercharged S2000, 121.4 in the supercharged. Oh, we got some kind of damage there on Dan Buckingham's car. I can't tell if that's a tire rubbing on bodywork, or was that, I wonder if that's burning oil. He slowed down quite a lot there. The way it's coming from that wheel well makes it look like some kind of tire damage. But there's a lot of white smoke there as well. And of course, when I see turbocharged cars, I just think oil leak somewhere. So, interesting. I mean, I sure hope that wasn't a massive oil leak. But it's not really something that you can just see. There he goes, doing it again. It seems to do it round corners. Oh, in fact, you can see how cambered that front wheel is. The front near side wheel looks pretty extremely cambered, so maybe there's some damage there. It'll be interesting to see once Dan Buckingham comes into the pits what's going on there. We also have that little NB of Tim Matthews stopped on the outside of turn 1 at the end of the start-finish straight, the Wheatcroft straight heading into Redgate. And I'm not convinced that's a good place to have a car, but let's see how things pan out. Perhaps the camera hides the depth a little bit and it's actually quite far from the track. Oh, Jay Elliott's spun again. I think it's safe to say these track conditions are getting a bit tricky, a bit greasy, because we've had a few cars off the track now, and especially something snappy and rigid and rear-wheel drive like an S2000. You know, that's going to take some real finesse to get around a greasy circuit quickly in a car like that. You can see just how soggy this camera is as it follows round that 934 machine of Stuart Hyde in the Limit R Racing Honda Civic. Mark Donnelly coming out of the pits there. Go on the Micra, says Chris Morris. So where is that Micra? So Eden Young still at the top of this session. Wow. Of course, it has been Mark Donnelly who's led all of these sessions so far in that Escort. But of course, that was in the dry. And the wet changes everything, even if it's mildly moist. As you can see, that's enough to really throw a lot of cars off balance. And usually, these kind of conditions work against rear-wheel drive cars the most, and really bring front-wheel drive cars back into the picture. So let's see how that goes. The number 980 machine here of Laura Jankoskaite in the Dream L Team Racing entry. That BMW M4 there. An entry that we've seen in the past on a few occasions. Back again as a single round entry here at Donington. The Micra be extra spicy today, says ALX. I think Eden's Haltech K11 Micra tends to be a real fan favorite year on year. Especially now that it's back with a K-swap and 420 horsepower. I think it might have even been, I think when it went to Rob Boston Racing, it might have been mapped to even more than that. So yeah, very spicy indeed, especially now that it seems like the flexing and handling issues have been solved. In this wet weather, it's really coming into its own. Stephen Wilkinson sets a personal best Sector 1, as does Rafael Tataris. And Jamie Biss. We haven't seen much of Jamie Biss so far in the stream in Attack 2, but he is setting a personal best Sector 1 in that silver Mark 1 MX-5 Turbo. Rafael Tataris with a personal best Sector 2 as well. Currently 2 seconds adrift from the Pocket Rocket forced induction lead Rafael currently second in class. And now Rafael Tataris sets a personal best, sector 3. It's good enough for a 123.3, so he jumps into the pocket rocket forced induction lead, takes a massive chunk out of his previous personal best. So Rafael Tataris there jumping to the top of his class in that number 401 Airfix Racing Mini Cooper S. Great effort there from him with 2. There we go. That's the car now that has jumped to the top of the pocket rocket forced induction leaderboard. So really these wet conditions, these moist, we're not really in proper wet territory yet, but these mildly moist conditions really mixing up the order, as I think it favors different drivers and different cars to what the dry does. So it makes it absolutely fascinating to watch. Personal best sector 1 from Stephen Wilkinson in that K-swapped Renault Clio. Rafael Tataris now makes his way round Roberts. Are we going to see another improvement there from him? Personal best sectors 1 and 2. Big improvement there from Rafael Tataris, 121.8. He finds another 2.5, I think, on his previous best. So I don't know if the track's drying out or perhaps he's finding his feet, finding his line around this soggy Donington Park. But Rafael Tataris, I think, taking about 2 seconds out of his personal best and then doing basically that again for 2 laps in a row. So really ramping up the speed there. And now a 2.5 second lead over his nearest competition, Thomas Langley, in the... I think we've had some... Yeah, Thomas Langley, who was in Clubman Plus but is now in Pocket Rocket Force Induction in the Ford Fiesta. Annie Thompson there in the Midnight Motorsport Lotus Exige, still on top of the 119.7. Jamie Biss there looking very fast indeed in that turbocharged Mark 1 MX-5. I think the close crop of the camera really giving a sense of speed there as that little MX-5 moves around quite a lot. That wonderful light short wheelbase rear-wheel drive and now turbocharged platform. Probably quite a handful in the wet, as friendly as MX-5 chassis are, and they really are the warmest, most cuddliest sports car chassis you can think of. I would imagine once you throw boost into the mix and send them round a damp Donington Park, they probably do become quite a handful. But I've been lucky enough actually to be at a track day with Jamie Biss, who pilots that MX-5, and I rode shotgun with Jamie Biss at Llandau in South Wales. And let me tell you, this is a man who can drive, definitely. He was there with his, I think, dad's stock GT86, and he was absolutely flying. And so I'm sure if anyone can handle a tricky car in damp conditions, it's Jamie Biss. Great stuff. Jay Elliott there continues undeterred. Look at the flames out of the back of that supercharged S2000. Great stuff. As he now concludes his final lap, after which he will grab the checkered flag. In the meantime, let's take a look at our provisional results then. Faster than anyone on track was Eden Young in the Haltech K11 Micro with a 117.8. Ahead of Mark Donnelly, Dean Riley, Jamie Biss, and Phil Ackerley. In Clubman, in first, it was Annie Thompson ahead of Dan Buckingham, and then Laura Jankoskaite. In Clubman Plus, it was Jez Horsham ahead of Jay Elliott. Pocket Rocket Forced Induction in first, Rafael Tataris ahead of Thomas Langley, Stephen House, and Peter Rushforth. Our Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated winner in Attack 2 was Marcin Bachkovic ahead of Ryan Barker, Mark Roberts. Stuart Hyde and Stephen Wilkinson. And that concludes our Attack 2. Those results are all provisional, of course, and they've got to be verified in Parc Fermé and by our race officials and so on. But all the full results are available on the Time Attack website later today and on the TSL timing website as the day progresses. Now, that's it for Attack 2. And we will shortly be ready to get the Racing Honda's Championship Race 1 underway around this soggy Donington Park National Circuit in just a few minutes.
So, ladies and gents, Scott Woodward here back once again for our first racing action of the day for Racing Honda's round 3 of 2025. And as you've seen from the Time Attack sessions, the rain certainly is falling. You can see around the circuit, plenty of thumbs up for the cameras. If you're around the circuit watching, it could certainly be a little bit more pleasant, but the rain has decided to fall, with which we're going to get a damp and slippery track out there. And that's going to make things very interesting for our 25-strong grid of Racing Hondas. Now, we should mention a couple of changes from qualifying for a couple of the grid penalties carried over from Cadwell Park. The key one being for the man who set fastest time in the qualifying session, and that was Will Self, and he got himself an 8th place grid penalty after the Race 2 incident at the start, which involved himself and Tommy Knight, and so that has been applied for Race 1. And that means that he goes from being on pole position for race number 1 all the way back to 9th position. As you can see on screen, watching on the stream, the cars making their way out, but already some of them do have wipers ablaze. It means that the track is going to be a little bit tricky out there. That might be a bit of an understatement. The other change as well is a 2-place grid penalty also from Cadwell Park for number 15, Lewis Barker. So he was due to start 13th, but after he had a bit of a coming together, I understand, with the number 19 of Luke Crassus-Menu, that's put him 2 places back into 15th on the grid. So he'll be looking to pick his way through, as will Will Self. He's going to have quite something in the mix. So whilst the cars make their way around to the grid, we're going to have another interview quickly with our superstar presenter and reporter Charlie Harman. Let's see if she caught up with earlier in the paddock here as we get set for race 1 of the day, round 3 of Racing Honda's 2025.
I'm here with Sammy, one of our Class B drivers. How are you feeling heading into Donington?
Yeah, looking forward to it. We've done 2 or 3 test days. Obviously, we're still new in the car. Every time we've taken it out, we've tried to find some time. And yeah, I hope we can put it on a podium again. It'd be nice.
No, definitely. Obviously, you're a bit of a ex-racing karting whiz. How are you finding it in the Racing Hondas?
Yeah, not too bad. First time circuit racing. I've got a decent history in oval racing. Started racing when I was 5. We've had a bit of a sabbatical from cars. So yeah, it's nice to be back in them and yeah. Dusting it off. Yeah, it's going well so far.
Fantastic. How are you feeling setup-wise with the car as well, from obviously coming from Cadwell?
Yeah, just fine-tuning it. We found time at Cadwell. I think a lot of it is me being patient and just trying to get the best out of the car and not overdrive. But other than that, we've tried a few things and hope to find out in practice this morning.
Fantastic. Amazing stuff. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Charlie, and great to hear from Sammy Milam, who is one of the 2 Kinetic Motorsport cars out on the grid. I think sadly we won't see Owen Diver, who didn't make an appearance in either the free practice session or qualifying. That car was still being built late last night. So as the cars make their way onto the grid now, we are getting set then to rumble on what is a damp and slippery track, wipers ablaze. Let's get set for race 1 of the weekend, round 3 of Racing Honda's 2025 this afternoon here at Donington Park. So, despite dry conditions this morning, and now different kettle of fish altogether for our Racing Hondas, and they line up one by one staggered grid, and we'll go through the grid very shortly in a moment's time, but this is going to be quite a fascinating affair, given that we've got Will Self slightly out of position, starting back in 9th on the grid. Yeah, the other man who won a race at Cadwell Park, Kevin Talbot, in the bright green DC5 Honda Integra, will be alongside him on the front row. And also a chance for a bit of redemption for Philip Wright, the 2023 champion. Didn't quite get a good result in race 1, had to pick his way back through the order in race 2 at Cadwell. And he'll get an opportunity in Class A here to really see if he can strut his stuff from the front row. Also, cars in the mixes. We'll go through the full grid in a moment's time. I've been keen to see what Liam Collins can do, the current qualifying and race lap record holder around here, after setting those records last year. He starts in 3rd. And then the man who was quite a sensation at Cadwell Park, Bob Barron, in the highest of the 2 kilted K-Swaps Civic EGs. He's the silver car that will start, in 4th position. Led for half the race from the partially reverse grid pole position, and was on course for a good result, but then just locked up and made a mistake going into the top of the circuit at Park Corner, and because of that lost him a few places, and he even dropped off the podium as a result. So the green flag is off, and let's go through the grid then for race 1, round number 3 of Racing Honda's 2025. Pole position goes to Phil, it should be Kevin Talbot on the front row of the grid. It should be Kevin Talbot who's on the grid on pole position. Philip Wright's alongside him. Then it's Liam Collins and Bob Barron on the 2nd row of the grid, followed by Tommy Knight and Dan Thackeray. It's a bit odd, I think we're missing Kevin Talbot, but we'll go through them in the order we have them. So Dan Thackeray will then start on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Tommy Knight. Then row 4 should be David Buki in the EK Honda Civic and Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion. Then back in 9th on the grid we should have Will Self, who set pole position in qualifying but has that 8th place grid penalty. Spencer Fortag is alongside him on the 5th row of the grid. We should mention that it's a Class B pole position for Dan Thackeray in 6th. Then it's Rick O'Connell, who hopefully is there after his car had an issue in both free practice when he pulled up on the approach between Starkeys and Schwantz, and then again when the car slowed up down the back straight, the Dunlop straight towards the Robert chicane, and that brought out the red flag. He will then, on the 6th row of the grid, if he's there, alongside James Alford in the number 11 EK Honda Civic. Row 12 is where we find our single race entry, our guest driver, Nicholas Allett, making his first ever start in a car. He will be in his EP3 Honda Civic in 13th. He's alongside Sammy Milam, who we just heard speaking to Charlie before the race start here. Next up on the 8th row of the grid, Lewis Barker. He has a 2-place grid penalty, following also an incident that he had at Cadwell. He's alongside on the 8th row, Fraser McNeil, who had a really nightmare session, ran off the road in the gravel at qualify in free practice that brought out the red flag midway through. He'll be back on the 8th row. Row 9 is Sam Linsner in car number 30, and James Kembry, one of the Otter Motorsport cars. New to the championship this year, that team. Followed then, behind them on the 10th row of the grid, Harry Greenhill and Duncan Holloway to round out the top 20, and then Luke Crassus-Medu and Matt Rowley, who takes the Class C pole position. He's ahead of Andy Barnes, the man himself who runs Time Attack with his brother Rob. He's in car number 99, the Kent Models liveried Civic FN2. And then the last couple of positions at the back of the grid, we have alongside Andy on the 12th row of the grid, Jackson White, and Callum Houchin in car number 37 is on the grid too, in 25th and last. And as we said, no Owen Diver, sadly. His car is in the paddock, but it looks as though, I'm afraid, the Kinetic Motorsport squad either couldn't get him out on time, or he was due to come back after he had a back injury which kept him out of Cadwell Park. Maybe the back injury has tweaked once again, and maybe he's unable to get out. Either way, it's a shame we don't have him on the grid, but he will be looking to try and possibly come back for the next round at Brands Hatch in a few weeks' time. Now, they've gone on to a second formation lap because the conditions are different enough compared to qualifying earlier on this morning that they are have to going out there for an extra lap to try and get a different feel for the conditions, because of course if they go into it completely blind, having done one formation lap, it's not really going to work out for them. So a second formation lap to fully get adapted to these damp and slippery conditions out there is going to be absolutely key. So just coming through one by one, you'll see they're weaving from side to side to get some more heat and temperature into the tyres, keep the brake pressures up, the brake temperatures up as much as possible. That's going to be key, particularly getting off the line. The cars towards the front of the grid, of course, they're going to be trying to get as much temperature as possible, because they know that the longer they stay on the grid, whilst everyone else is forming up behind, that the quicker those tyres and brakes are going to start cooling down, which means they could be a bit of a disadvantage by the time they head towards Redgate Corner for the first time. So, of course, this is a 1.9-mile national circuit. And Donington, of course, with a very rich history in motorsport. Of course, it's been running races most famously even back pre-war into the mid to late 1930s, when it had the proper old-school pre-war Grand Prix cars of Mercedes and DK and Auto Union. And then it was really brought back into life, I think, in about the 1970s, late 1980s, early 1980s. And then since then, it's been a long-standing circuit, one of a driver's true favourite. It's fast, it's flowing, particularly on this national circuit, which is 1.9 miles. It certainly does put on quite a performance. The lap record in race here, both for qualifying and the race, is held by Liam Collins. His race lap record was a 1 minute 15.1, which was actually a tenth faster than his qualifying lap record set last year, 1:15.2. So whether or not he could repeat that, I think with the conditions he might not quite get to that lap time, unless it dries out pretty quickly. I think Liam Collins is just trying to get a little bit extra heat into those tyres as he pulls up into his grid spot in front of him. So the cars then make their way back onto the grid, and in terms of watching out for who's who, it's Kevin Talbot in the Jordan 191 inspired livery, the green Honda Integra DC5 with the little blue trim on it in honour of the late great Eddie Jordan. It's in silver and yellow. You can see Phil Wright, 2023 champion. And you've got the almost Batmobile looking all black Honda DC2. The silver EG9 Honda Civic is in fourth on the grid, and you can't also miss Tommy Knight's car. That's the bright blue EK Honda Civic in fifth position on the grid. And of course, further back on the fifth row, you are also going to have Will Self out of position after he started on pole. To watch him come through from ninth, that's going to be quite exciting. So the last couple of cars getting into position. Watch for the green flag at the back of the field. Once our final car is in position, there it is. It's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. Stand by for action then. Round 3 of Racing Honda's 2025. All set to get underway. Watch for the red lights. When they go out, it's going to be a sprint down towards Redgate Corner. Talbot on the left, Wright on the right. And we're underway in racing as they slither away from the grid down towards Redgate for the first time. It's a clean getaway from pole for Kevin Talbot. He'll lead the charge down towards Redgate, but it's also split in the middle between, looks like, Dan Thackeray and Phil Wright. Comes Bob Bannon in the centre. Phil Wright will turn in second place. Bannon's up to third, and a cracking start for Dan Thackeray in the Class B Honda Civic EP3. He's up to fourth. So an excellent start from what was, I think, the third or fourth row of the grid, but they now cascade their way down through the Craner curves for the first time. And it's Talbot who leads the way. Wright in second place. Bannon's up to third. Thackeray is fourth and going for third place up the inside of Bannon. This is a cracking start for the championship leader. Dan Thackeray, who leads the point standings after he got 2 impressive Class B victories. He's revelling in these conditions. Up to third place ahead of quite a few of the Class B cars and some of the Class A contenders. Second place, in fact, is now, looks like, Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion. And as you can see on the screen on the camera, it's getting wetter and wetter out there by the moment. Tiptoe their way round through McLean's. You can see there that's Rick O'Connell, who has made it to the start, and the car looks like it's lasting. Through Coppice for the first time. There goes Will Self, and Liam Collins hasn't had a good start either. He's falling backwards. He's now in the clutches of Dave Buki and Spencer Fortag in the number 4 Silver FN2. Off the road's gone 77 Duncan Holloway. That's on the approach to Schwantz curve. But they now tiptoe their way down towards the end of the Robert chicane for the first lap. Oh, there's 2 cars off in the background. That was Fortag and Buki off the road. Buki just about keeps it within the white lines. Fortag has gone exiting stage right, but he rejoins back on the road pretty quickly. So Talbot leads the way at the end of lap number 1 in these ever deteriorating conditions. Right in second place. Dan Thackeray, who leads Class B, is up to third overall. A lightning start from the ex-Civic Cup driver. Bob Bannon, who, remember, is only in his 3rd ever car race, up into 4th position. It's 5th position for Tommy Knight, 6th for Will Self after he started 9th on the grid after his 8th place grid penalty, and already challenging Tommy Knight. Now, last time these two came together, they came to blows, so careful, gents, this time, particularly when it's have to tiptoe around in these tricky conditions. but I'm sure Will Self will have that on his mind. He looks to the outside to try and get a good run to power past Tommy here. Tommy gives him the room, and Will Self easily slots his way up into the top 5 once again. So his next target is going to be his fellow EG racer of Bob Bannon. Quick checking with the classes at the end of lap 1. So Talbot leads overall in Class A from Wright in 2nd place, Barron in 3rd, but it's 4th position in class for Tommy Knight, for Will Self now, who's just passed Tommy Knight in the top 5. For Class B, Dan Thackeray has quite a lead already of about 3 seconds over Ryan Cunningham in 2nd place. As off the road goes Nicholas Allett in his first ever car race. He's got the Revit Motorsport Honda Civic off the road exiting McLean's. 2nd in class is Ryan Cunningham, the defending overall Racing Honda's champion. 3rd is Sammy Milam, 4th is Lewis Barker, and 5th is Sam Linsner. And then it's Andy Barnes in the lead of Class C's. He's got the better of both Matt Rowling and Callum Houchian. A cracking start from Andy, up to 19th. And he's quite a way away. He's 4 places ahead on the road, ahead of the next best Class C car. But of course, Andy's a guest, so he won't score points. Even though Callum Houchian is in 2nd in the class, he's still 1st of the point-scoring car, so watch out for him. Just there you see Fraser McNeil in the bright yellow EG Civic. He's really further back. 15th is Fraser, not where he wants to be. And neither, I think, really is Rico Coddle. He's way back in 20th on the track. So this is going to be not great for him. Here comes Will Self, trying to pull off exactly the same move he did on Tommy Knight. And I don't think Barron was quite as welcoming to let him pass as Tommy Knight was. But another place gained. Will Self is now up into 4th place. 5 places up from where he started. Will Self, who came into the season determined that he was going to challenge for the championship, made that statement completely true off the line with victory in race 1 at Cadwell Park, then had the start line incident in race 2 which scuppered him. So it was a tale of 2 sides that day. Will Self again has had a weekend of 2 sides so far. Was quick in qualifying, took pole, then had that 8th place drift penalty, and now in these tricky conditions he's trying to wind his way back up through the order. Next target is going to be Dan Thackeray, who's driving like he's got a Class A car underneath him, but he's absolutely sailing away, no pun intended, in 3rd position. Self is now up to 4th, Barron down to 5th, Knight down to 6th, but Barron and Knight are still in the top 5 in class. There goes Ryan Cunningham in car number 1. Dave Buki also in his first race of the season and his first race in that EK Civic, doing quite a grand job in 8th position. The former Civic Cup and Audi TT Cup racer, of course, runs his own team these days, Kinetic Motorsport. Of course, he had 2 other cars here set to race this weekend. That's Sammy Milam, who is in the race and is currently in 12th position and running 4th in Class B. And also set to have Owen Divert, but his car didn't even make it out for practice or qualifying earlier on. So sadly, his car is sat in the paddock with not much to do. It's his favourite passing spot, Will Self, was round the outside he goes, and that's another place gained, up the inside and past Dan Thackeray to pick up 1 more spot into 3rd. Let's look at lap times. His last lap time was a 1:25.637. Now that compared to Kevin Talbot, who has a 1.7 second lead up the road. As off the road has gone Luke Crassus Menu, and that was both, I think, Jackson White and Rico Coddle going past. So getting tricky out there for some drivers. But the fastest lap of the race went to Kevin Talbot across the line. He set a 1:25.307, and he is now got a 1.7 second advantage. Another new fastest lap for Talbot, but I think that Wright's trying to go with him. In fact, new fastest lap goes to Will Self, so it was a 1:23.842. Talk about flying along in these conditions. They're about, at the moment, compared to Self's pace, 8 or 9 seconds off, of course, lap record pace. They're not going to be the absolute fastest compared to where we were in qualifying. But Self has got a pretty good car underneath him here as he winds his way down the hill. 4 laps in the books. Onto lap 5. Wipers going... Wipers ablaze as he turns through the old hairpin. Little twitch as he managed to try and rotate the car on corner entry. And interesting enough, again, Dan Thackeray, this is pure pace from him in a Class B spec car. Credit to him, he was one of the front runners in the Civic Cup in 2023. Got so close to the title and had an engine failure in the final race of the season, which handed it to, instead, to, I forget the driver's name, I'm sure it will come to me in a second. But he lost out on the title thanks to that, but he was certainly in contention to possibly even take it had he not retired. So good effort from Dan to put that car as high as he did, and I'm sure that Charlie and co are going to be quite impressed when they're going to interview him if he continues on this pace. There is Andy Barnes in Class C. And he might have to face Charlie's microphone. If he stays where he is, he's got quite a good performance in so far. He's actually up now to 17th overall. And again, bear in mind, he's in a different class to James Kembry. He's revelling in these slightly damp conditions, and then alongside the man who's also got a novice cross on the back. He's trying to draw himself alongside the Honor Motorsport EP3, but there's not enough pace in a straight line. And he might beat him under brakes, though, squirming around a little bit. And look at that, he forced himself to the inside. There's a little bit of argy-bargy on the exit, and Kembry's not allowing the boss of Time Attack any route whatsoever. You might be the person who runs the championship, but I ain't letting you pass that easy. So now they're going to be side by side, and he might have a bit of backup in a minute, because right behind him here is Harry Greenhill. He's in the Class B car, in fact. Oh, as Andy Mars gets very sideways and runs wide on exit, and all the hard work trying to get past James Kembry is now gone to nothing for the moment. And Harry Greenhill says, "You're going to make it that easy, boss? I'll just get past you every single time." So there he goes. Now then, for the lead, it's now closed up because Phil Wright has brought the gap down last time by about half a second, of course. Did a 1:23.8. Now as he looks up the inside, he's really closed in on Kevin Talbot, putting the Integra under pressure. Now it's side by side for the lead. A drag race down the back straight towards Robert Chicane. Talbot goes defensive on the inside line, but he knows he'll be offline for the second part. You can compromise your entrance into the first part of Robert Chicane to get a better run off it. This is certainly helping Wright, who took the proper racing line. Now they sprint back down towards Redgate with now 7 laps in the books. Or 6, in fact. They're on to lap 7. Side by side almost, down towards Redgate. In terms of lap time, they're going to have to watch behind because Will Self is on a charge. It was a 1:24.3 for Talbot, 1:23.8 for Wright, a 1:22.8 for Will Self, as Wright now tries to look up the inside and put himself level through the crane of curves just before at Hollywood. You're a brave man in these conditions if you want to go side by side, and Kevin Talbot's car wiggling around as he tries to get it stopped and turned in for the old hairpin. And Will Self is going to loom large in their mirrors here, and this is 3 very different cars, you can see. The DC5 Integra, the EP3 Civic, and the EG Civic, 3 different, I won't say generations. Of course, the Integra and the Civic EP3 are from essentially the same generation of car, if you like. Whereas the EG Civic is kind of 2 generations removed. It was kind of before the EK, back in the early to mid-1990s. About roughly, what, 91 to 94, 95, that car existed, maybe a little bit older. But Will Self is certainly pushing hard, and this is what we wanted to see. 3 of the fastest men in the championship battling over the race victory. They've only got 5 minutes to do it here. And Will Self, of course, at the moment, unless he can find his way through easily enough, will have to run at their pace. Right, looks so much better off the corner in the second part, but he finds this big green and blue Integra staring right in front of him, giving him no option whatsoever to try and get past. Down towards Redgate. They're coming up on lap traffic now. This could play a factor. That could get very nervy as Phil Wright looks to send it round the outside at Redgate corner. Has he got the grip to get around the outside? He just about gets it done. Yes, he has. Brilliant stuff from the 2023 champion. Phil Wright hits the front with a gutsy move right around the outside. In the wet, to be fair, that is the better line to take on the outside line. If you're on the racing line, he gets damp and slippery on the rubber. But Phil Wright absolutely sailed past the pole sitter Kevin Talbot. And now Talbot has a rear mirror full of Will Self right behind him as they get past Duncan Holloway's ailing number 77 Civic, which is in Class B. And Wright taking the wider approach to find the grip and find the traction through the outside of McLean's. Now it's Will Self's turn to put the pressure on, and Talbot again doesn't need to go to the inside this time. He doesn't think that Self's that close enough, but I'm just going to watch the traction here. How much grip has Self got to try and get past? But Talbot saw that coming. He parked the car right on the inside of the corner on the apex. Remember, you can vote for your Lucas Oil top driver if you want to by using the QR code. I think these 3 are certainly going to be contenders. In fact, Will Self, remember, coming from 9th on the grid, there's still a chance he could win this race, but he has to get past Kevin Talbot in order to make that happen. So 3.5 minutes to go or so on the clock. That's now 8 laps in the books. And here comes Will Self then to the outside to try and make Kevin Talbot. Talbot got done once round the outside. Is he going to get done twice? The answer is, well, maybe. Round the outside goes Will Self. And he might just get the traction here to get past him. Puts 2 wheels on the curb, but it's not going to stop him. And Kevin Talbot, once again, thinks not again. He tries to go side by side, but Self just slots in front. And that is second place for the man that started 9th on the grid. Richie starts on pole, and Talbot comes back at him up the inside into the old hairpin. But there's no room to get past. And through he goes. Whilst it's happening, I'll quickly mention the rest of the classes because, of course, they do exist. Dan Thackeray, currently in 5th position, leads Class B from Ryan Cunningham and Sam Linsner. I'll look at the rest of that one on top of that. It's then Sammy Milam in 4th, Lewis Barker in 5th, and Spencer Fortag in 6th. And the Class C battle, Andy Barnes still leads that one. That is Andy Barnes who leads the way with quite a lead on Matt Rowling in 2nd place and Callum Houchin in 3rd. So we can't forget the other classes in the mix. This is where the action is, though, because Will Self is starting to charge off after the race leader. He's put a couple of car lengths on Talbot. He's going to have 2 more laps to try and close him in here. So, the 2023 champion and the man who declared at the start of the season that he would fight for the championship are about to go toe-to-toe, I think for the first time in this championship. Across the line they go. 9 laps completed. I think 2 more to go at this rate. And Will Self looking at his time. His last lap was a 22.8 compared to a 23.3. Not even that being a personal best of Phil Wright is going to stop Will Self here. Down the Abbott, down through past Hollywood. Into the Craner curves. Wipers still going 10 to the dozen as they wind their way through right and then left. Bring the car back to the driver's left-hand side. Pitch it in through the old hairpin. So easy to run wide or go over the curbs here, as we've seen so many times before in so many different forms of motorsport. We've got a real battle on our hands brewing here. Will Self is just about closing in. This could be quite a fiery battle for the lead with a lap and a half to go. How much more grip and pace does Will Self have to put one over the 2023 champion? Under brakes, back towards Coppice, and there's no inside look for Will Self. He gets a little sideways as he tried to pitch the car in on the apex, but the wider line taken by Wright has given him more traction. Look at the punch he got off the corner. He's pulled another car length again on Will Self, and I wonder if that's possibly hampered him and put him in a bit more complicated position with now just under a minute to go. And 1 more lap of the Donington Park National Circuit to go. I think Talbot's also closed in behind him too, not too far away. So across the line they go. Last lap of this first race of the day. And what does Will Self have? Anything left in the tank here to close in? The lap time was pretty even. They both did 123.2. In fact, all 3 of the top 3 did a 123.2. The fastest of those 3 by a fraction was Will Self. Down Hollywood, through the Craner curves for the final time. And Will Self has got to keep edging closer and closer, corner by corner. Just following straight in Wright's wheel tracks as he turns out of the old hairpin. Now back on the power. There's some back markers here. I think that's Callum Houchin in the way. So how will these two negotiate it? Callum stays out of the way. It's a good driver from Callum. Well done. And again, wider approach for Will Self, trying for that undercut and the tighter line off the corner. Gets a good punch off it. Gets good traction off of McLean's. He's getting close. He's good through Coppice as well, and if he can stay close here, there's got to be a chance he could try and look up the inside. I think he tried to go up the inside through Coppice, didn't make it work, and again, Wright's car worked a little bit better off the corner through Coppice, down towards the Robert chicane for the final time, unless there's one banzai bingo send down the inside from Will Self. I can't see it happening. And as the skies start to brighten a little bit more here at Donington Park National, despite Will Self's great efforts from 9th, it's not going to deter the 2023 champion. Up towards the checkered flag will come Phil Wright, and he will take victory in race 1 of the day. He is delighted, slaps the roof of the EP3 Civic. He takes victory in race 1 of the day at Donington Park for Racing Hondas. Will Self only 0.4 of a second behind him in 2nd place, and the pole man Kevin Talbot will come home in 3rd. Bob Barron takes 4th position. Good effort from him. I think that matches his result, was close to his result from Cadwell Park in race 2. Dan Thackeray, what a dominant drive that was. He takes a commanding Class B victory. He is 5th overall, just only 17-18 seconds off the lead, only just ahead of Tommy Nice in the EG Civic. David Buki takes 7th place. Ryan Cunningham will come through to take 8th overall and 2nd in Class B. Good drive from Ryan. It's 9th for James Alford, and 3rd in Class B goes to Sam Linsner, so good effort from him. He'll be delighted with that. Good effort from Sam to get through. It's then 11th for Lewis Barker, 12th for Fraser McNeil, 13th for Spencer Fortag. That gives him a top 5 finish in Class B. And in Class C, flash of the headlights, Boss has done it. Andy Barnes takes victory in Class C. So that will certainly be good for him. He's single round entry, so remember he doesn't score points. So the actual maximum points for the class will go to Matt Rowling when he comes across the line shortly. Here's Rick O'Connell, who seems to have made it throughout the race without any mechanical issues for his car after problems in pre-practice and qualifying. And across the line behind Luke Crassus-Menu will come the man who will score the points victory, if you like, for Class C. That is Matt Rowling. And Jackson White will come through, I think, as our last runner to take the flag. So, who knew a bit of rain and a bit of damp condition could spice things up a little bit. Great battles up and down the order. Lots of action for everyone to digest. And Charlie will be down there in Parc Fermé as the leaders already making their way down to pit lane. That's how quickly they got round. So, the results from race number 1. The 2023 champion on top of the podium. Phil Wright gets back to winning ways, and he wins by 0.4 of a second from Will Self, who drove superbly in the damp conditions to go from 9th to 2nd and just missed out on a victory. Kevin Talbot, the pole man, started on P1, comes home in 3rd. Bob Barron in his only 3rd ever car race finishes in 4th, and Dan Thackeray with a commanding Class B victory gets 5th place overall, a brilliant effort in the EP3, only 18 seconds off the lead. Tommy Knight finishes 6th, Dave Bucchi in his first race in the EK Civic comes home in 7th place and 6th in class, but it's Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion, he is 8th and 2nd in Class B, and James Alford and Sam Linsner, who's on the podium in Class B, finishing in 10th. Lewis Barker is 11th, Fraser McNeil will be a bit disappointed with 12th compared to his teammate up in the top 5, and Spencer Fortag and Harry Greenhill round out the top 14. That's then followed by Andy Barnes, who took a commanding Class C victory, although he's a guest so he won't score points. He is ahead of Sammy Milam, between James Kembry, Nicholas Alley, who had a couple of spins, Rick O'Connell, whose car has now survived after issues from practice and qualifying, Luke Crassus-Menu, Matt Rowley, who will take the points, inverted commas, victory in Class C, being a point scorer, then Jackson White, Callum Houchin and Duncan Holloway. We actually lost Liam Collins at some point, so sadly the lap record holder did not make it to the flag and retired roughly around about halfway through the race. So that's a shame to see. He'll have a task to try and get back up through the order from the back of the grid, provided all is well. He can get the number 6 DC2 Integra repaired for race 2 later on this afternoon, which will be our final track action of the day after we've had the super attack for our 3 collectives of time attack runners. So, entertaining first race for Racing Hondas in slightly damp conditions. Of course, now there'll be a bit of a reset before we get racing track action back underway shortly for the super attack. That's set to take place in roughly around about 40 minutes time or so. What's the time? Well, no, actually, we're a little bit behind that, so it looks like we're getting ready, possibly on timetable, I'd say around about 10 or 20 minutes time or so before we get the super attack underway. But the cars are making their way, funneling into the assembly area, where they'll be greeted by the very smiley and charming Charlie Harmon, who's been loving her time with Racing Honda so far, and again, doing a fantastic job as a presenter down there, getting better literally, I think, with every single time we see her on camera. And I don't just say that for the sake of it, she's genuinely improving with every single interview and session she does. So, talking points from that race, Will Self certainly has got the pace, and provided that we'll have to do a partial reversed grid, which means that Will Self might even find himself starting as far back as possibly 8th or 9th once again. He might have to pick his way through, and that will also depend on the track conditions for race number 2. We'll have to wait and see if there's going to be any more rain, if the track gets wetter or damper at any point going forwards. If it starts to dry out again, it might well start to benefit people, and we'll see what lap times start to tumble even more, which will be beneficial. So we're just waiting, hopefully, to get a signal for an option to throw down to Charlie very shortly. And of course, once that's completed, we'll hand you back to Alexi, who will guide you through the super attacks for the 3 groups. Of course, we've got the fastest of the cars out first of all for their... Oh, no, it's in reverse order. I think. No, it's... No, it is. It's a bit of misprint on the times on the programme. It'll be Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme for their super attack. Then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And then CNR, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. That's where the big points are going to be scored alongside how they performed in Attack 1 and Attack 2. And then on the timetable, it's scheduled for Racing Hondas to take place at around about 10 to 6. That's when you'll see them. And we'll see if Phil Wright can possibly repeat the victory from race 1 just now. I think they're going to send the drift cars out just for a bit of a demonstration whilst we get our time attack drivers ready for their super attack. You can see the drift cars lining up at the end of the pit lane, and they're using mostly the, if not completely, the Grand Prix loop as they come out of what will be the Goddard's hairpin and back around onto the Grand Prix loop, where they'll start to do all sorts of stuff. They've been pretty much out there driving and performing all day today, so if you've been around the circuit watching the drifters, then you'll certainly be enjoying the sideways action they've been treating you to. And it's good to see the variety in these time attack events. Of course, you have the time attack, you have Racing Hondas for the circuit racing action, the drifting from our demonstrations from our MS UK Drift Pro Championship drivers. And of course, this first ever JDM JAM show has had plenty out there as well. They've had show cars, they've had lots of different retail stands out there for model cars and all sorts of merchandise, and great to see so many cars turning out and lots of MG specials. I've seen like a Suzuki Cappuccino out there. I've seen lots of different CRXs and GT86s and all sorts of cars, Supras, Evos, Civics, you name it, Skylines, all sorts of cars have been out there. So if you're around the circuit and haven't actually wandered around through the paddock, where you can see the Time Attack cars in the back of the garages, you can see the Racing Honda's cars in the paddock, which they'll be going to shortly after they're released back out of Park Fermé, which is where they're currently cooling off right now. And you'll be able to see kind of the full experience of what JDM JAM has to offer. And of course, we've got more events coming up throughout the course of the season where you'll be able to see Time Attack and Racing Hondas and the Drift Pros. And we can detail those in the programme. For now, though, let's head over to Charlie Harmon in the paddock and in Park Fermé, where you can have a chat to our top threes from race 1 of the day of Racing Hondas.
We are here off of race 1, a very wet race 1 out of nowhere. I am here with our Class A winner, Phil. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was great. It's the conditions that we like. It's just obviously when you're in the holding area, it's not great for everybody, but I enjoy the wet, so.
Fantastic. Obviously, Kevin out in front of you and Will right behind you there. How did you find that?
It was all right until Will started catching us, and then it was kind of, we've got to do something here. I was trying to hold on to the last couple of laps before we started really pushing, but as soon as Will got onto back, there was no choice, so we've got to go for it or wait until he comes past.
Obviously, that's racing, isn't it? Just got to hold on through. We might obviously come right up in behind you. How did you find, obviously, overtaking Kevin, getting that sort of position?
So Kevin was braking a lot later than us, but wasn't carrying as much corner. So it was a case of just try and latch onto the back of him and then see what you can do mid-corner. With Will, it's apparent how different the cars are. He could brake so much later than us, but coming off the corners, we could get the drive where he couldn't. So it was nice to show the difference between the older cars and the newer cars.
Absolutely, and obviously play into that skill set as well. Obviously confident going into the corners and stuff.
Yeah, most definitely. You've got a car under you that's doing what it's supposed to be doing instead of doing silly things. It makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Confident in the wet as well. Obviously, the rain literally poured just at the last minute.
Yeah, if we actually have a full wet race and we can get a wet setup on it, then yeah, it's my favourite. So.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Right, so I'm going to grab Dan next up. If we could grab Dan over. So Dan was our Class B winner. So obviously off the back of Cadwell last week as well. He's off on back of a 2-race win. Dan. Congratulations. Well done. How was that?
Yeah, good fun. I've got to admit, I love the rain. I haven't driven those tyres before in the rain, so it was a bit of a lottery on the start, and I got a really good start. I was in P3 of the main race, and I was curious to see if I could stick with the faster cars. I think I held my own for a few laps, and when they started getting it up their tyre temps, they could catch me up, and I had a few very hairy moments, should we say, and I thought, come on, this is a bit stupid. I'm not in the same race, really, and backed off a little bit, but at home.
Fantastic. Obviously, commentators' curse didn't quite go there. Above the three-race win, Dan.
Yeah, don't try it. No, yeah. I hung on to that one, especially in the rain. I thought it was anything could happen, you know.
How do you feel out in the rain as well?
Yeah, I love the rain, to be honest. I feel like it's a bit of a leveler with the cars as well. You can see, and I think as a racing driver, when it's like that, and you can just play around finding grip, it's kind of one of the best bits about it. So it played into my hands a bit as well. So.
Could we go into race 2 as well?
Yeah, I have no idea what reverse grid's going to be. I know it's going to be pulled out soon. Interesting, it looks like it's going to be rubbish weather still, and it doesn't look like it's going to dry, so probably same again, so it'll be fun regardless.
Right, wow, thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Right, I'm now going to grab over our Class C winner, Andy. Andy's going to pop over. Hello. Dusting off the cobwebs went well?
Yeah, it did. As the rain started coming down in the holding area, I'm just thinking like, yes, this is good because I don't fear the rain at all. Yeah. So yeah, had a pretty good start, and I couldn't quite see the reds, so I was waiting for someone to move, so I had to kind of wing it a little bit. But yeah, the old drag racing come back into play. Had a good start and come up the inside, and I think I made a few places there. Yeah. And I just started focusing on people in front.
Yeah, I can see quite a few good battles going into the first corner there. First, third, second, third.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it's quite confusing. Like when you're at the back, obviously, like we were talking about earlier on, there's so many cars in front. But it was good. So I was quite focused on anyone who was in front of me, really. And there's some good tussles with, I think, some B-class cars, which, you know, was interesting. And we kept trading paint a little bit. And then I sort of had a word with myself, like, actually, I'm not racing these guys. I don't want to get in their way. and everyone started slipping and sliding, so I was catching him and then backing off. And but anyway, it was good. It's a nice return.
Yeah. How does the tyres feel as well? Obviously, you were saying in qualifying is sort of playing in your favour a little bit. How did they feel in that race?
Yeah, well, that went out the window obviously because it's so greasy. But I still went out with the dry settings, so the car was still really loose. So maybe you can see that on the live stream. Because certainly going down Craners, the car's just all moving around a lot. But yeah, it's good. That's what racing is. It's really, really good.
Perfect. Excited going into race 2?
Is it what?
Excited going into race 2?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, more rain, like bring it on, like, you know. So it was frustrating because I could see some more Class A and Class B cars at the end of the straight, and I'm sort of like in race mode of, okay, here we go. And hold on a minute, no, I don't need to do that. So yeah, I started to calculate my race instead, which I don't know. It's not normally my nature, but anyways, but it was a good race. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Clean.
I'm glad.
Yeah, it's good. It was good.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Right. Well, that is race 2. Very wet, very rainy. Obviously, hoping going into race 2. The rain, by the sounds of it, the drivers do want. However, we are going to just pull the reverse grid order here. Here we are. So, just going to pull the number out of the box here just to see what the reverse grid's going to be. Is that 6? Number 6. Perfect. So that is a 6-number reverse grid for race 2. Well, that's a stick around and see what race 2 brings.
And we jump right back into time attack. Now it is the super attack, the main time attack session of the day. And I just got to say, what a race that was. The Racing Hondas Championship, race 1 of today, or round 3 on the Racing Hondas Championship calendar. Round 3, race 1. Wow, that was that was really good fun. I think it's rare that there's so much to do in the day of a time attack commentator that it's quite rare that I'm able to just sit and watch the whole race start to finish, but I just had to. That was really great fun. Now, of course, we're changing gear completely because time attack is not about track position. It's not about ballsy overtakes around the outside in the wet. That's not really what we're about here in time attack. Time attack is all about setting the fastest flying lap you possibly can. We have an open pit lane for 20 minutes. And in that time, you've got to set the fastest flying lap that you can manage. And looks like we've just been green lit. So our Pro and Club Pro class machines head on to the track. And in the meantime, it's Susie in the paddock. There we go. Right, so we have our Pro and Club Pro machines now beginning to warm themselves up. These brakes, these tires operating within quite a specific temperature window. And so our drivers now needing to weave around and put some energy into those tires, really scrub and mash them into the asphalt to get them nice and toasty. Same thing with the brakes. As I'm sure many of you will know, many track brakes don't really work at all when they're cold. They're worse than road brakes, which will work at any temperature. You could just jump in your car in a cold morning and your brakes will break. On cars like this, that's not necessarily the case. You need to warm them up first. You need to put some energy through them. Same goes for the tires as well. And so our drivers needing to take a little bit of time to warm everything up in preparation for the super attack. You can see car number 88 there, Andrew Barber. The always immaculate AKB Racing Mitsubishi Evo 9 GT. And perhaps while our drivers are getting themselves up to speed, take a look at the lower right-hand side of your screen, that corner with the QR code. And give it a scan with your phone and vote for your Lucas Oil top driver of the day. I've got to say, for me, Lucas Oil themselves are the MVP of today. By making the live stream possible, it's so fun to be back on the live stream, and the drivers, the Time Attack fans, the teams, the staff all love having the stream back. It's so fun, especially the driver interviews with Susie in the pit lane, probably one of my favorite bits of that. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what's happening on track. Super Attack being the most heavily point-scoring session that we have on the Time Attack timetable. We have warm-up in the morning, and then we have Attack 1 and Attack 2, which score points based on your position on the leaderboard by the end. And also Super Attack, and that's what scores the really big points. So in fact, in terms of championship points, drivers will score 15 points for finishing first in class in the Super Attack, That's actually quite a lot of points up for grabs there. And we can see now, I think we're seeing some flying laps get punched in, as we actually can see the track drying out as well. You can see quite clearly, and even on this shot here, but elsewhere around the track, you can quite clearly see a drying line begin to emerge in some sectors more than others. Some nice slithering around there from Dan Kelly in the DJK Automotive Caterham 620R. Meanwhile, Bradley John, you can see him just zipping past the camera there, the camera itself covered in raindrops. So some sectors of the track still wet, and some of them now beginning to dry out. 15 minutes remain in this session. Martin Henry there gaining a few places there on the leaderboard as he posts a 127.8. So I think probably pretty early days in terms of watching the leaderboard, as these lap times are a little bit adrift of what we're used to seeing from earlier in the day. Of course, the wet, the damp will be a factor in that, but I think our drivers still needing to learn to navigate this mildly moist, ever-changing track. And meanwhile, Susie has made her way up into the commentary box as well. So nice and dry from being rained on in the pits. She's now in the commentary box. We have a different control unit for the headsets this time. So it's this button here to come off mute. So hello, Susie.
Good afternoon, Alexi. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
It is a little bit drier up here. It is actually pretty damp down there.
Okay.
And just catching up with the drivers, they're actually saying the conditions very slippery as you get, obviously after it's been dry for a while and then the rain comes down, so a very greasy track.
Are the oils coming to the surface or something like that, right?
Yeah,
it can be explained.
And as they're saying, some parts of the track, and I think what you were saying is you've got some parts of the track that are drying, drier, I wouldn't say dry, and then some parts of the track that are wet. So they're saying you turn in, you think you've got you found a little bit of a dry line, and then you're catching some more of a damp track. And so yeah, I think the drivers out there really trying to feel their way around what grip they do have.
Yeah, it's very tricky conditions, and I think at a track like this, which is so fast and so flowing, you can, you can slip off the track quite at speed if you're, if you look at something like Cadwell and it's quite lower speed. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Martin Henry. Oh my goodness. Oh, into the tire barrier.
That was nasty.
There we go.
You can see just how far the cars slide. Just when the grass gets damp, that's it. It's just nothing is slowing you down then.
That's it. Yeah, you carry all that momentum with you. So you can see there he ran a little bit wide onto the gravel there, and that kind of pitched him around, and then he shot back across the track onto the grass. And that damp grass then, your momentum's not being scrubbed off whatsoever, so you're not really going to lose any speed there. And yeah, into the tire wall he went. Red flag now thrown for that session. Which is, that is definitely unfortunate. This track in the wet, exactly. You're carrying quite a lot of speed through here at Donington. And when the track's greasy, then that can lead to results like this. It really needs a lot of finesse, especially these pro class cars that are so raw and so snappy in conditions like this. They're really a handful.
Yeah, and so much power to be putting down in these tricky conditions, and it's just like, how do you feed that kind of power back on? You've got to stay very clear of the curbs as well. Any painted surfaces just become incredibly slippery out there. And yeah, as you saw, if you come off a little bit onto the grass, you're not going to slow down on that, unfortunately. So yeah, drivers having to really tiptoe their way around at the moment. So it is quite deceiving because it doesn't look that wet out there, but it is definitely quite damp.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I feel like this is probably going to be quite a long red flag, because not only do we need to pull the car out from the barriers, but the tire wall is only good for one impact, because it all gets moved around and so on, and the layer, you can see here on the bottom right corner of your screen, that tire wall is a number of layers thick. And that's deliberate, and that absorbs energy and so on. And so when it absorbs one impact and the tires all move, suddenly it's not really acting as it was designed to do. And in a lot of cases, what that means is then the marshals need to come and rebuild that tire wall back to how it was. Anyway, looks like this might be quite a long red flag, so we will just take a short, tiny little break now. So that red flag still stopping the track action. It's quite a significant little knock there to Martin Henry's machine. I remember in the past, actually, he's no stranger to this kind of situation, and he used two tractors, I think, to put driving in different directions to pull his Astra back into shape. So I'm sure he'll manage to fix all of this stuff pretty easily, no doubt. But for now, that does mean a bit of a cleanup operation needed. And you can see those marshals now rebuilding that tire wall, because by the book, it won't be able to take a second impact as well. So that's quite important that we get that fixed.
I was just looking through the entry list, so I know we've got a few noticeable exceptions.
Well,
just looking through if everybody actually turned a lap in that lap. So we are without Luke Sedgwickowski.
Oh, what happened to him?
So I do believe the turbo is gone.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately we'll not see him back out in the final session.
Okay.
Who else looking through this list? I know obviously Colin Dorwood had lots of drama earlier on. I was speaking with him with his cam belt. Yep. And then I believe he's probably lifted the head as well. So,
oh wow!
But I think looking at time at the moment, he's still set the fastest time in that session. Obviously, you know, there's only like a handful of laps turned by all of them, so it's good to see him back out on the track. But yeah, obviously his day has not gone very according to plan as well. I think Andrew Barber was also having some issues. Mike Osborne was having some issues. I'm just looking through the entry list. Basically, pretty much everyone I spoke to is having some kind of like form of niggles. And then I think obviously, and then you've got the weather to contend with. And as we were saying, really, really tricky conditions. Almost worse than when it's properly raining because it's greasy. You're like, this bit feels dry, I'm going to go for it. And then all of a sudden you get back into like a more damp part of the track. So really slippery conditions, although lots of positive things being said about the tyres, everyone having lots of grip on those. But yeah, like I say, the trickiest kind of like conditions to drive in, I think. So
yeah, when it's greasy like this, you just don't really know what you're dealing with. Because if it's fully wet and you're splashing around all over the place and there's loads of standing water everywhere, you know that's how it's going to be all the time, lap after lap.
Yeah.
And here you're having to constantly relearn because something's just dried out a little bit and then some rain's fallen somewhere else and then you think you've got the hang of that and then it's all changed again and now it's all dried out. So you think, okay. And then by the next lap, some more drizzle's fallen and it's all now wet again. And every lap you're having to relearn. So it's a very specific skill set to be able to set a flying lap in those conditions.
And of course, because Donington is such a fast and flowing circuit as well, you're approaching these corners at such high speeds. So it's like, you know, at the time when you find out when you've not got enough grip, that could be a real issue. And we've got these huge straights down here with these massive kind of like braking zones. So people saying they're having issues under braking, like enough grip under braking, then when they're turning in and it's like, and then car kind of like understeering, and then you get like a little bit of oversteer. So yeah, coming down to Redgate, and obviously, you know, some of the cars going down here, I'm not sure what the if we've got any of the trap speeds down here.
It's a good point. I haven't really looked, but I mean they're on the timing screen, I think. Yeah.
Pretty fast. I think we're kind of like seeing, especially in some of these pro cars, probably like 145, 150 miles an hour before they're kind of like back on the brakes.
Wow.
And obviously doing that in the damp, and obviously kind of elongates that braking distance like hugely. So yeah, you have to be very brave in order to get the amount of time, but then also, yeah, again, just playing with the limits of grip out there.
Yeah, I remember, I don't know if this is like an urban legend or not, but apparently because of East Midlands Airport and how we're right on the approach path or something, the jets passing overhead missed out jet fuel or like misty kerosene or something, whatever it is, and it then settles on the track. And that makes this track more greasy than other tracks, which to me superficially sounds like maybe that is the case. I'm no expert on jets, but hey, at least we have a green flag, so enough of that silliness.
I think this is a great shot to illustrate the difference on the different parts of the track. And so you can see is that quite on the dry line? So there is a little bit of a line starting to dry out, but then of course you dip 2 wheels off that and you're just you just completely lose that grip very suddenly. And obviously what you don't want to do is do that mid-corner when you're really leaning on the tyres. You can even see the Caterham there just moving around a little bit, and they'll obviously just be out there like getting the tyres, trying to get the tyres back up to temperature. And that's also part of the problem, right? When it's wet, is you want to push on and get a bit of warmth into the tyres to get them working, but you know it's quite slippery out there, so it's just trying to push enough to get the tyres up to temperature, but not too much that you go past grip limit.
And sometimes it looks worse than it is. And sometimes it looks better than it is.
Yep.
So even when you think you have a visual of the track and you think, well, that bit looks kind of dry, I'm going to try to use that as part of my line, then it turns out that's not necessarily the case. Very, very tricky indeed. Of course, this is the super attack, which awards the most points to our drivers today. So let's take a look at our lap times. So far, so at the top of Club Pro then is Michael Osborne. In fact, I think we had a little switch around between 2 drivers that haven't set a flying lap yet, so I'm not quite sure what happened just there. It looked like Ilya Krylov gained a place, I think. Anyway, Michael Osborne at the top of the Club Pro leaderboard so far with a 117.7 ahead of Eric Holmes with 121.5, Dan Kelly 123.6, Mick Porter 133.5, and then Ilya and Richard Goodall yet to set a lap time, but I can see Ilya Krylov at least on the track now. Colin Dorward currently leads Pro Class with 113.5. Ahead of Andrew Barber with 117.6, Bradley John 118.5, Martin Henry 127.3. So he did manage to post a flying lap before that incident, which brought out the red flag just a few minutes ago. So we have 9 minutes remaining in this session. Let's see how things go.
This is interesting. So we see Dan Kelly out there in the cater room who's just gone straight off to go and get that flying lap, and then being chased by Eric Holmes in the Evo. And you would really think, slippery conditions, you really want the four-wheel drive and the extra grip that's going to fall. But
you can see how
Dan Kelly just out there.
Those times are really beginning to switch. So Dan Kelly was very briefly the fastest car on track. Well, in Club Pro at least, he took the lead there with a 116.8, and then Eric Holmes took that lead off him with a 114.9, and now Michael Osborne jumps to the top of Club Pro with a 112.5.
And that's the fastest time of any car out on track at the moment. So yeah, Mike Osborne obviously finding some time out there in these conditions. You can see Andrew Barber's windscreen wipers on there. So
okay, that's a clue.
Yeah, so it doesn't look too bad out of our window.
No,
but
we have one little window that we can look out of.
With the windscreen wipers still going, it's like it's obviously perhaps still wet in some parts of the track as well.
Yeah, it's interesting how exactly what you said had just played out, right? So Dan Kelly in the cater room very quickly jumped up to the top of the leaderboard for a few moments before all the Evos happened. And
just watching,
down to third.
And as you say, and then Andrew Barber just going past Dan Kelly there, and he has set the fastest Sector 1 and Sector 2. So as we're watching him go across the line, see what Andrew Barber does. Yep, and he comes into, and takes first place with 111.4. Wow. So I wonder if this is an example of the track drying up a little bit. I don't want to jinx it by saying it out loud. I know lots of drivers will shout at me if it rains again. But yeah, it does seem like there is I don't want to say it, Alexi.
Yeah, that's what I'll say
Hopefully
it.
there is a line drying out.
Maybe there's a drying line, and I'll say it in the hopes that causes it to rain again, because I think the rain makes it much more interesting. And as a driver, I prefer the rain as well. I think if you're in a lower powered car, then the rain just makes it a lot more interesting.
It definitely is an equaliser, and as we know Donington is such a power circuit, right? And so
exactly.
I think for the cars with the high horsepower,
let's make them spin it all. Or spin all that horsepower away.
Yeah,
if you've got more than 300 horsepower, it doesn't matter.
It's just putting that down becomes like a bit of a problem. So
exactly.
yeah. Well, I think there's still tricky conditions to kind of be playing with out there. I'm very glad to see Ilya back out though.
So what happened to him?
So I think because it was very smoky earlier, right? So I think they had the crankcase breather was blocked, so the engine was not breathing. But it does seem to be much clearer now. So fingers crossed they've managed to resolve that out today. And obviously he's got this massive rear wing. Absolutely huge thing that kind of spans the back of the car and then comes down onto the back of the rear wheel arches. So yeah, hopefully lots more downfalls from that.
So Matt Beardmore, a buddy of that team, but also a buddy of lots of people in Time Attack, messaged me earlier to say the oil breather on the Clio blocked, smoking badly, bodging a fix as we speak to get it out. And I thought, okay, what Clio are we talking about? And then I said,
there's quite a few.
There's quite a few. And then I said, don't say a K-swapped Clio, because that's not really going to narrow it down. And so it was a K-swapped Clio. It was Ilya's K-swap. Now it all makes sense, because that car was smoking. So actually, I had that information much earlier on, but I didn't really know what to make of it. So, okay, that clears it up. Yeah.
Oh, and again, I'm just looking at the timing screen. So Andrew Barber's turned the fastest Sector 1 time again.
Okay.
Although not followed that up with a Sector 2.
There we go. The little coloured lines have now appeared on the screen as well, so you can see the sector times too. See the little purple line there, meaning that Andrew Barber set a faster Sector 1 and 3.
And
so fastest lap.
Yeah, so that is fastest lap there with 110.535.
which is, I think, maybe 3-4 seconds adrift of the times that our pro cars were putting in the dry. So we're seeing them edge towards that slowly but surely towards a dry lap. I mean, we're still well off that, actually. That tells us that we're still well off a dry lap, but we're creeping there ever so slowly. Meanwhile, Michael Osborne sets a personal best Sector 1, as does Richard Goodall and Mick Porter. So perhaps Sector 1 then getting a little bit more dry. I think a lot of our drivers doing well in Sector 1 right now. Colin Dorward sets a faster Sector 1 than anybody. Currently second in the pro class is Colin Dorward. Andrew Barber sets a fastest Sector 2.
So I'm really taking that as an indication that the track is beginning to dry out, because we're starting to see these times improving, and we're starting to see fastest sector times all across the board now. So we'll see what that actually translates into. I think for Andrew Barber he didn't quite pip his best time, so he had a 1:10.6 again in the 1:10s. But Colin Dorward on the timing sheet has just turned fastest Sector 2 to match his fastest Sector 1 as well. So we'll see when he comes across the line what he's going to be doing. Oh, look at the massive flames going out the back of Mick Porter's car there. I was like, is that on fire, or is that actually going to stop?
I thought that for a sec.
I just... oh, then we see. So Colin Dorward going across the lines with 1:07.962. So taking like 10 seconds, 3 seconds out of the 1:10.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we're definitely starting to see a drying line out there, and we'll see. We'll see who can take advantage of that.
Mick Porter's car is pretty flamey, smoky. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. Initially, I thought that's really cool, and then I thought, hang on, is this bad? And then we thought, no, wait, that's cool. But like, that's quite a lot of flames out the back of Mick Porter's car, so I'm not fully sure what to make of that right now. Colin Dorward, though, look, he goes faster still in Sector 1. So purple there, those of you watching the stream will see it in the top left corner of your screen.
Richard Goodall there.
Wow.
But I think it's a good indication if you see how much of the curbs they're starting to take again now, because you don't want to be anywhere near the curbs when it's slippery.
Yep.
Because they will throw you all over the place, and I think we're actually starting to see the drivers take quite a lot of curbs. So again, I think we are seeing the track come back in. And Colin Dorward going across with a 1:06.729. So yeah, absolutely better in his time. Fastest car out there on track at the moment.
Yep. Michael Osborne improves to a 1:10.8 as well. Dan Kelly sets a personal best Sector 1. Bradley John with a... Actually, I don't think Bradley John has done... I think he might have been in the pits. 1:18.5 was his best. And that was... I think maybe a while ago. So let's see what he can do. Mick Porter again looking pretty smoky out of the back of that car. I don't know. I don't remember it doing that in the past. Yeah, and it seems to sometimes it's white smoke, sometimes it's black smoke, sometimes it's flame. I'm not sure what's going on there. So I think that's going to be one to watch.
So I know Bradley John, so after he had a pretty disastrous Cadwell at the end, right? So he had to end up with a small fire, and I think the window went, so they are on a different engine, and so he normally has a billet engine, and he's on his spare engine today, so I know he was really down on power, because otherwise normally I'm just looking at what time... Oh, Bradley John was just going to say down on power, but still turning in a 1:09.1. So, and that put him into second place. So, but down on power from what he normally has. So yeah, but still doing an amazing job with that power.
That Caterham there of Dan Kelly really moving around. He sets a personal best Sector 1. So currently lapping in the 1:16s, 1:16.1 his personal best so far. But it seems like he's improved in Sector 1, and you can really see how that little Caterham's moving around. Although confusingly, his cooldown light is flashed. There you go. I think he's backed off quite considerably there. So I think once the timing screen updates, I think perhaps that's going to be not terribly fast there from him. There you go. In fact, a yellow Sector 2 indicating that he's backed off quite a lot there. as he makes his way through Roberts and onto the Wheatcroft Straight. Ilya Krylov here, nice licks of flame out of his side exit exhaust. There's something dangling on the back of that car. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, you see him moving around under braking there. So when you're coming into, what's that, turning in, is that into the first turn? Into Redgate? Or is that him coming down back through the side? Wouldn't have been into Redgate. I'm not sure quite what corner, but again, just the car, yeah, moving around just under braking where the back gets really light.
Yeah, absolutely incredible end plates on that wing. And we were discussing it in one of the group chats, and I think he just shared a Google screenshot where it said, bigger end plates can mean more downforce. So it's like, well, I'm just gonna, that's it. I'm gonna make absolutely gigantic end plate. And then he said, no, it is qualified by some super expert advice that he's had. But the screenshot was quite funny. Checkered flag then.
Yeah, checkered flag already.
Being, yeah, that really flew. I think when it when it rains or when it's changeable, it makes things so much more interesting. Let's take a look at our provisional Super Attack results then in Club Pro. At the very top, it's Michael Osborne, who leads from Eric Holmes, Dan Kelly, Ilya Krylov, Richard Goodall, and Mick Porter. And in the Pro class, our provisional Super Attack winner is Colin Dorward, ahead of Bradley John, Andrew Barber, and Martin Henry. Those cars will now head into Parc Ferme, and on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars getting ready to hit the track for their Super Attack, and that will happen in just a few moments. So you can see Bradley John there in that white, red and blue Evo heading back into the, well, heading to Parc Ferme, actually. So someone asked an interesting question on the, there we go, Donington resurface. Well, this was 21 years ago. That's not much use. Someone on the Lucas Oil stream on YouTube asked about when this track was last resurfaced. A good question. Let me look into that, because it does look very good, doesn't it? It looks nice and fresh, this track. Who was it there? Goku says Osborne just took the Club Pro record, which is interesting. And Bob the Builder says, any interesting cars today? Well, I mean, it's how long is a piece of string, right? I think we've got some. I think Time Attack, more so than any other motorsport, has always very interesting cars.
That is true. I was not expecting any lap records to be going, especially with the tricky conditions there. But yeah, Mike Osborne. Yeah, setting a new lap record, which is taken from himself. Oh no. Actually, he's not in Club 4-wheel drive, is he, anymore? He's moved up.
Yeah.
So he is... Oh, the time has just disappeared off my screen. Okay. So it was Ben Robinson, which was 110.7. We did have a 110, but I didn't catch the bit after the decimal point before it disappeared from my screen. But anyway, I will double check that. Now we're on to the club classes out there.
Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars joining the track. I keep seeing Rob Buston's NC MX-5. I keep thinking that's Ginetta, but of course it's not. But it's, you know, it's got the compact shape, the long bonnet. Rob Buston in my head is like association Ginetta, but of course no, he's an MX-5 guy now, the best kind. So really, really interesting to see him pedal that little supercharged machine here around Donington Park. Usually when Rob Buston's done Time Attack in the past, it has been in some flavor of K-swapped chassis. Oh, look at this amazing shot with that flight taking off on the in the background. I think that makes that's one of the things that makes the vibe at Donington Park and the visuals at Donington Park so unique. is having those flights in the background. Yum Yum Racing, Ben Robinson there in the background saying, guess I've got to try to come back next year then. 0.05 seconds he beat it by.
We need you back then, Ben.
So Soylent Green New Deal Timeshare is asking some really tricky questions. Firstly, when was Donington last resurfaced? I'm not sure on that. And then he says, are golds and firestones allowed? Is that a brand of tire? Is that a type of car? I
sure.
want to answer that one. But
I will leave you to Google that.
good
Meanwhile,
question.
I'm
Yes,
just,
sorry, meanwhile.
I'm just watching that must be Alexander Volkov, out there to make the most, I think, of these drying track conditions. And obviously, as we were saying earlier, the GTRs with their huge horsepower, I think Donington really kind of like plays up to them, really suits them. They're able, obviously really heavy cars, but huge horsepower, and we've got fast-flowing circuits. So obviously, if the conditions are dry enough, this is the ideal track for a GTR, I think.
Yeah, I think so. We have Cadwell, which suits things like your Saxos and MX-5s, and of course the Pro Extreme stuff is always going to do well. But that's very much a little short wheelbase car. Whereas here at Donington, I think your big, serious GT sports cars, like the Porsches, like David Dyson's GT4 Cayman, which, like it or not, that's quite a big, serious car compared to, say, a Clio or an MX-5. This kind of fast-flowing track really suits those beefy, nicely chassised cars. And Alexander Volkov also very fast here. So thank you. So Soylent there, clarifying what he meant, the top cars in the Hill Climb Championship. So in theory, Soylent, the Time Attack Championship is for road-based chassis. And so if we're thinking about the open wheel type cars that we see in hill climbing, then that would not be allowed, is my understanding. I don't think we've ever had single-seater open-wheeler types in Time Attack. What we have had is the GT3 sports car and prototype class in a few different guises, which is for factory-built race cars, but ultimately those are still all closed-wheel cars. So I don't think we can mix on track. My understanding is we can't mix open wheel cars with tin tops like these. So if the cars that you're mentioning are the super rapid open wheel single seater type cars, which are so quick up the hill climbs, and I know why you'd want to see that here in Time Attack as well, because they're so rapid, I don't think we can have that type of car run on track with tin tops like these. But that's a really good question, so thank you for asking that. MTB Scotland, big shout out to the commentators today. And Lucas Oil, love the stream. It's so good.
Absolutely.
I love the stream. Andrew Kime then in that 611 branded on the side there, Citroen Saxo. Same branding as on Stephen House's Mini R53 Cupra. Up on three wheels. That's so cute.
That's all the way around the corner.
Such a classic hot hatch thing to do, especially in these, more so in these short wheelbase cars, perhaps less so in something like an FK8 Civic, but in a Saxo or a Clio or maybe a 106, that's like the classic thing to see. Absolutely love it. I think we're quite lucky to have two Citroen Saxos here in Time Attack. I think back in the day, you think this is the 20th anniversary season of Time Attack. Back in the day, back in 2005, when it was known as GT Battle briefly, these kind of cars and the bigger things as well, the Skylines, the Evos, the Imprezas, but also, the Saxos, probably the Fords, the Vauxhalls, that was all very much alive and well, and plenty of them. And these days, that's quite a rare gem, and we have two fast Saxos. See Susie's right. She had her finger primed as if she was going to say something about this car.
No, this is my thinking position.
Oh, Andrew Kime facing the wrong way, and bits of barrier are flapping around. So I think he might have collected something there. But anyway, you can see how tiny the turning circle is for that Saxo. It's like such a short little car that he's just basically turned it around on the spot and carried on. There you go. But yeah, it looked like there was like a brake marker or something that he hit there. You know, the brake distance board.
Yeah, I assumed that was back up at Roberts after this, the first straight, but it's not, because then he didn't turn around the second corner, so I'm not quite sure where that was on the circuit. But I was just looking at, again, the times. So Alexander Volkov has gone out there and set a 1:10.9. So, I mean, already some blistering times out there. So I really do think the track is coming back to them. So fingers crossed it stays dry out there.
Nah, fingers crossed we get more rain.
No.
And then imagine how we got the Racing Hondas Championship Race 2 as well. And if that's going to be wet, we're going to have another incredible race. No, more rain, please. Give me more rain.
So you see here, Luke Woodhouse is back, and I think just for
he's a single
today,
round,
so single round entry, and we also have David Lawrence. So I think they're having a good little battle out there. So keep an eye on that Golf GTI, and I think David Lawrence is back in the Seat.
Yeah, he's back in the Leon.
And I believe there's another area motorsport car out there as well. I've got quite a big entry list in Club 2-wheel drive. So a lot of cars out there today.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering, I think Luke Woodhouse and David Lawrence, in their cars that have quite a similar silhouette, the Cupra and the Golf GTI, are also both area motorsport cars with the YGHP branding as well. So they also look quite... There's been a few occasions today where I've got them mixed up, and they're both at the top of the leaderboard, both very fast, both in visually quite similar cars. But it's a really good battle between them, although Luke Woodhouse at the moment 0.7 seconds or so clear of David Lawrence. But quite a good battle at the sharp end of Club 2-wheel drive. Always a very hotly contested class.
Oh, so LW, I think, on the screen.
That's Luke Woodhouse. I know Luke Woodhouse, but I think his name's too long or something, so the stream, it's abbreviated.
Okay. So I was very confused by that.
Oh, so who's LW? Who is LW at the top? Yeah, I think that's Luke Woodhouse. I know it is, but yeah, you've just come up to the commentary box, so you're first time being confronted with the abbreviations.
What does
that mean? And then KD, number 177, Kestis Dobrovolskis, in Club 4-wheel drive. He's just there as KD. So for those,
I'm actually quite surprised to see him back out on track.
So what happened?
Because I think he was having engine issues, and I think when I spoke to him earlier, he indicated that he wouldn't be back out for the final. And we wouldn't be seeing him in this session, and he'd be packing that up and going home. But yeah, we have seen him turn a lap out here. So.
Well, I wonder whether, because it seems like at the moment there are 3 cars in Club 4-wheel drive, it's worth... Oh, he's a single round entry, so he's not thinking about the championship. I don't know. I thought perhaps if there's only 3 cars in the class, then you may as well go out and do a lap, however slow, just to get some points. But he's a single round entry, so yeah, interesting. Not sure on that one.
We've actually got, 20 cars out on track, so there is quite a bit of traffic out on circuit, even though it's a much bigger circuit than some tracks we see, like at Brands Hatch, where it can be quite a lot of traffic in quite a small space. But so, and as we were saying, this part of the game with Time Attack is finding that clear air and finding the space to actually get round someone who may be on a cool-down lap. And I think we're definitely seeing this come into play, and especially when you've got something like Alexander Volkov's
they're
machine,
massive, aren't they? They're so
as we
big.
see now, but with this huge amounts of horsepower that he's got, potentially on tap. I think potentially 4 figures in this car. And so when he can actually put that down, and when the track is dried out, you're coming up on people who are on their cool-down lap really, really quickly, and it's being able. Just as we say that. Oh. And
nice kind of save. Okay, nice little 360, and onwards he goes. Okay.
Okay, at least he is getting back onto the track, or he's going to stop at the side of the track there, so he may have an issue, or may just not be wanting to rejoin. But Well, that was timing, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I wonder whether that all-wheel drive is happy doing 360s, or whether maybe it panicked a little bit at that and maybe broke
I think
something.
you just ran a little bit wide in that corner there. Just a little bit too much, and then I think the grass is still going to be very damp. You really don't want to get near the grass there.
Yeah.
Well, they're taking plenty of curb on the exit, so you see that area motorsport car.
Yeah, but it's impressive how Alexander got it pointed the right way.
Yep.
But I thought it was interesting how right after that it came to a stop. So, you can just see it creeping forwards there. So, interesting whether maybe something technical happened there.
Yeah, what's interesting as well is I'm looking down the timing list and I'm not seeing a multitude of times improving, and I would have thought as the track was coming back to the drivers, we'd be seeing those times kind of tumble. So maybe it was pretty dry at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, well, actually, one driver who's made great progress is Johnny Fletcher, who's actually leapfrogged everyone and gone up to second in Club 2-wheel drive. And so he is now sandwiched between the two single-round entries of Luke Woodhouse and David Lawrence, who are, of course, single-round entries and so don't count towards the championship, which means that of the championship contenders, Johnny Fletcher is currently first in Club 2-wheel drive. So I think that's
I think he might have had a fast Sector 1 as well, so we'll see how he's doing on this lap as well.
Yep. There's more time to be found there. No improvement in Sector 2, but his Sector 1 and Sectors 3 might be so fast that his slower Sector 2, he's still going to be faster overall because the Sectors 1 and 3 are so strong. Let's see as he comes across the line now. A slow Sector 3 as well, so no improvement there.
I don't know if it looked like he was coming quite slow through those last corners, so I don't know if he backed off a bit there. He just realised it wasn't going to be the lap, and then
potentially
just trying to save the car. I think Johnny was saying he'd gone for a drive shaft earlier, which is pretty pretty standard. I know he always has little spares. So yeah, it's always but it's great to see him up there in second place in Club 2-wheel drive.
Yeah, I think
breaking up those area motorsport cars. Like.
Yeah, and again, for me, it's always so refreshing to see an older chassis at the sharp end of the leaderboard. Of course, we have the quite late model GTI and David Lawrence's Cupra, both of which are quite modern cars. And then Johnny Fletcher in the Mark IV Astra. Oh dear.
So Johnny.
That's why he slowed down.
Track there, yeah. So some kind of technical issue. And he looks to be, I'm not quite sure where that is on the circuit, it looks to be quite far off the circuit, so hopefully it's not going to cause a red flag.
I think he's done as good a job as we could ask for. In the driver's briefing, it's made clear that the drivers, if they have an issue, to try to park as far off the track as they possibly can. And it looks like Johnny Fletcher has done that it'll be up to race control. Is that still pretty close to the track? He's gone all the way up to the barrier, but maybe, that's still too close. But I think Johnny Fletcher's gone as far off as he could. So I think a good job there from Johnny Fletcher, and that experience really showing itself as he tried as safely as he could to pull off the track right next to the barrier. But let's see how that develops. Kestis Dobrovolskis there in that GTR, really motoring along now, making his way past the drivers on their cool-down laps. Roman Grendel there in that Scirocco.
Yeah, we've not seen that for a little while, right?
Yeah.
So just back for the single round entry today. So we've got 4 minutes left on the clock. Like I say, Luke Woodhouse and Dave Lawrence both improved their times on that last lap time. So, but Luke Woodhouse still staying in front of Dave Lawrence. But they've taken that position back from Johnny Fletcher, so pushed Johnny into third. And I'm guessing with Johnny, we saw him parked at the side of the track, he's not going to be taking that back. So it is the battle of the area motorsport cars there.
Yeah, interesting. Philip Naidenov in the Sierra Cosworth, always a great driver to watch. I think a very different chassis to a lot of the cars that we have in the Time Attack paddock, especially, given the involvement of tuning companies or tuning shops. They're very interested in more recent models from the last 10, 15 years, the Cupras and the Golf Rs and things like that. And then you see something like a Sierra Cosworth, and you can see how much this car moves around. Any shot that we get of this car on the stream, he's always squirming around in that what looks like quite a brutish Sierra Cosworth. So always great fun to watch that.
I think they were saying they went for a wider tyres up front to try and give more kind of like grip up front, because obviously we know the rear end, as we were saying, it's a little bit kind of like loose on that car, and just trying to put the power down. So yeah, a little bit more grip up front to try and stabilise that.
Yeah, because you might be using the throttle to try to induce the steering, right? You're trying to pivot around using the rear wheels, as in the power delivery. When of course you think, well, maybe it's less stressful to just try to grip up the front more, and maybe then you'll have enough mechanical grip on the front compared to the back that the car will turn that way in a more orthodox way. But nonetheless, Philip there still squirming around really quite a lot in that Sierra Cosworth. We had some big moments earlier today, but of course all of them pretty nice and clean.
Oh, obviously Woodhouse just really riding the curbs there,
yeah,
and
really taking a bite out of that curb. You can see he's really making the most of the track there. He's really pushing that, and you can see, in fact, personal best sector 1 there from Luke Woodhouse. So he is absolutely flying. I think that was a great shot. It comes up on my other screen with a little delay, and that shot of Luke just taking a chomp out of that curb, it looks really kicking up dust as he goes. Really good stuff. So fast. Let's see what he can do then. Do we get an improvement? 12.8.
So close.
Oh, not quite?
So a 112.88, and he was a 112.84.
Okay.
He's fastest, so it's still a very fast lap, but just not better in his time there.
I think Ian Chambers with the Caterham 7 is quite interesting and different to the other Caterhams that we have this specific class for Caterhams and that type of car, Club Sport. And actually, to go back to Soylant's question earlier on the stream, talking about single-seaters and that kind of thing. And of course, we have things like Caterhams, but ultimately, Caterhams are still road-going cars, and they do have the wheel covers, and don't they? Wheel covers and headlights and so on. So they're still technically cars of sorts, and not single-seaters. But anyway, Ian Chambers here in that more classic-looking Caterham 7 from 2002. We have a Nick Good there missing the turn-in, I think, and needing to take that escape route. And we have the other cars of this type, such as Alfie Threlfall, Josh Barrett in the Ariel Atom and the Caterham 620R.
Although sadly we've not got Josh Barrett today.
We don't know.
So
or
apparently
Alfie
he has
Threlfall.
issues with, or Alfie, I don't think, and probably the conditions for most of the day perhaps not being quite ideal, but maybe getting a little bit better now.
But those are very modified and caged up and boosted and aeroed and so on. And then Ian Chambers' car in Club Sport is much more of what you would expect to see from a classic road-going Caterham. Complete with the halogen lights, with the glass lens and the tape over the lenses. So very classic Caterham-looking entry. So, yeah, nice to see. David Dyson there, nice little kick of kicking up some dust as he chops across that chicane there.
And again, I think this is a car that's very suited to this track.
Definitely.
But obviously with the conditions now coming back in, I think we're just seeing David Dyson turn some really great times in there as well.
Yep. So orthodox and so smooth. And I think this kind of fast-flowing track, like you said, works perfectly for this kind of track, this kind of car. And a few people I know with Cayman GT4s seem to really like Donington a lot. It's a car that suits it, a track that suits it.
We've got the checkered flag out already.
Checkered flag out already, that's absolutely flown. Let's take a look through our provisional results then. At the top of Club 2-wheel drive is Luke Woodhouse ahead of David Lawrence, Johnny Fletcher, David Dyson, Rob Boston, Mike Butler, Bradley Burns, Andrew Kine, Stu Summers, Nicholas Good, Roman Grandel, Neil Robson and Luke Capehorn. In Club 4-wheel drive, our provisional winner is Alexander Volkov, who leads Andy Grady and Kestis Dobrovolskis. And in Club Sport with a 126.9, we have Ian Chambers in the Caterham 7. Now, you can see our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars filtering back into the pit lane from where they'll go into Parc Fermé.
I've just realised, actually, from looking at the lap times previously for Mike Osborne, that lap that Alexander Volkov has turned with a 1:10.9 is a lap record for Club 4-wheel drive.
But he set a lap record already earlier today.
So it may
So
have
let's
been
see
faster
if
in the
this.
fastest
So
session.
that
Yeah.
might have been faster than this one. So I'm sure our race officials will look into all of that, as that does factor into the championship points as well. Meanwhile, our Clubman Pocket Rocket and Classic and Retro machines are lined up on the right-hand side of the pit lane, ready to join the track for their super attack in just a few moments. So we can see that little pit lane shuffle still ongoing. Philip Найденов in the Ford Sierra Cosworth makes his way round our Clubman cars into Parc Fermé.
How much power did Rob Boston say we were running on the MX-5?
You interviewed him, not me.
I know, I've spoken to a lot of people today.
I'm not sure.
I believe it was about 250.
Do you know, I don't have that knowledge. I must. Maybe that wasn't in the interview or something. I know it's supercharged by Sam Reuter. Otherwise, it's stock. Well, you know, not K-swapped. He said quite a lot. I could only write so fast. So, good question.
I'm trying not to. If I don't know if anyone remembers in the comments there.
Do you know, we've had some really knowledgeable and well-connected people in the comments today. But I think some of them...
I was just looking at his time in comparison to obviously some of these like cars are running much more horsepower. A really impressive time for that. Then we see the marshals sweeping some
Andrew
of the gravel back
Kimes,
off the track.
whatever Andrew Kime. Oh, you can see it's the little turn. It is the turn board, isn't it? It was a board saying there's a right-hand turn coming up. So where might that have been?
That would be?
McLean's maybe. Oh, and of course Johnny Fletcher as well being recovered. So quite an eventful super attack there in the club classes. Goku asks if Volvo, and then corrects Volkov, is doing 110s. Shouldn't he be in the Club Pro class next round? That's a good question, and that's something that the race officials are. They have the power to make these kind of decisions, and other drivers in that class might be making that case. That's definitely a good question. Now, the rules do sometimes differ, so what's permissible in Club 4-wheel drive might be different to what you're allowed to run in Club Pro and vice versa. So, for example, we have Jay Elliott in the Clubman Plus Honda S2000. Now, to me, forced induction, although actually induction technically is free in Clubman, but you know, supercharging, so a change of aspiration, you know, is that would be something that perhaps might put somebody into Club 2-wheel drive, one could argue. However, Club 2-wheel drive also mandates a Motorsport UK approved full cage, I believe. And so you can't go with that's it. That's a barrier to entry into that class. So Jay Elliott has to stay in the class that he's in. And so there are sometimes considerations like this, especially when it comes to safety, that if your car isn't up to that spec, then it can't go up a class. But you know, these are things that are going to be discussed. So I think that's a good question, and absolutely keep them coming. I think it makes the coverage much more interesting when we're having these discussions. Soylent there really throwing me off there with the firestorms and the Goulds. And are they allowed to compete in these events? So good question there. Good question also from Goku. And I think lots to discuss there. Jay Elliott's machine, you can see that S2000 looking very otherwise road going. And so in Clubman it can sit. I do wonder about the induction aspect, because when I've looked at the rule book in years gone by, it does say induction is free in Clubman. Now, of course, the implication of that is things like air filters and things like that. But induction, does induction also mean forced induction? Maybe. That's one to debate with the scrutineers and officials. Meanwhile, then, this session now being green-lit, and you can see our eager drivers joining the track. No delays there, everyone wanting to get cracking with the super attack, the final time attack session of the day, as our Clubman Plus, Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket, Naturally Aspirated, and Pocket Rocket Forced Induction cars head onto the track.
So who are you keeping an eye out for in this round? Because I think we saw Eden come through and turn like an amazing lap from the last round.
Yeah. I mean, I think the story so far of the year has been Mark Donnelly in the Ford Escort. At the top of the leaderboard in this group of classes, he's been at the top of every session so far, with the exception of our Wet Attack 2, where Eden Young in the Haltech K11 Micra was faster than anybody on track, which I think is really, really interesting. Of course, the track is now dry. So what does that mean? Are we going to see a return to the previous form where actually Mark Donnelly was on top in that 1983 Escort? Or now that the, are we now still mildly moist, as Top Gear would put it, and actually that might play into the hand of the Eden Young and the front-wheel drive brigade? So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one to watch. I think Annie Thompson has also come on leaps and bounds here in the Exige 410. As she, I think, finished Attack 2 at the top of her class as well, and in fact sets a faster Sector 1 than anybody else on track at the moment. So you can see there, those of you watching on the live stream, the little purple line next to Annie Thompson's name, meaning that that sector is faster than anybody else on the track. Of course, they've only just gone onto the track, so it's pretty early days. And in fact, Mark Donnelly now right on it, and he sets a faster Sector 1 now than anyone else, faster than Annie Thompson in the 1983 Escort. Annie Thompson sets a faster Sector 2 than anyone. I think this is quite...
let's get them a lap in.
I mean, we need something to talk about. But I mean, you're fully right. I think anyone's actually set the times. No one's actually set a lap yet, have they? So.
But again, I think this track is going to be really suited to Annie's car. So yeah, it'll be interesting to keep an eye on how she's doing. Obviously, that battle with Dan Buckingham in there as well.
Yeah,
Who else have we got in common? We've got Clive Hot.
Yes, we've got Laura Jankushkaite in the Dream L Team Racing BMW M4. LJ on the stream. Again, too many characters in the name. Mark Donnelly there goes right back up to the top. A lot of cars on the track. I think they were all so keen to get out one after another that they've all kind of come out in the same spot. So quite a lot of traffic there. And
23 cars on track. Oh, there's Dan Buckingham.
Dan Buckingham. Oh, Dan Buckingham's smoking.
And smoke coming out the front of the car.
That is interesting. I thought that looked like just a harmless spin. But actually maybe something more interesting is going on there. Looking quite steamy under there.
So I believe had a coolant issue.
Do you know, I was just thinking, that looks like coolant, doesn't it?
Yeah, and so maybe that looks like another a repeat of that. So I'm not quite sure where that is on the track. And therefore whether it's going to impact our other drivers. I think a little voice just told to turn 2.
I think a little voice,
so,
a little gnome said it was turn 2.
On the approach to Craners as well, so hopefully he's far enough off the track that it's not going to cause any issue. Although seeing Eden there, obviously going at quite a reduced pace. So I think there must be flags out. Yes.
Red flag.
Red flags. Oh, that is a shame.
Dan Buckingham doing so well, by the way, so this year, last year in Clubman. So yeah, that's quite unfortunate, really.
Yeah, been absolutely storming in the class, so that's a real shame to see him have. And I believe the car's been pretty reliable over the last couple of years as well. So it's, I think, the first time I've recalled seeing Dan have an issue. So yeah, they're at the side of the track with the bonnet up, so it's not a good sign.
I thought it was pretty interesting that there was a one nugget of information that stuck with me. So a few weeks ago, I was giving a crankshaft into a machining shop to get machined, and they asked what engine it was from, and I said it was from a Toyota V6. And they said, "What, a Toyota? No one ever gives us Honda or Toyota engines." As in terms of, they never break. You know, they're so reliable as long as you don't start boosting them and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But you know, this is a Clubman car. It's pretty standard Honda, and this machining shop never gets given Honda engines to fix because they're always so sturdy. And I think this is like one of the few hiccups.
No Hondas.
No, they said we never get Honda engines. Well, yeah, I thought it was really interesting.
All these K20s out there.
But they're all boosted, aren't they? That's the thing.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think for a regular, untouched Honda, they tend to be extremely dependable. And Dan Buckingham there, I think, having a really good run so far. But, you know, these things are going to happen at some point. And I think he's had a really good run. Do the rules limit aero experiment? So Soylent Green New Deal timeshare. You can see he's really coming at this from... So he asked about the resurface. He's asking about, can top hill climb cars come and do this? Now he's asking about aero experimentation. So I suspect Soylent Green New Deal timeshare is probably quite a handy hill climb driver, something like that. So to answer your question then, given that you're wanting to push the boundaries of what's possible in time attack, the rules do limit your aero in most of the classes, in terms of your aero can only stick out so far beyond the width of the car or your front bumper and so on. And that's in most of the classes. And then when you get
limits to flat floor as well, I believe.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
I believe, unless it comes to stock.
Okay, so there are quite a lot of caveats in most of the classes. And then, for example, Clubman and Clubman Plus mandates a fully standard, untouched body. And then in the Pro classes, you can start to experiment there a lot more. And in Pro Extreme, aero is completely free. And in fact, even in Club Pro, in the case of Ilya Krylov's Clio, with the gigantic end plates that tie into the rear arches, you know, that's I would say that's probably quite bold experimentation, and in that class he can get away with it. So as you look to the pro classes, there's quite a lot you can do, but in the club and the clubman classes, there are quite a lot of restrictions in terms of what you can do with your aero. But another great question, so thank you. Keep them coming.
I mean, that's what we're seeing in the real kind of like top end cars as well. It's like some real serious aero experimentation and some completely bespoke kits that are being designed to provide these huge amounts of downforce. They're saying, I think some of the cars, I mean some of the Pro Extreme cars, and unfortunately we don't have any with us today. But I think they're seeing nearly. What was it? I think I'm going to look it back up.
I think it's like 1,700 kilos.
Yeah, I think about that, 150 miles an hour. So as we were talking about this before, because I remember saying that's basically like having a GTR,
a whole GTR on your roof,
on top of your car. So that amount of additional kind of like down pressure,
down force. And of course then the forces that puts on your suspension and your tires and your wheels and all the other stuff. And so then we see that they have to run such stiff suspension and such a high
big arch
gap because it gets squashed down by 1,700 kilos of downforce.
They have the rally look when you see them.
When they're stationary, they look like rally cars, and when they're at pace, then that's when they're sitting how they should. if anyone would try an exhaust blown. I thought you might ask. I was going to say the only different. So active aero. There's no active aero allowed in Time Attack, but that isn't a Time Attack thing. As Motorsport UK. As a Motorsport UK championship, we have to defer to the Motorsport UK Blue Book. And so even though the Time Attack Championship doesn't mandate any aero restrictions in the pro classes, for example, in Pro Extreme class, the MSA Blue Book overrides that where applicable. And so if the MSA Motorsport UK Blue Book says no active aero, we can't override that. So even though we say aero is free in Pro Extreme, there is still some restrictions that are applicable from the Blue Book saying, for example, no active aero. I see. I was wondering if anyone would try an exhaust blown diffuser. Yes, and I feel like we've had that. I've heard of this. I think maybe in the Pro Extreme classes. I mean, there's nothing to stop you from doing that. I don't think. Is that? I mean, that's not technically active aero. The aero elements aren't moving. The airflow is. So I think that probably could be something that you could play with. Especially in the higher up classes. Yeah, as long as it's not active aero, I think you might be onto something there. That might be something you can play. The question is, are these cars aero sensitive enough? Are you making enough exhaust flow? Yeah, these are things for you to consider. Perhaps you might magic something up in your workshop and bring it to Time Attack. I think the questions you've been asking have been so interesting that I'm sure that there's a very interesting Time Attack build hiding there in the midst of all that questioning. So, green flag anyway.
One of the cars spotted out, I don't know if you've talked too much about it so far, so we've actually got an E30 BMW out
Yeah,
there.
oh, I've met, I don't know very much about it, but I mention it a lot.
So I had
Go on.
Very, very quick chat.
Okay. He said it's good for an old shed or something. He said something. I was like, wow, that's amazing. And he said it's not bad for an old shed or something like that.
I don't think it's still got an old shed's engine.
Ah.
I think it looks like an M3 now, but I think got the M3 kit on it. I think he said originally it was like a 316, but I think it's actually running the engine from the 135. So I think is that the M55? Yeah, so the M55. So I think they're saying about 400 horsepower in that.
Wow.
So pretty tasty in that. And also, just one of the best looking cars. E30.
Oh my goodness,
E30
incredible, incredible,
absolutely stunning looking car.
Yep.
I just had to give that a shout out because if anybody's not seen that, there's a lot of cars out on track as well. 23 cars we've got out there in total. So again, we're talking, drivers having to find that amount of clear air, but can't not shout out an E30 when I say it.
Definitely. I think Jamie Biss in that MX-5, you can see how he's really on the attack straight away.
He was having some issues earlier. I'm going to try and see if I actually made any notes. So he was having some issues with a gasket. So one of his gaskets is going, and that means he's losing boost. So he's down on power. I think in your terms, still looking pretty racy.
Okay, is that a me thing?
That's definitely a Lexi.
Right. Well, yeah, he is definitely looking pretty racy. He is, again, it was really cool to share some seat time with him last year, and he is so fast. And in a little car like that, how it's moving and dancing around, and he's really throwing it around here. Great stuff. There's the BMW. There it is.
In that classic livery as well.
It's like a DTM car, isn't it? It's so cool. So cool. Arco Nowhere asks on the comments which race license is needed to enter. Good question. We only need a racing license in the top classes where they're on slicks. In the other classes where we are on the Yokohama Advan AO52, we don't need a race license. We need the Motorsport UK. The name of this license changes every so often, but it's the one that you just apply for. Basically, you apply for it, you pay a fee. I think maybe I don't want to call a number, but I think it's double digits. You pay the fee and you get your license in the post. It used to be called RS Clubman license. I think it's called something different these days, but you just apply for it basically, and you don't need to pass an exam or anything like that. So if you want to do time attack, that is definitely not a barrier to entry. You go on the Motorsport UK website, you apply for that. I think it might even be included in some kind of, maybe in the past it was included in your time attack entry fee or something. I don't want to commit to that now, but it's a very easy, simple license to get. So don't let that put you off joining us in time attack, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Oh, what's going on?
Is that
Steve Wilco? Yep. What happened there?
So, not quite sure. I think we just. Oh, that is Roberts. So between the two straights in the little chicane there. So, oh, we see Eden coming through on 3 wheels as well. So again, so we're going to see what times Eden manages to turn in here. Just looking on the timing screens, we'll keep an eye out for Eden.
Yeah, he's not. Oh yeah, he's not put a time in yet.
No, he's not. But I've seen just turned the fastest sector 1. And so Mark Donnelly has turned the fastest time of the session with a 1:15. And I think now we've got just over 10 minutes left on the session. But obviously the track time kind of like reduced, and so I think we're going to see drivers going out there and really trying to push to get these times in. And then we see Eden, going across with a 1:15.66. So yeah, it really was on the flyer there.
Oh my goodness!
Taking the fastest time in the session there.
Wow.
So and obviously because Eden's been having some issues with the new setup this year as well, and I think he was having issues with CVs, and he was having issues with steering.
Yep.
But obviously everything coming together this afternoon.
Wow. I think Mark Donnelly has been so fast and so dominant almost in this group of classes this year, last year, and now he's got some competition from his very own class, Eden Young. I think this is going to be a real battle to watch this year, now that Eden's got everything working as it should. His theory was that the torque of that boosted Honda K-Series engine was actually twisting the suspension and the arms on that K11 Micra. And as they were twisting, that was introducing loads of tow and doing all kinds of strange things, pulling it around. And actually now he's reinforced all of that. And
oh, I see Mark Donnelly, which is looking it up there, going into McLean's.
He's probably he's having to work for it now a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean he's only what 0.1 of a second behind, so really not a lot of time at all. Looks like he's out there on a phone. I'm just looking at the sector times. He's not up on Eden though, so, but yeah, he really is kind
fastest
of like
sector 2 though from Mark Donnelly.
Oh, okay, so we'll just keep an eye on him as he goes through this last chicane and down onto the start-finish straight. Wow. And he was looking up under braking, so he's really going for it in the braking zones there. And was he? Oh, he has just pipped him. 1:15.11. Okay, so the battle is on. So he's taken half a second out of Eden's time.
Okay,
so
this is good. Okay, but Mark Donnelly is having to fight for this one now. This is really interesting. Eden Young finally has got that car to work. And this is very interesting indeed. Does he have an answer to what Mark Donnelly can do in that 1983 Escort? The K11 Micra and the Ford Escort. Who thought that these would be the two giants to overthrow here in Time Attack?
Oof.
That is the air. That's Rafael Tataris looking very black and smoky from the underside of that Mini.
Yeah, and currently leading Pocket Rocket forced induction, so I wonder what's happening there.
That did not look good at all.
Oh, no, and that, who are we
that's
seeing
Mark
that?
Roberts,
That's Mark
I think.
Roberts off into the gravel there. So is that, I'm guessing, maybe at Redgate?
Phil Ackerley, we haven't seen a great deal of Phil Ackerley on the stream in the red BMW E36, a single round entry for today, but a household name in Time Attack by this point.
He said he'd be very happy if it stays wet.
There you go, exactly. So he's one of my people. He's one of my people.
But unfortunately, he's I think it is reasonably dry.
Oh, he's just gone off the track.
Too dry.
Was that 2 cars that have just gone off there? I wonder whether we saw that. And another car, we got oil there.
Oh, there must be something on the circuit.
That's Rafael Tataris' car. That's Rafael Tataris' car.
Another one. Oh, dear.
That mess, that smoke from the underside of Rafael Tataris' car, I think was spilling fluid right there. and everyone's hitting that now.
Yeah, and then
wow, red flag.
This
This is big red flag. This is why we have red flags, right? Because as you can see, one car, something has happened that has caused one car to come off there. What's to say more aren't going to do the same and hit each other? Luckily, these drivers, because these drivers weren't expecting that. They don't necessarily have radios or anything like that. They're coming over, they're flying over there and going off one after the other, thinking, what the heck is going on? I think we saw that horrible smoky mess coming out from under Raphael's car. Not to say it was necessarily that, but I wonder if the two are connected.
Coppice, actually? That might be just before Coppice. That
goodness.
long kind of like right-hander, then before you come onto the back straight.
Wow.
I mean, luckily, quite a big gravel trap there.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
No, just a lot of gravel being collected.
Yeah, they're going to be cleaning that out for weeks, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they're never going to get. They're going to keep finding little bits of gravel in there for the next few years. That's how it is when you fall off into the gravel trap. It gets absolutely everywhere. I say this as a driver who crashes quite a lot, so I've munched lots of gravel in my time, and you can never quite get rid of the taste. It's always I keep finding so sometimes I'm in the shower and I keep finding bits of gravel in my hair. It gets stuck everywhere. Yeah, that was I've not seen that before in Time Attack.
No,
wow,
it's definitely a first for me.
Wow, what an eventful day we've had.
We really have, and I think there's been a lot of issues up and down the pits. But yeah, I mean, maybe we should. How much time have we got? 5 minutes left on the session. Obviously, we've got. Quite a few different,
TSL's adjusted it to 0, so I think we might see a checkered flag now because we're going to need to clean all of that up and then run a Honda race.
Okay.
So I suspect that might be the end of this.
That will be called then.
Martin C saying blown engine, dumped oil everywhere by the looks of it. That is indeed what it looks like. Yeah, and everyone falling off the track in that same. It was first Mark Roberts came off, and then someone else, and it looked like that was the exact same spot.
Mark Blackburn. The first person to come off.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Okay, and then everyone else started coming off in that same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just join the dots. Fluid all down the final straight too. That's going to be fun. Thank you, commenters. Thanks, Martin. I think yeah, you've really helped make the coverage what it is. Thank you, of course, to Lucas Oil as well for powering this incredible stream and making that possible. I think it's been a real pleasure. Last time at Cadwell, today as well at JDM JAM. It's been an absolute joy working on the live stream powered by Lucas Oil. But I see the time. I heard something on the circuit radio. I couldn't quite make it out, but I suspect that might be the end of the session because that's going to need a lot of cleaning up. Let's try to run through the times then. Can I filter them by class? Is that a thing? No. Well, looks like then our provisional winner in Classic and Retro, after all that, was still Mark Donnelly, just ahead of Eden Young as the red flag came out. And then we have Jamie Biss.
Oh, Dean Riley in there.
Oh, Dean Riley in there as well. Sorry, yep. This timing screen's a bit trickier to work with. Sorry about that. So Donnelly from Young, from Riley. Then Fitzpatrick, Ackerley, and Greenhue. In Clubman, it's Thompson from Jankaskaite from Buckingham. In Clubman Plus, our provisional winner is Horsham, ahead of J. Elliott. Boggle Rocket Force Induction then. Our provisional winner, Rafael Tatsaris, there, moments before disaster. And then we have House, Langley, and Rushforth. And in Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated. Our provisional winner there is the number 714 car. I think might have been bumped around classes and stuff like that. Quite this, yeah, this screen's quite small actually. Pocket Rocket NA. Ryan Barker, the 714 machine there at the top of Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, ahead of Hyde, Batchkovich, Roberts, Wilkinson, Blackburn, and Emmett. And I think that's it for our provisional leaderboard. Let me just... Right. So I think that concludes our Time Attack Super Attack for all of our classes. And that's it from Time Attack. Although, of course, don't go anywhere because we have the Racing Hondas Championship Race 2 coming up. But before then, we need to do quite a lot of work to clean up that pretty messy incident. So thank you for watching Time Attack. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Susie.
I'll see you back at Brands Hatch.
See you at Brands Hatch in 3 weeks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short little break, and then we're going to jump right into the Racing Hondas action. But first, a little break. Thank you.
So just having a quick catch up, end of the day, and the rain has just started again. Been quite changeable conditions out there, hasn't it?
Yeah, today 2 seasons in one day.
It
Beautiful.
really has. But you had a really great finals, that's why we're catching up with you. So I think a lap record in that last session out there?
Yeah, correct. Yes, really pleased, with the outcome. But yeah, what a way to test new Yokohama tyre in the wet. So that was brilliant.
And we actually saw, I think, coming around onto Coppice, we saw you a little bit cutting the grass there.
Yeah, I was trying to carry a little bit more speed, in fifth instead of fourth that I usually take, and wet grass caught me.
Yeah, very slippery conditions out there today, so very changeable.
Yeah, grass is, once you hit the wet grass, you're out, pretty much, But no, it's good. We're back together, car's untouched, so sorry for the sign.
And so car all good, and no changes to make for next round?
No, we will. Geometry settings for sure, because obviously we now had to soften the car quite a bit to get through the damp conditions, if you like, for the last, which worked really well. And then the track conditions changed, so I was sitting in the car and doubting now whether I should need to go back onto the harder settings. But no, it's all good. Really pleased.
And was it completely dry in the last round, or?
It wasn't too bad actually. It wasn't too bad. The racing line was definitely dryish, I would say. Yeah, grass wasn't. Yeah.
And so in the end, Coppice 4th or 5th?
Fifth. Yeah, fifth. And I was on it.
Without the grass?
Yeah, I was on it. I carried a little bit more. I carried minus 3/10 and I was off. So now I know for next time,
Well, perfect. Congratulations. Great drive out there and a lap record.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we'll see you back at Brands Hatch in 3 weeks.
Can't wait.
And hopefully we can pass back over to the Racing Hondas now.
Thank you very much, Susie. And we are now moving into our second race of the day for the Racing Hondas. Helps if we get the right headset. There we go. Right, so welcome back to Racing Hondas. Racing number 2 coming out to end our track action today at JDM JAM here at Donington Park. And as the cars come through, you can see a very big, grey, almost cloud-shaped elephant in the room, which is the weather conditions, which are seeing the clouds looming large. There are a few cars out there with their wipers on, so it suggests that the possible imminent inclement weather is about to fall pretty quickly in a moment's time, because the weather has certainly taken a similar turn that we had in race number 1. Also had a little bit of a delay there, as you would have seen when Alexi and Susie talking about the super attacks. You can see the line of what was fluid that was dropped down all the way down the Starkeys straight. And that means that's had a little bit of clear up all the way down. So that quick dry cement will certainly have done its job to absorb most of the fluid, if not all of it. And as the conditions were fairly similar for race 1 earlier on, the cars being brought round to the grid out of the assembly area. They'll line up in formation based on the grid order. And remember, the grid is based on the results of race number 1, but after the grid draw, the top 6 is being reversed. And that means that Tommy Knight, who is in the bright blue EK Honda Civic, now purchased himself on pole position at the head of the field. Now, alongside him on the front row is going to be Bob Barron. Where have we seen this before? Bob Barron was on the front row for race 2 at Cadwell Park. He took the lead, led for half of it, then made the mistake and off he went. And we know how quick Bob can be. Even though this is only his 4th ever car race, he will still have the rookie cross on the back, which is the yellow square with the black cross inside it. That means he's done less than 6 car races. If he can get a good start from the outside of the front row of the grid, where that side is effectively the racing line, he might well be with a good charge down towards the Redgate corner. And we had seen overtakes around the outside at Redgate today, both by Will Self and by race 1 winner Phil Wright, and that was on the car in 4th place on the grid, which is Kevin Talbot in the green Honda Integra DC5. It's Tommy Knight then, who has got plenty of experience. Somebody's first time he was racing was with Team Hard in the Brit Car Endurance Championship in the form of a Janetta, and he's all moved on. I think he's done a little bit of Civic Cup on top of that as well. Now he's transferred into the Racing Hondas Championship, into this really, I have to admit, one of my favourite cut-looking cars on the grid, the EK9 Honda Civic, the kind of mid to late 90s shape generation Civic. That bright blue colour looks like a proper little Civic EK touring car, in my opinion. And of course, Bob Barron, who I need to get him right. I keep calling Bob Bannon. It's Bob Barron, isn't it? So apologies for that one, Bob. I will get your name right at some point in the future. Bob Barron, B-A-R-R-O-N, on the front row alongside him. He'll look to try and repeat it. I would also watch out for the man in 3rd place in the second of those EK Civics, the Kinetic Motorsport car of Dave Bucke. Now, he's starting 3rd on the grid. And although the grid would suggest that Bucke should be starting back in 7th, unless there's been an amendment to the result, because he's in 3rd on the grid. So it would suggest maybe that Dan... I think I see what's happened here. I have to forgive myself. I think what's happened is they're reversing them based on the classes. Now, remember before, for race 2, there was a gap for Class B and then for Class C, but race 1 was everyone mixed together. I remember this from Cadwell Park in race 2. Forgive me, I'm still new to this championship a little bit, but I think what they're doing is they've brought all the Class A cars to the front, then there's a gap, then there's the Class B cars, and then we have the Class C cars towards the back. I think that's the one we had last time. So they've done the top 6 reversal in each class, which means that, I think that's the case, because it's now Tommy... Yeah, I'm still a bit confused because Dave Bucke's starting in 3rd. The grid we have is the grid we have, so we'll go through it in a moment's time anyway. But Tommy Knight, having finished in 6th on the grid, is starting on 6th in race 1 overall, starting on pole position. Bob Barron will be alongside him on the front row. Dave Bucke, I'm still a bit mystified why he's in 3rd place, but still 3rd place is 3rd place. 4th is going to be Kevin Talbot. And then we have 5th place for Will Self and 6th for Phil Wright. And we'll go through the rest of the grid when it comes up on screen. So Racing Hondas in its 2nd race weekend of the season. Just a reminder of the point structure, how it works. 3 classes. So you have Class A, which is a maximum cap of 240 brake horsepower per tonne. It's what they like to call in some cases a prototype class in a way, because these cars are far from their showroom standard. Plenty of modifications allowed on these cars, as deemed by the regulations. Class B has a maximum of 195 brake horsepower per tonne. Class C, 176 brake horsepower per tonne maximum. You score points in your class in the top 10. You get 15 points for a class win. You get 12 for 2nd, 10 for 3rd, 8 for 4th, and 6 for 5th, and then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for the rest of the top 10. In qualifying, they would have also scored bonus points too in all 3 classes per race. So the top 5 would have scored 5 points for getting pole in class, 4 for 2nd, 3 for 3rd, 2 for 4th, and 1 for 5th. There's also a point to the driver setting the fastest lap of the race too. Just looking at the grid in the background, I think everyone's pretty much in line, apart from Jackson White, who is sticking out and on a different old row. But of course, that's obviously going off onto the formation lap rather than lining up to start the race. Of course, they'll be going around on formation lap. It does look as though it's quite a bit more blustery out there on the circuit at Donington Park, but the circuit perceptibly looks drier than it was in race 1 earlier on. It does look as though it's drier, which means I'd be more confident for these drivers that are more fixed to a dry setup. That said, there are now a couple of cars that are still with wipers in more intermittent mode rather than constant going on. And I'm intrigued to see how this battle plays out. We'll see exactly who's placed where for classes in a short space of time. So Tommy Knight then is going to get the signal shortly to lead the field off onto their formation lap. It should only be, I think, 1 formation lap, but if it is now practically dry, they might put them round for 2 again, given that the conditions are drier than it was for race 1. So the green flag will fly any second now. There it goes. And And Tommy Knight leads them off the field. So here's the grid then for round 4 of Racing Honda's 2025 race 2 of the day here at Donington Park. Tommy Knight starts on pole position in the Honda EK Civic. Next to him is Bob Barron in the EG Civic. Can he repeat his heroics from Cadwell Park in race 2 and possibly hit the front and go towards a victory? We'll find out in 15 minutes time. Dave Buki puts his Honda Civic EK9 third on the grid for race number 2 alongside Kevin Talbot in 4th, who started on pole thanks to Will Self, who got a 8th place grid penalty from Cadwell Park. So he starts 5th, and the race 1 winner, 2023 champion Phil Wright, will start from 6th on the grid. James Alford starts 7th alongside Fraser McNeil. He'll be looking to do better in 8th on the grid. And I would look at the rest of the split 3, but it's completely scrolled through the rest of the Class A cars. So we can go through to Class B, where we find Dan Thackeray in 17th place on the grid. Luke Crassus-Menu is 18th. Jackson White starting 19th, ahead of Sammy Milam. Duncan Holloway and Callum Houch in the next, and Matt Rowling and Andy Barnes, who's one of our single round entries in the field, so he will not score points. He won the race later on. And I can actually go through the rest of the grid because I've now just had the grid sheet come through to me in a second. And there's one car, I think, towards the back in 25th, which is going to be possibly Andy Barnes or Callum Houch. No, that's the back of the grid, so 24. So the cars that we missed, I think they've all started in class grouped together. So you've got the Class A cars at the front, then you have a gap to Class B, then a further gap back to Class C with one row in between each class. So between the rest of the Class A cars, we got to James Alford and Fraser McNeil in 8th. 9th place is going to be Nicholas Allett on the grid, another single round entry. Rick Collin will start 10th, and Liam Collins, who didn't finish race 1, the lap record holder here in the dry, 1 minute 15.1, his best time from racing here last year, starts at the back of the grid. There he is in car number 6, just in front of that man, which is Rick O'Connell. Then we look backwards to see our Class B runners, and that was Harry Greenhill on pole position with Spencer Fortag alongside him on the front row of the grid in Class B. Lewis Barker third on the grid in Class B from Sam Linsner. Then defending champion overall Ryan Cunningham in number 1, and Dan Thackeray, who won at a canter in those damp, wet conditions, in 6th place on the grid in class. And as we said, Crassus-Menu, White, Milam and Holloway make up the rookie Class B runners. Then there's a Rose Gap, and then it's Houchen, Rowling and Class C winner from race 1, Andy Barnes in car number 99, the Kent Models FN2 Honda Civic. So, in terms of warm-up lap, they are only giving them 1 because I think they're more accustomed to the dry conditions, having run in them in free practice and qualifying. Remember, you can also vote for your Lucas Oil driver of the event. You can do so. I'm sure the QR code will flick up. There it is, your Lucas Oil top driver. Scan the QR code on your phone or any device that can scan a QR code and vote for it before the end of the day. And they will get an extra special award on top of that too. And again, big thanks to Lucas Oil for making these live streams happen, of course. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible. So a live stream certainly is powered by Lucas Oil. So, last few cars, I think, are just getting themselves into position towards the back of the grid. The rest of the Class Bs and then Class C. And then once they're all lined up and the green flag flies, it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. And it will do in a few seconds' time. Cars in position. Revs are rising. Watch for the red lights on the top right of the screen just next to the Donington Park sign. And round 4 of 2025 Racing Honda's Championship at Donington Park bursts into life here. It's go. Strong start from Knight. Gets the better hole shot down towards Redgate corner for the first time. Bob Barron slots in behind him in 2nd place. A cracking start from Kevin Talbot to take 3rd. And both he and Will Self have powered past the 3rd place starting Dave Buki. They turn in through Redgate for the first time. Everyone's minding their P's and Q's as they now tumble down through Hollywood, through the Craner curves for the first time. It's Knight that leads, Barron 2nd, Talbot 3rd, Self 4th. Then Dave Buki with a small gap to 5th position, but under threat for Phil Wright, who dives up the inside into the old hairpin and relieves the Kinetic Motorsport boss of 6th. And he might lose 7th in a moment because here comes the Fraser McNeil kilted K-Swaps car. The rest of the Class B field filters its way through, but it's A's to the front, up towards McLean's for the first time, and there are spots of rain on the camera. Look at the state of that black cloud over the top. We might get quite the rain shower in a few moments' time. There's only a couple of cars that have got their wipers ablaze, but I wonder how the rain might change things very shortly. Here comes Will Self getting 2 wheels onto the dirt as he pulls up the inside line. It's now 3 abreast down the straight as Barron didn't get the exit through Coppers that he wanted. He's been swapped by both Talbot and Self, and now Talbot tries to move across to defend from Self, who's coming up the inside, 4th at 2nd position. But the Integra covers it off, turns his way through the 1st and 2nd part of Robert Chicane onto the pit straight at the end of lap 1 then. and it is going to be Tommy Knight in the blue EK Civic that holds on. So Knight leads, Talbot second, Self is third, Barron fourth, Phil Wright is fifth, top 5 covered by 2.2 seconds. That's the lead group. Then there's a gap back to Dave Bookie in 6th position in the white EK. Then it's going to be Fraser McNeil, side by side with a charging Liam Collins. He's going down the outside of James Alford into Redgate corner. And the Integra DC2, I think, looks as though he's just about got it. He might go side by side through Craner Curves. But the top 5 trying to pull away already then. And within that top 5, a trio is breaking off. It's Knight versus Talbot versus Self. This is the leading group. Looks like Phil Wright's having a bit more trouble getting past Bob Barron. Once he gets clear, I'm sure he'll be towards the front and trying to pick his place if he can. Talbot now trying to go on the offensive, but we know also how good Will Self's car is through the corners. The way under brakes, turning up through Coppice, it's a practically blind apex that you're turning into. You've got to turn in and trust that the car's going to hold the grip and make its way through the corner. Now the sprint down the back straight back towards Robert Chicane. All cars pretty evenly matched pace-wise in terms of straight line speed, and Talbot looks to the outside to try and make a move for the lead. Knight holds the defensive line through the first part of Robert Chicane, gets the punch off the corner for the second part. Now that puts Talbot vulnerable to Self, who's making a move here. Which way is he going to go? He goes outside towards Redgate. We've seen him make a move, and Talbot's been done twice already today. You won't thank me for reminding him in race 1. He got passed on the outside by both Phil Wright and Will Self in the wet conditions. He's learnt his lesson and immediately goes defensive off the exit of Redgate to try and defend from Self, who knows he's got a better exit off the corner. It's particularly under brakes. Back through the Craner Curves. And Knight now starting to feel a little bit more pressure. I'm sure Tommy would love to redeem himself after he barely made it before the first corner when he tangled with Will Self at the beginning of race 2 at Cadwell Park. So the fact he's in the lead now and defending from both Talbot and Self up towards McLean's, and there goes Talbot diving up the inside. He makes a poke, he forces the issue. Tommy Wright runs out wide, Talbot takes the place, and up into the lead once again goes Kevin Talbot. So a definitive pass, and Self's gone with him. It's opened the door through for the Cadwell Park Race 1 winner to squeeze through into second place. So just like that, Tommy Knight loses 2 places in as many corners. In the background, you can also see the change of 4th going on because Phil Wright has got track position on Bob Barron. He's alongside him on the run towards Robert Chicane. Under brakes, but Barron brakes later, covers the inside line and defends from the 2023 champion. And this guy's only done 4 races. Are you kidding me? He's defending a champion here. This is fantastic stuff. And headlights ablaze from Phil Wright. He's determined to see those lights bore 2 holes in the back of that bumper. Here he goes again, up towards Redgate. Barron just pitches the car in pretty sharply and defends the place and the corner. They both run out wide over the curb. We know how strong Phil Wright's car is off the corner because he was defending from Will Self in race 1. Every time Self got close under brakes, the traction of that EP3 Civic certainly benefited him, and here he comes again, up the inside into the old hairpin. Barron gives him the room, he runs very deep into the corner. They've both run wide over the AstroTurf on the exit of the old hairpin. They both make the corner on the exit, but it's Phil Wright into 4th position. Now that he's cleared Bob Barron, I wonder if now he's going to start chasing after the top 3 in front of him. Barron now back down to 5th position. But this group, they were covered by 2.7 seconds in the top 5. Liam Collins, who has now passed Dave Bookie off camera for 6th position, he's some nearly 8 seconds back from this leading quintet. He's got some work to do. He's come down the back straight once again. This is the 4th time of asking. Self set the fastest lap of the race last time by, and this is kind of a repeat in a way of him chasing after Phil Wright in race 1. Let's also remind ourselves what's happening in Class B. Spencer Fortag leads that one from Dan Thackeray, the dominant race 1 winner in those mixed conditions. Cunningham is 3rd. Lewis Barker is 4th. Sammy Milam is 5th. And it's Lindsay Crassus Menu. And then just behind them in 19th place, you've then got Andy Barnes, who continues to lead in his guest entry in Class C. And he's leading from Houchin in 2nd place and Rowling in 3rd. So it's reversal for the point scorers. Houchin ahead of Rowling. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And that race is there. Goes Will Self looking up the inside. A huge dive to make it stick. But Talbot swept around the outside, and Will Self, I don't think, anticipating to turn in as soon as he did. And Self had to really stand on the anchors, got the car so out of shape, and that's cost him a few car lengths. But bold stuff from Will Self. He's not scared to make a move, is he? He certainly had to look up the inside, but just about had to think about it for another day. Off the road and parking it has gone Sammy Milan, sadly. So that's the Kinetic Motorsport Class B car that's out of the race. Looks like it's parked on the inside grass exiting Redgate, I think, if I try and recognise that. Down the back straight. 8 3/4 minutes to go. Will Self is pushing and trying everything he can to try and make a move. A small little puff of smoke as Talbot locks the outside left front. And back on the pit straight once again. Self will be tucked into the slipstream, trying to get closer across the line. What about lap times this time by? New fastest lap of the race from race 1 winner Phil Wright, meanwhile in the background, in 4th position. He's closing in on Tommy Knight, and Bob Barron's not too far away either. He's done a 1:16.187, and the cars in front, the only cars that were faster than him were Wright and Talbot, because Wright and Self and Talbot. So he only was quicker than Tommy Knight, so that will certainly help him. As again, a little wayward there for Talbot. Wasn't quite confident through the middle of the corner, old hairpin, and here comes Will Self. He did this a couple of times in race 1 round the outside, but Talbot's wise to it this time. Throwing the defensive block on the inside line. Here comes Self, that car skittering around under the brakes. That's how sharply sprung it is. Trying to find the traction on the exit, but Talbot is putting his car in practically all the wrong places at all the right times. Again, Self trying to really throw the car into the corner. Safety car's been deployed. Now then, this changes things a whole lot. And I wonder if that's for the car that stopped on the inside of Redgate at Sammy Milam. This puts the battle for the lead on ice. But what it also does is it brings Tommy Knight, Phil Wright and Bob Barron back into this. And somebody else who's trying to benefit from that is Liam Collins, because he was some 8 seconds behind. He was 5 seconds behind at the time with the safety car being called. What can he play here? Can he come through from the back of Class A and possibly even steal a podium? That could be a potential. So the Hyundai safety car is out. I think it's for Sammy Milam's car having stopped. We've also lost to the pits Harry Greenhill, and he is showing out of the race. And yes, there is Sammy Milam's car unattended. I think if they can quickly get a snatch vehicle over there and drag it to the inside, far enough onto the inside, we can quickly do away with the safety car. A few more cars behind are now only just seeing the safety car boards, I think, because the field are now bunched up, just heading down Hollywood into the Craner curves. So the running order then, with the safety car deployed, Kevin Talbot leads the way then, still in the Integra. Will Self in 2nd place, Tommy Knight 3rd, Phil Wright with the fastest lap of the race 4th, Bob Barron is 5th, and Liam Collins from the back of the class at one point was some 8 seconds away from the lead. He's now gone from 8 seconds to practically nothing, and a potential podium could be in his way, but it'll depend on how much time is left and also how quickly they can get a restart underway. Now, I wonder if the safety car is going at a much reduced pace, because they want to give as maximum time as possible to the recovery team and the snatch vehicles to get Sammy Milam's car dragged into a much safer position further on the infield. It's on corner exit, so it should be a pretty simple task to drag it right to the inside pretty quickly. Then we can get racing back underway, which means we might get possibly a 2 or 3 lap shootout here, depending on how quickly we can get back underway again. So let's just take stock of the rest of the order. Spencer Fortag leads Class B. It's a good effort from Spencer to get himself into 11th overall and the class lead. Dan Thackeray, who won race 1 earlier on, he's in 2nd. Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion, car number 1. He was champion in Class C last year, but moving himself up with upgrades to Class B. He's 3rd. It's then Lewis Barker 4th, Sam Lintzner in 5th, Luke Crassus-Menu's up to P6 in class. That's not a bad effort from him. And the rest of the class, you've then got Jackson White and I think it's Duncan Holloway in class. Then Class C, it's still Andy Barnes that leads the way in the guest entry, number 99. And then it's now Houchin in 2nd place, Callum Houchin and Matt Rowling rounding out the current top 3 in the podium. The Hyundai safety car has stacked the pack. I imagine they'll be doing that to try and quickly recover the safety car. And I think we're probably going to get, given how quickly they might want to try and get them round again, I think we're probably going to get possibly a 2-lap shootout, I'm going to guess here. We've got 4.5 minutes on the clock left to go. And everyone behind, of course, just weaving from side to side, trying to keep as much temperature and pressure into the brakes, into the tyres, and keep the brake pressures up as well. Keep as much heat as they can. It's, I mean, temperature-wise out there at the moment, it's, according to my phone, it's telling me it's 13 degrees. The temperature has dropped because it was 17 at one point earlier on. And of course, there's a lot of cloud cover, which is not going to help either. So plenty of potential here, because I think there's genuine potential, if it plays out one way or another, that anyone from the top 6 has a genuine chance of at least making it onto the podium. If you look at the pace that they can set, Talbot's been doing all that defending from Will Self. Self has been on a charge all weekend, pretty much ever since he got pole position. Had to go back to 9th because of his grid penalty from Cadwell Park. Then fired his way through to get 2nd place and nearly got the lead a couple of times from Phil Wright in race 1. Tried it a couple of times, including here at the Old Hairpin on Talbot in this race, and got very sideways, but managed to hold on to it. So there's a potential that Will Self could take his 2nd win of the season. And if Talbot hangs on, he'll be the first repeat winner, because we've had 3 different winners from the first 3 races. Will Self won race 1 at Cadwell, Talbot won race 2, and that was his first race victory in the championship, as it was Self's in race 1. And then Phil Wright took his first win of the season, the 2023 champion, after picking his way through and getting to the lead and scoring an important victory. So the field makes its way continuing around the safety car. Now I hope if they've recovered it quickly enough that we might get racing back underway this time by. I hope, fingers crossed, they're going to extinguish the safety car. They are. So we are going to get, I think, roughly, lap time wise, might get 3 laps, in fact, potentially, because if they come across the line, lap time's at what, 2 minute 30? They could be cutting it fine, but we might possibly get maybe 2 laps here, if not 2 laps for certain, if not 3. See how this plays out then. Safety car is back in, and the shootout is on. Who wins race 2 of Donington Park here at Racing Hondas? We're going to find out in about 2.5 minutes' time. Talbot leads them past the green flag. So Talbot leads then, Self in 2nd place, Knight in 3rd and closing up under brakes. Bob Barron is coming back at Phil Wright here into Redgate for 4th position. Just behind them, on the prowl, watch for Liam Collins, the lap record holder here, in 6th at the back of the queue. The number 6 black Honda Integra DC2. Down through the Craner curves into the Old Hairpin. Talbot, Self, Knight, Wright, Barron, Collins. That's the top 6. And Barron, he's under the pressure from Collins now. He's fallen away from the back of Wright through the Craner curves and might be under threat for his top 5 position. There's Talbot cocking a wheel as he gets under brakes, turns the car through McLean's, and Self is applying the pressure already once again, not letting him rest, and Barron's also a little sideways on the exit. He's under threat from Collins. Through Coppice, onto the back straight they go. This is going to be close. I don't think they're going to get possibly, this is going to be tight to see whether they get one more lap or not. Cross the line they go. Up towards the line, they'll come towards the chicane. And again, Talbot not comfortable on the racing line, little puff of smoke as he turns in. Will it be a last lap ball this time? I think it will, yes. So across the line they'll go. Literally one more time around the Donington National Park circuit. 1.9 miles to settle it. Does it go to Talbot for a 2nd win of the season? Does Will Self get his 2nd? Does Tommy Knight get his 1st? Does Wright get his 2nd? Can Barron do this in 5th position on the grid in the race? And Liam Collins possibly could get a top 5 if he plays his cards right. Through Hollywood. Down the hill through the Craner curves. Self looking a little more comfortable. He's closing. Does he dare go up the inside again? But no, you can see Talbot middle of the road through the Old Hairpin. This brings Knight back into play, but he understeers out a little wide. Keeps the power on. Now he's under threat from Phil Wright. He might snatch a possible last-minute podium. Self on the attack again through Starkeys. Back up the Schwantz curve again. Talbot lifts a wheel. That car's twitching around. And if Self plays his cards right, he might get the undercut on the exit of the corner. Tries to go to the inside. Looks to the inside. But again, Talbot's got this one firmly defended. In towards Coppice for the final time. Now the sprint down the back straight. We now equip that Will Self. EG Civic is in a straight line. Can he get the toe and possibly latch on for a move here? It's 6 of them together for the podium. Down towards the Robert Chicane for the final time. And I think Talbot might just hold on to it. The clock goes to 3, 2, 1, 0. It will be checkered flag this time by Will Self is going to close, but it's going to be too late. And for the 2nd time this season, it's going to be Kevin Talbot in the Integra who will take victory in race 2 of Racing Hondas at Donington Park. It's 2nd for Will Self, 3rd for Tommy Knight, only just from Phil Wright in 4th position, who took the fastest lap of the race earlier on. 5th for Bob Barron, 6th for Liam Collins. Top 6 covered by 2.098 seconds. That's how close it was thanks to the restart. It's then 6th for Liam Collins, 7th for Fraser McNeil, 8th for James Alford, 9th for Rick O'Connell, and 10th for Nick Allett in his first weekend. And behind them, Dan Thackeray got past Spencer Fortag. So Dan Thackeray does take his, I think that's his 4th win in the class in a row, which is incredible to say. And Thackeray, I think that must surely extend his championship lead both in Class B and overall. And then it will be Fortag in 2nd place. It will be Cunningham in 3rd. 4th place goes to Lewis Barker. 5th to Sam Linsner. Then it will be Luke Crassus-Menu. And then in 17th place overall, it's Dave Buki. So in the EK Civic, despite him starting 3rd initially, down to 17th in the end. So He might not be too happy with that, but he survived and at least got some points in class, so I'm sure he'll be somewhat happy with that. And Class E victory again for the second time goes to Andy Barnes. So good effort from the boss of Time Attack to put the Kent Models FN2 onto the top step of the class podium once again. Congratulations to him. But of course the actual points victory, in inverted commas, will go to Callum Houchin this time. So I think that's one each between himself and Matt Rowling. And the only cars we lost was Sammy Milam, who pulled up on the inside, which I think was the cause of the safety car, and Harry Greenhill as well. And for the purpose of those in the circuit, as they come in, I'm sure there'll be some people on the grandstand just inside the inside line. Give these guys a round of applause, give them a cheer, because they, once again, with the Time Attack drivers, they have been superb once more. Some great action. Give them a wave, give them a support. Also, I'm sure they'll be waving to the marshals as well. Big thank you to all the marshals and all the officials as well for all the volunteers for giving up their time. Couldn't go racing without you. So once again, through everything today, thank you ever so much. A big round of applause to you. We love you guys and girls. Thank you very much for all your efforts. And thanks to everyone who's been here today also for JDM Jam, whether you've been a Time Attack fan, a Drift fan, a Racing Hondas fan, a car show fan, or just a regular petrol head. You've been stellar this weekend, and hope you've enjoyed all the displays, all the cars on show, and all the on-track action here with Time Attack, with Racing Hondas, and with also the drift sessions as well from our MS UK Pro drifters as well. So Kevin Talbot then becomes the first repeat winner in Racing Hondas in 2025. He wins race 2, which is round 4 of 2025 Racing Hondas. He wins by just a quarter of a second from Will Self, with Tommy Knight on the podium in 3rd place in overall and in class. Phil Wright is 4th, Bob Barron 5th to round out the top 5, and Liam Collins from the back of the class to 6th, top 6 covered by just over 2 seconds. Then Fraser McNeil 7th, James Alford 8th, Rick O'Connell 9th, and Nicholas Alec rounds out the top 10, but he scores no points, being a single round entry. Dan Thackeray takes his 2nd Class B victory of the weekend. Has Spencer Fortag in 2nd in class and 12th overall. Ryan Cunningham completes the Racing Hondas Class B podium in 13th place, from Lewis Barker in 14th, and Sam Linsner and Luke Crassus-Meru. Dave Buchan was disappointed, dropping back to 17th overall after he started 3rd on the grid overall. And then once again for the 2nd time today, Andy Barnes takes the Kent Models FN2 Civic 2 victory, 18th overall in Class C, and it's a Jackson White, Duncan Holloway, Callum Houchin will take the point victory, being the point scorer in Class C ahead of Matt Rowling. We lost Sammy Milam after his car pulled up on the inside of exit of Redgate Corner, and Harry Greenhill also pitted early on just before that with issues. So we will wait for the interviews from our ever brilliant roving reporter Charlie Harmon, who'll be down there to kind of wrangle up the drivers to have a chat with our class winners. And I'm sure that Kevin Talbot will be delighted with his 2nd career victory in Racing Hondas, and also 2nd victory this season. And it just shows how competitive it is. You've had 3 different winners from the first 4 races, and this leading group of cars, if they're going to be here for the season, you've got the combination of drivers like Kevin Talbot, Will Self, Tommy Knight, Phil Wright, Bob Barron in his first season of racing ever, and also Liam Collins. That 6-pack are kind of the leading cars that you need to watch out for. I guess the one car we're waiting for to come back out soon is last year's Class A champion, Dan Brown. He was on the entry list originally to come here, but sadly wasn't able to make it this weekend. So hopefully we'll see him next time out when the Racing Hondas reappear on the Brands Hatch circuit on June the 15th. That'll be part of the Tuna Fest South event. If you want to find more events like this, if you look in the programme, you've got Tuna Fest South, which is powered by Lucas Oil. That's taking place on the 15th of June at Brands Hatch. The next event after that will be at the end of July, on the 27th, which will be GT Battle, the next event for them. You've also got the Tuna Fest North event, which is going to be at Alton Park. And then after that, from Alton Park, they'll head to... So they will go to the... Go Japan, which is going to be at the 17th of September, the 7th of September. And then after that, we then have the 27th of September, where we'll have a race for Time Attack and for Racing Hondas at Knockhill. So we'll go over the border into Scotland. And then it will be modified live. I think in the programme it should be 19th of October, not September, but 19th of October is when we'll have the final round at Snetterton. I think that's when modified live at Snetterton's going to be. Could be. Yes, it is October. Even the title says September in there. So small typo. But that'll be the season finale, where hopefully if we get some decent enough weather, given that it is going to be the middle of autumn, we should see, if it hasn't been already, some Racing Hondas titles decided both overall and in our 3 classes as well. Just before we hand over to Charlie, I'm sure to sign things off for the broadcast. Again, thank you to everyone that's watched. Thank you to everyone that's been a part of JDM Jam today. Thanks to all our exhibitors, all our sponsors and partners. Of course, thanks to Lucas Oil for powering the live stream. Thanks, of course, to all the partners and sponsors for everyone and everything. I'll try and cram these in before I get the signal to throw down to Charlie. So thanks to our partners in Time Attack. So, if I repeat any of these, then forgive me. But Yokohama, Tegiwa, Lucas Oil, XZD Clutch, Motegi Racing, ADG Vehicle Transport, Kemp Models, Abruzzi and Clear Freight. We can also say thanks to Carter and Tamiya as well for supporting the Drift Pros, and also we can say thanks as well to YSR and Schroth Racing for supporting Racing Hondas, and also thanks to MMT Performance, Get It On, JDM Garage and Hugo's Plates for supporting the show as well. If you want to find out everything about Time Attack and Racing Hondas, you can head to the website, timeattack.co.uk. If you want Racing Hondas information, go to the racinghondas.uk website as well. And you can find out all the dates and information about championship standings, drivers, events, and everything else that's going to happen throughout the 2025 season as well. And also, because thank you, of course, as well to our broadcast partners at Alpha Live, once again putting on an excellent display once again for us to watch today, and capturing all the hours in all their glory. Quite a busy weekend this weekend. They've had a team over at the Red Bull Ring on Saturday just a couple of days ago before Porsche Cup Suisse. They've had to literally jet from continental Europe back here to Donington Park to film today's action. And if anyone's around the circuit still here watching and listening, if you are heading off very shortly, please have a very safe and pleasant journey home. Thank you for supporting Time Attack and the championships and series that are raced here. And also as well, the show itself. I think JDM Jam certainly has gone down incredibly well from what we've seen from everyone here that's been involved. I think very happy with the turnout and the display of cars that we've had. Some beautiful machines that have turned out on that side. So for the final time from me, Scott Woodwis, thanks for watching on that side. But before we do sign off, let's head one more time to our roving reporter, Charlie Harmon. She will have our class winners for round 4 of race 2, Racing Hondas 2025.
We are here off the back of race 2 of the Racing Hondas. I'm here with our Class C winner, Andy. How was that?
Hello again.
Hello again, yes.
What happened to the rain dance? It was good. Obviously it was dry this time, so it was a lot tougher. And I was surprised, obviously, with the reverse grid thing. Yeah. So all the work I did in the first race, and I was suddenly at the very back again. But it was a good race, actually. That I was saying earlier on, it's good to fight from the back. Yeah, but
I say, it makes it a bit more entertaining when you've got to sort of, like you said, like work for that position and fight your way through the grid.
It might be for you watching it. It's hard work from back there. But anyway, no, it was good, actually. Some really good racing. I'm quite pleased that managed to keep in front of the other two in class. Same again, battling with some Class B cars. Yeah. But once I got into a bit of a rhythm of it, I was just doing the bare minimum just to kind of, keep in front without trying to ruin the race of the B class cars. And then the safety car came out and it all just unravelled again.
Yeah, I was going to say the safety car was a bit of a curveball there.
Yeah, it was a little bit. Yeah, so I had to do all the work again. But anyway, so it was good. So we managed to hold off, and it was a good race.
Yeah,
good race.
No, good.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Oh, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab our Class B winner, Dan, now. Dan?
Hello.
Fantastic race again. Well done. Congratulations. How was that?
Yeah, it felt quite a short race because the safety car didn't feel like we got too much, but I think I got quite lucky at the start just to make a good start, and decided to brave it around the outside. Turn 1, I think it gave me a couple of places. Yeah. Could have just expecting them to bunch on the inside. And then I think I was third. I got a good move on Rye, my teammate, into the old hairpin, and then Spencer the same place actually, and then I kind of could see we didn't have much long off safety car, and so
just hold on, yeah.
Just hold on, exactly, yeah. Just thinking of you cursing me, and it's just like, don't throw it off, basically.
I'm not having it. It's not a curse. I'm feeling like I'm good luck, actually.
We might have gone through that, so maybe, keep saying it, actually, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Obviously, heading back into Brands next meet, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I do like Brands. Hopefully, I'll get a little test in before, because we came here just today, really, and I did feel a bit rusty. Yeah. But yeah, Brands is good for racing. I think once again it's going to be close. There's never going to be much in it around there. So yeah, and that's my local track, I guess. So yeah.
Oh, local win.
Hopefully.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Right, we're going to grab our Class A winner, Kevin. Hold on to it. Yeah. Well, congratulations. That was a tough race. How was that?
It was tough. I felt like I earned that one.
Definitely.
I got my elbows out and just seen it out to the end. This one was good. That was intense. Yeah. I'm adrenaline up to the eyeballs.
How did you find it? Obviously battling out there for first place. How was it?
It was great. It was intense. I need bigger mirrors for sure. Yeah. Can't see a lot, but I put my car where it needed to be. Yeah. 2 laps from the end, it cut out going down Craners. Okay. It's got loads of fuel in it. It just cut out. It's like,
Interesting thing to look at into the next round.
I don't even know what I'm going to look at. It's like someone pulled the throttle cable off. It died. I spoke to Will, and he said he thought he missed the checker flag. So he had the pace to go around the outside of the craners, and he thought, oh, well, it's over. I've obviously missed the checker flag. So luckily, he didn't go past me.
I was lucky on that one.
Yeah. I was. You need a bit of luck. You need a bit of luck.
Fantastic. Obviously, heading into the next round, how are you feeling? Anything different to the car?
New tyres. Yeah, for sure. New tyres and better rest. Yeah.
Definitely. After fighting that, yeah.
The car works, so I'm going to leave it alone.
No more late nights in the garage.
No. Rest.
Amazing.
Good,
well,
good
fantastic. Thank you so much. Congratulations. To see you at the next round.
Thank you. I'll be
Amazing. Right. Well, that wraps up round 2 here at Donington today. Well, thank you so much for watching. Thank you from us at Racing Hondas and again at Time Attack, and we'll see you at the next round at Donington Park. At Brandside, sorry.